morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. That's April.
Good morning.
Should I say good morning, or because of the day of the day of the year it is, should I say Guten Morgen?
Oh God, I forgot.
It is the birthday of weed. No.
Birthday of weed?
I think I mixed the two up. It is National People Who Smoke Weed Are More Obnoxious Than Even Usual Day.
Oh.
And it is the birthday of one Adolf Hitler. I don't.
Well,
no.
how good of you to remember.
See, Johnny 1.0, I don't think you're supposed to combine the days. Johnny 1.0 says, Happy National Smoke a Joint for Hitler Day. I don't think that's what it is. And you're not supposed to smoke joints for Columbine either. I don't think that's
Oh, no.
it's the anniversary of the Columbine shooting.
Oh, it's a lot of things today.
And it's 30 years in one day since the ATF set a compound on fire full of children in Waco, Texas. It's one day after the 30th anniversary of that. So a lot of evil in one day.
Can we stop being nasty?
Well, it's been
For
30
2 seconds.
In fairness, it's been 30 years.
Somebody did something today.
I think the last bad thing the ATF did was they killed all those people at the 5 Points Church in Cooper's Dell. That was probably like 10 years ago.
Oh God, so forgive and forget, right?
Speaking of Cooper's Dell, I got some new drops from Victor. Would you guys like to hear the new drops that we got from Victor? I'm very excited about these.
Absolutely.
I just loaded them in this morning. They're hot and fresh.
Ain't nothing left but fire and brimstone.
How did he not get nominated for
I
something
know.
for that goddamn character he played?
That drop gives me goosebumps, kind of.
This one?
Ain't nothing left but fire and brimstone.
Yes,
and,
that one.
And then this one. This is April's favorite.
You're already dead, sinner.
That's
You're
my
already dead, sinner. Citizen M says, getting blazed like Oklahoma City up in this bitch. Yeah, that's something people don't realize. Some people don't realize that, kind of like people say like 9/11, Ron Paul always called it blowback for what the United States had done across the world, foreign policy-wise. Oklahoma City was considered the blowback from Ruby Ridge and Waco because Timothy McVeigh, while the government was pushing him to do it, his reasons for why he did it, he said, were Waco and Ruby Ridge.
Right.
So he thought he was
Justified.
fighting back against a tyrannical government. So he bombed a federal building. And, this is how you know that the government did feel like they were partially responsible for it. Because, like, the whole thing that they played it up as there was a daycare in there, as if Timothy McVeigh bombed a daycare on purpose, which was not
accurate.
He wanted to kill federal government people.
Right.
There was a daycare in there. He killed some fucking kids. But like his response would be, well, you murdered kids at Waco. So we're like that was his thing. Like if you talk about blowback, that was the blowback for those two events. Doesn't make any one of them right.
No.
But you piss enough people off, they tend to want to hit you in the face.
It'll happen.
That's what. No, don't say my name. No, I'm not saying the kids had it coming. That is not.
What were they wearing?
Aaron's quote today is not the kids at Oklahoma City and Waco had it coming. That was not at all what I was saying. I'm saying the logic of the people who did.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. Someone asked me, have you ever done a show on, do a show on weed? I'm not a weed guy. Although that one day where I was in a lot of tooth pain, I did take a THC gummy. But
that they sell legally here, but
that
won't
it's
legalize
legal.
weed.
It is weird. You can't smoke it in Minnesota, but you can eat it.
Well, they want us to be fatties.
That's what it is. They want us to all get diabetes and lose our feet. Citizen M says, I'm anti-ATF and pro-choice. Oh, well, that you don't see that very often.
Hybrid.
You're anti the ATF killing kids. You want doctors to do it in utero. What Citizen M's position on killing kids is snuff them out early. He doesn't like that they let those kids grow up so much and then kill them. He's like, no, you strangle them off while they're still in someone else's body, God damn it.
Don't let them get to be cute now.
Shouting at Cloud says, Aaron, they half-heartedly apologized for it. Do you know what Timothy McVeigh said when they told him not to do it? They go, they said, Tim, it'll be hellfire and brimstone. And he said,
There ain't nothing left but fire and brimstone.
3 times already.
I love that drop. I'm sorry. Somebody outside the building yelled at Timothy McVeigh and said, Tim, don't do this. You're going to kill everybody. And he said,
You're already dead, sinner.
Really? Already? Really?
I'm looking down the road for the next 4.5 hours, and I'm like, this is it.
All right, fine. And then to punish him, you know what the government told Timothy McVeigh?
What?
Saw the message. Jumpy, beep, beep.
Threw me a little.
Yeah.
I'll admit.
But he ended up, he fought the charges until they dropped that part of the punishment.
Well, thank
And
God.
then, yeah. Philip Sears says it's Waco anniversary. To quote Machine Head, let freedom ring with a shotgun blast. Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
No, Waco was yesterday. Today is Weed, Hitler, and Columbine. 420 is a packed one. Seems like
I don't like that. That seems like a lot.
every 70 or 80 years or so, we add a new thing to 420.
So we have to eat Adolf's favorite birthday cake in celebration.
With weed in it.
No, you smoke weed, so you get ready for the cake. You got an appetite now.
And then you got to kill some Christian kids?
I'd rather not.
Oh, wait, no. Columbine wasn't. That was just anybody. You just killed the cool kids that are bullying you. There you go. Uh-oh. Somebody.
I'm not
You know.
okay
You know
with
what? If today's National Shoot Your Bully Day, someone might want to keep an eye on Chad Zumach.
Uh-oh. He tends to be mean.
Uh-oh. No, I'm saying like him getting bullied. Somebody might want to keep an eye on him and
see.
John. I think.
Well, he said he was cool in high school,
That's true.
which
so
means
maybe,
he probably bullied.
Okay. Might
Right?
want to just keep an eye out. That's all I'm saying. Philip Sears says, fuck, it's my anniversary and I have to deal with stoners. I mean, you don't really have to. This is a day where they tend to kind of keep to themselves at least.
I know somebody whose anniversary is 9/11, so there's that.
I mean,
Pick one. I don't know.
you know.
Every day is going to be a tragedy someday.
Yeah, that's...
What about the slaying of George Floyd? You don't want that day either.
That would be Memorial Day weekend.
May
that
25th,
happened.
I think.
Yeah. I'm really glad that the cops decided to kill a guy that sparked a riot on a day where everybody had an extra day off that weekend. That was really good. They had an extra day to riot. Extra day of burning shit down. Extra day of property damage.
You gotta have a day to steal shit, too.
Although, in fairness, from what I saw in those riots, I don't know if a lot of those people were gainfully employed. I don't think a lot of people who have jobs to lose chuck rocks through buildings and loot Walmarts.
Why would you say such things?
I'm just saying it doesn't seem like something someone with something to lose would do. Just me.
Well, that sounds like projection to me.
Okay, boys and girls, let's get a show started. Thank you guys very much for joining us today. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Here's a big one for me. Share. Share. YouTube doesn't think we're cool anymore. We want to make sure that we're getting ourselves out there, getting the word out. We do a better show than everyone else. We do a funnier show than everyone else. I just want it reflected in the new audience members. So hit subscribe, hit like, hit share, all that good stuff. And again, Andrew, very generous at the end of the evening show last night, putting us at 260 for this morning.
Thank you.
There's the link. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. 260 away from today's goal. We should knock that out, no problem. All hands on deck. Everyone gets in on that. That should be pretty easy. Do 30 minutes of overtime. And then tomorrow, last day of the week, another successful week for Steel Toe straight ahead. Very excited about it. Crossing my fingers. Just hoping for those likes, those shares, those subscribes, those Steel Toe growth is what I'm looking for. We chose our audience now. We want to grow it from there. Let's get into the news, as Keemstar was fond of saying. Today we've got Hunter Biden, tax evasion.
Oh, good.
Rachel McAdams, hairy armpit. And by the way, there was a time when I was younger where I would be like, oh, I hate these stupid celebrity distraction stories that everyone's arguing about. I look forward to bullshit like this now.
They're kind of craveable.
I look at the way the news is now, and I'm like, I'm being mentally abused. I'm being psychologically abused. I don't want to keep being psychologically abused. So they go, hey, here's Rachel McAdams with a bunch of armpit hair, and everybody wants to debate it. I'm like, thank fucking Christ. I've got Rachel McAdams with armpit hair. Because
but-
I can't do another trans volleyball player story.
No, watch this. Somehow they're going to spin that into, oh, well, you know who does have hairy armpits?
Oh, God.
Men. Does Rachel McAdams secretly want to be a man?
No! Don't ruin the purity of a bitch growing some gross hair in her pits. I just want a hot bitch growing hair in her pits, and that's it. I don't need it to be linked back to trans, or is she going to play basketball with the boys?
Oh, well, that's just out of the question.
I just want to see. I want to test my own threshold of what I would fuck. Because to me, hairy armpits, nothing takes a 9 to a 4 faster than hair in the armpits. It's gross.
See,
I
to
just
me,
think of stinky.
Stinky? Well, right, because I look at your hairy armpits and
Thank
I
you.
assume they stink, right?
That's very nice of you. And yes, I'm ripe today. I took a shower before bed instead of after. So
It's called deodorant, man.
who knows? Well, I like to be liberated, as the girls
Oh, that's
say.
true. Stop using that shit. There's aluminum in it.
Yeah, there's aluminium. Hung Solo says, extra day off. These people don't work none. Thank you for the English. Veldrain says, how dare you, Aaron? Those rioters were on vacation. Vacation from what? I have no idea.
Freedom.
Legal consequences, I think.
Yeah.
I'm using socialist media starting us off today with 25 Australian. 25A, thank you very much. 245 away from knocking it out today. Get under 200 by the end of the hour, and holy shit, are we good to go. Gerald says, you may not be cool, but you actually showed up on my homepage this morning.
Thank you.
Hey,
for
that's
letting us
very
know.
rare. I don't hear that very often anymore.
I got all your notifications this morning.
I don't ever get any of our notifications.
Can you get notifications for your own channel?
Yep, I used to.
Really?
Yeah, back when we were doing nothing but, back when 2 times a day we would cover a drama guy, or we would cover a bunch of senior citizens acting like kids, then I would get notifications. But now that I go, hey, why don't we do a professional morning talk show that makes people laugh and is better than everyone else's? Yeah, YouTube's like, yeah, we don't want to really push that. I love that YouTube is one of those social media sites that's like, we don't want toxicity and this and that. It's all they push.
We should be pushing Ed and Michelle's Great Indoors.
That should be the biggest channel on YouTube.
Followed by us.
Followed by us, yes. Papa Dan says, just finished last night's show, and I can't believe a woman's uterus has the chance of falling out of them like a fuel pump on a car. Not only has a
Scary, right?
chance, this is what we learned on last night's show. Not only is there a chance that a woman's uterus falls out of her twat, it's a 50-50 proposition.
Literally, if I had a coin in front of me, I flip it, and that's my odds.
50% of women's uteri fall out at some point in their life.
Well, guess what I'm doing for the rest of forever?
Investing in ramrods? No. Like you're packing a cannonball during the Revolutionary War?
It doesn't even have to fall out yet. I'm just shoving it up there to make sure.
Make ready. Take aim. Fire. Let's go to Veldrain. He says the first casualty of the I'm behind in the chat now. The first casualty during the riots asked a very offensive question. You all had non-essential jobs? Oh, yeah, that's right. We were supposed to be locked down, too.
Yeah.
Weren't we, during the riots?
Yes, we were.
We were supposed to be locked down.
No.
And then like a week or two later, the lockdowns were lifted in Minnesota for a while.
Yeah, you know what didn't matter during the peaceful protests?
What?
COVID and masks.
No, apparently it never...
It doesn't spread during
It doesn't
peaceful
spread
protests.
during, justified anger at police, I suppose.
Peaceful protests.
Cynically Insane says, I have to deal with one forever. Hairy armpits or hairy snatch, vote.
Oh, God.
All right, hold on.
What?
All right, have to choose her having hair somewhere. I'm making a poll right now, guys. Pits,
Snatch?
downstairs.
Oh.
I can't put snatch in a poll or YouTube won't let me post it. Okay, there you go, guys. The poll is up. Pits are downstairs. She's got to have one. Where do you want hair?
What a highbrow show this is.
This is a highbrow program. I didn't say we were highbrow. I just said we weren't a bunch of high school girls in our 60s. That's all.
I predict that people are going to say downstairs because at least, you can't typically see it all day long. You know what I mean? Like when your girl's wearing tank tops and stuff.
Okay.
So they don't really have to think about it till they go down there.
Till you're in the box.
But doesn't that...
People prefer the hairy downstairs over the hairy armpits.
That traps smell too, though, you guys.
It all smells. You're dealing with smell. Fat Cody says, you're always on my homepage every day. Oh, thank goodness. The other thing is, We are on at 6 a.m. Central Time every single morning. So, I mean. Consistent. I associate hairy armpits with patchouli oil thanks to the 90s, says Johnny. I agree.
Yay.
Hung Solo says, enjoyed the guest second yesterday. Definitely have him back. Yeah, I thought Dr. Till was awesome. I'd love to have him back. Why did people tune out? Like, statistically, we were down like 100 people from our max yesterday, and I have a feeling it's because they didn't even give a guest second mic a chance. Like, they knew it wasn't going to be Johnny or April, so like, right. I'm not watching today. It's like, come on. You missed a remarkably funny show. You missed one of the best shows of the last couple of weeks. It was very, very good. Dr. Till was fucking hilarious. The chat was hilarious. It was a great show. I got to give you guys some advice. Hang around for shit like that or you're going to miss something good.
Keep the faith. Watch it for him first and foremost.
Yeah. Don't let me go insane and think that I'm a failure. Easy Poll says, I'm using socialist media. Surely Snatch is nowhere nearly as bad, says Anton Slavic. Let's see. Where are we at? 74. Wow, this one wasn't even close.
That is really, I mean, I guess not surprising, but
74% say they'd rather have it downstairs than in the armpits. There you go.
I wonder between hairy legs and hairy armpits, which one?
Oh, God. Our armpits are tough.
Armpits do.
It just reminds you of dudes. That's all.
Yep. Because, like, yeah, you can have some hairy legs, I guess, but those aren't going to stink either.
The Tigger next door says, I still think they should have rolled in the military and mowed people down during the riots. Yeah, that would have made it better.
Well, might have scared people into not doing that again.
Hey, we're protesting police brutality. You want police brutality?
I'll show you.
They bring like an old school Gatling gun. And
Dude, those are wild.
Those are fucking insane. People are dumb and do not like change, says Citizen M. Well, yeah, if you're going to be a fan of this show, you gotta like different shit being tried. It's a better deal than that. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, I've been with a girl with vaginosis. Worst experience ever.
God, no.
Carlos says Dr. Till would be a great permanent second mic in the future. I agree. Very funny guy. Very funny. So next time, guys, make sure you tune in for Dr. Till. Or, any guest host. Don't make me feel like shit. And make me feel like I did a bad thing when I did an awesome show. That's the weirdest thing about doing a show sometimes, is acknowledging that sometimes the audience is wrong. And you're like, no, that was quality. If you can't understand that, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell you. Twisted F and Joker says, can I just get hair on her head? I'm always good with no bald bitches. There you go. I'm using socialist media says, I'm not going to look that word up. Hung Solo, April is 1,000% correct about a hairy box and smell. I grew up in the 80s.
I would just assume, like, on guys, if you don't shave, like, that your shit does not smell good. So I would assume it's the same for us.
It just attracts.
It just holds all the
bacteria and garbage.
And I don't know if people know this, but when you can smell something, that means there's bacteria present.
Toastmaster over on Rumble says he was better than the last guest host. Okay. A lot of people liked Matt, so if Dr. Till was better than that.
That's great news,
that's awesome news. By the way, I don't know what's happening with Rumble. I don't know if they got rid of some of their multipliers or their counters or whatever, but it is way the fuck down the last couple of days. I'm thinking that they've been fucking with their apps and fucking with their different stuff. They might have gotten, they might have like toned down their view counter.
Sure.
The multipliers that they use, because we went from like, well, I guess we were at 200 something yesterday during the morning show. But like during the evening show, it was a third of what it usually was yesterday. And like there are some other days where it seems really fucky. And then sometimes it'll go like to where it is and then down to 0 and then back up again. Like Rumble.
Well, we have friends on there.
Yeah, Rumble's odd.
Should check and see if they're having the same problems.
Yeah, it's a strange deal. All right, on we go to the news. I'm excited to get to the Hunter Biden stuff today. But by the way, I treat the Hunter Biden news like I treat any Fauci news we find out about. I'm not expecting anything to happen.
No consequences.
I'm not like the president's kid doesn't fucking go to jail. When's that ever happened?
What is something that a president's kid could do and go to jail? Anything?
Nothing. No, he'd get away with anything.
Oh.
First of all, if he did something bad enough where he had to go to prison, they would make it so nobody ever knew about it.
Right. It's not talked about. It's
like
hush-hush.
If Hunter Biden killed one of his favorite hookers accidentally, somebody would come in and clean it up. It would be like American Psycho.
You know what? You're probably right.
Yeah. Like Hunter Biden would be Patrick Bateman.
Sir, do I know you? No, you don't. You shouldn't be here. I think you should go.
Because his dad had everyone clean it the fuck up.
I liked that ending. That
was a
good.
wild end. We just, by the way, we were 23 years late. We just watched American Psycho this past weekend. And yeah, like his dad's a powerful, like owner of a powerful financial firm, and he can't afford to go down, but he knows his son's a lunatic and a mass murderer. Mm-hmm. So he just has his guys clean it up. Holy shit. And like during that show, or during that movie and during that whole scene, that show they were putting on, I was like, I was like one of those people who watched it and I'm like, I bet this has really happened multiple times before.
Yes, absolutely. And the lawyer too, at that restaurant or wherever they were at, his lawyer act like I don't know you. I don't know anything you're talking about.
Like, hey, funny joke you pulled on me with that phone call. Ha.
Good one.
Jesus.
No, I really did it.
Yes. Sky Pie, we're going to unblock misdemeanor today. I promise you. And also, if you don't mention it, it's probably going to happen easier. Hung Solo says, I think Matt's problem was he like her drank, let's proofread, like her drank too many energy drinks. I like his energy.
Did he have an energy drink? He's fine.
Sure he did. All right, David Allen Toe, from smoking crack to sniffing kids. We got you. Yeah, well, wait a minute. No. Sniffing kids is his dad's job.
We got to cover the spectrum.
Guys, let's not accuse Hunter of things he's not guilty of, all right? There's plenty in the guilty pile. Let's not throw the sins of the father do not revisit the child.
He'll sniff some people, just not kids.
SC Motorsports says our former president got arrested, so don't say never. Yeah, but they wanted to arrest him, in fairness.
That's true.
They wanted to. Jesse Kling says it was all in Patrick's head. I didn't get that out of it either.
I wondered that out loud to you at one point. I'm
really?
Like, is he? Yeah, I said that. When he was making that phone call to his lawyer, I started wondering, I'm like, is this really happening to him or is he imagining it?
Really?
Yeah, I did that. I don't think that's the case. I just did get that feeling that they might be leaving that up for interpretation and that could be one of the options.
That never crossed my mind.
Yeah.
To me, it was always...
Well, when everybody around him's like, oh, good one, buddy. You know, and nobody ever like got him in trouble or said anything about missing women. Notice that there was never a report of missing women.
People in the chat are going, you didn't know American Psycho was all imagined?
Yeah, okay, so maybe I was right. Cool.
Wait,
I never looked it up.
Hold on a second. But that lady, that's what the framing were about.
Yeah, okay.
I think it was ambiguous, powerful handgun to make a cop car explode like that. That's true. Jack Floyd says the movie ending is open. Some people saying it's all in his head.
I would buy that it's open and you can choose that it's all in his head or choose that his father is covering up for him always.
Son of a bitch.
I wish you would have listened to me. Like, I really did say that because you even acknowledged me. You're like, no, come on.
So what is it, guys?
Because I wondered if he...
Yeah, toxic wasteboarding. See, this is what I thought. No, he imagined a lot, but not all of it. Because that lady realtor was clearly in on cleaning up that closet and the bodies and everything. Because she was being fucking weird.
My whole point of that was you can either go that way where she knows that she was covering up for him for his dad.
Or there's a crazy person in the house she's trying to show.
Or Patrick was just mental and that never happened at all and they were remodeling that apartment.
Gerald Gatsu says, in the novel, it's more obvious that it's in his head. Son of a bitch.
Maybe we should watch it one more time now that you know that.
The book is so much better and explains more. Yeah, but I don't want to read.
I would actually read that.
Cynically insane. April, I'm going to call you Sabrina. Citizen M says, I mean, there's even a close-up on Patrick's what the fuck face after he explodes the cop car.
Right, like he can't even believe that just happened. Yeah, don't you? I really picked up on a lot of that shit already, and I figured that I was the crazy one because you usually would agree if it was that.
Motherfucker. I was like where that one guy was in the chat where he said he imagined some of it, but he still killed those bitches. He killed the guy with the axe, right?
Maybe not.
The guy with the axe, he murdered him.
Well, it would seem that way, yes. But also,
Willem Dafoe is real.
Well, check this out. You're going to take, Jared Leto, the guy who died with the axe, are you really going to think that he's just going to sit by with paper on the ground under him
was
the guy
drugged.
dancing around?
He was fucked up.
He didn't seem that bad, though. I don't know.
So was Willem Dafoe not real?
I don't know, but you have to...
And was the lawyer lying about having breakfast with that guy in London? Oh, motherfucker.
Oh my God, really? The London story, the lawyer never went to London.
That's what I'm saying.
If he did do all these things, that was part of the covering up for Patrick.
Right. So it can't be all in his head.
So of course he never went to London.
Right. Now we're talking about a 23-year-old movie. Now I see why our numbers are dropping. I'm a fucking terrible host. Thank you very much to I'm Using Socialist Media for the $50.
Thank you.
Only 210 away from knocking it out today. Everybody, all hands on deck, and we'll knock that out and get that begging shit out of the way immediately. American Psycho is like Fight Club, says E-Rock. Well, what wasn't a lie? The color was bone. The cards and everything... Aaron, the movie isn't supposed to be looked into this deep. Well, then I'm the wrong guy.
I do tell him that sometimes, like, you're supposed to just appreciate some things. He's like, no, but I have to know. You did that with Fargo last night. Did he ever get his finder's fee?
Yeah, so Fargo. I know that Wade tells him, he goes, well, I don't want to cut you out of this deal, Jerry, but if you're not going to move on this independently, then we'd like to take it ourselves. So he didn't get his 10% finder's fee. He fucked him. Jerry Lundegaard is such a tragic figure. He fucks himself out of every opportunity. And then, why did he get so far behind in the money? Was it gambling? We never find out. And that's part of the brilliance of Fargo, is that you wonder it, but it doesn't matter.
Right, so you're not supposed to, like, dig that hard. You could have been an English teacher.
Okay, so how did Jerry fall that far behind? I always assume gambling. How did he fuck up the math so bad and all this other shit where he could have got $75,000 from Stan Grossman and Wade, and he fucked that up because he thought he was getting the $750? I don't know. Eric says, see, these are the topics you should have the meltdowns on. This is great. Well,
that's true, too.
Nobody on the internet. You know what makes me feel insane is when I look these things up online. There's usually answers for everything in a movie online. I search, hey, why did Jerry Lundegaard owe so much money? Nobody has an answer.
Because it's supposed to be up for interpretation. That's part of the fun of some things. You used to say that, too, about how you like movies that leave room for interpretation, or movies or mystery, or, like the mystique of it. Like horror movies, you prefer to not see everything that's happening, and you've got to fill in the blanks.
Jerry ripped off GMAC, tried to get that $350,000. So wait, but he got the money from GMAC. Was that part of the money he squandered? Was that $350,000?
You look desperate for this. I don't know.
Why? Where'd it go, Jerry?
That is a lot of money back then.
Or your wife, I fucking love the Russian cosmonaut from Armageddon and Fargo. Peter Stormare is awesome.
Dude, he's in Jurassic Park too, and
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He's just kind of a creep in everything.
Peter Stormare ruled. Like, I'm hungry now, I'm Using Socialist Media says movies that make you use your brain. I hate it. Yeah, people...
You hate it?
I was joking. Same with Marcellus's briefcase, they're saying. Yeah, Marcellus's briefcase, not his soul. It was not his soul. It was, who fucking knows? I think it was just a MacGuffin. I think it was just there's no explanation needed. There was nothing in there. It was just a glowing thing. It was for the movie viewer. They open it up and it's glowing so we can talk about it. Mm-hmm. But it was not Marcellus's soul. Eric Nagel says, end this discussion watching the parody where Huey Lewis kills Weird Al. Now people are listing their favorite Peter Stormare roles. See, now
he's interesting.
I'm convinced Citizen M was put on this earth just to disagree with me on everything. He says, no, that's not a MacGuffin. Then fuck me, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's where I'd actually like to end this conversation, is that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, because I feel that's honest and accurate.
A briefcase full of McMuffins.
There you go. Guys, I have great news. As we move on from movies now and go into news items, I got some fentanyl talk today. Oh,
fun.
Don't miss this later this hour. John Fetterman gave his first opening statement to a subcommittee since his return to the Senate.
And I bet it went well.
Oh, this guy, the oratory skills on this guy.
Beautiful.
Mad Joe with $2.99 says Marcellus's briefcase had birch gold in it. Oh, MacGuffin advances the plot. Fargo's ambiguity is an artistic choice. No, we're talking about Marcellus's briefcase.
I agree about the Fargo thing.
Yeah, not the briefcase was a MacGuffin. So anyway, I've got some good stuff coming up, but I didn't want to blow through it right away. So let's start with the city of Detroit. You know, we always check in on Portland or Seattle or LA or San Francisco or New York. We never check in on another major market in this country, the city of Detroit, Michigan. Detroit is known for falling the fuck apart, being a once great city, now just full of dirt and shit and piss and cum and murder and robbery and all kinds of bad stuff. You know, assault, all of the armed robbery, you name it, they've got it in Detroit. Stink, they got a lot of stink in Detroit. But don't worry, boys and girls, they are on the case of solving what's wrong with Detroit.
Well, that's good, right?
That is great news because, you know, all these other cities, they're out there and they're just going, oh, you know, we'll just kind of slightly tweak things a little and that'll solve it. And, you know, don't roust the homeless. Don't tear down their Coleman tents and run through with the steamrollers. That would be mean.
Give them homes.
Yeah. Well, how are you supposed to fix it if you don't do something drastic? So a city councilwoman in Detroit is going to be the Joan of Arc of this city and save it from assured destruction. Boys and girls, I give you the solution. Could be the final solution.
Very cool.
In Detroit. Let's check it out. No, take your time.
You know, there's a mixed reaction. Some people are for it and some people are against it. And we are just a stone's throw away from Randolph Street, where one of those shootings took place in Greektown.
I'm all for gun-free zones where there's densely populated areas.
Greektown.
Hear that?
More,
Gun-free zones.
More of the same.
In Detroit, Michigan. You know, a city known for following the rules.
So I'm going to guess that they just took a good glance around at all them other big cities, you know, and all their like gun-free policies and all that. And they're like, you know what? They're maybe just not doing it right.
You know what they did? They took a look at every school shooting and they go, that seems to work.
Oh, yeah.
Here's how a gun-free zone is enforceable. This is the only way. You put a cop on every street corner, and if you see a guy with a gun, you blow his head off. That's the only way you can enforce a gun-free zone. And I believe that would run into some sort of legal challenge at some point.
That's scared straight, though.
I just feel like a judge would be hearing the case of the cops get to fire away if they just see a gun on you.
Oh, God, can you imagine?
No gun. You can't have a gun-free zone. A gun-free zone is not like a force field that stops guns from getting in. A gun-free zone is nothing but a polite suggestion.
Right. Like, I'd prefer you not bring a gun here.
Yeah. Hey, guys, could you not? And a guy who just got fired and found out his wife was fucking the delivery man and that his kids hate him and his dog just died and his 401k is in the shitter and his friends have been using him for his four-wheelers this entire time.
His kids got cancer.
Yeah, that guy, he doesn't see the no guns allowed sign.
He sees red.
He just goes in and goes, how many holes do I have to put in other people before I feel better?
I need to feel something.
Yes. So maybe if I see red mist escaping exit wounds in the bodies of strangers, perhaps I'll relieve some stress.
Oh, my God.
My boss is a dick. I need to shoot something. And a target won't do today. Fuck a clay pigeon. I need a skinned human. So, gun-free zones versus a guy who feels that way. Let's see how it goes.
Could be one of the gun-free areas of the city, and it would be enforced with more than just a sign. But how it's enforced and the legality of the idea is still up for debate.
Oh my God, they're actually going with my idea of murdering everyone who wears a gun.
I think we're getting closer to that.
Holy shit.
Right?
That's what happened. We made fun of gun-free zones. Don't you feel like a smart ass now, gun people?
Yeah.
we were so pro-gun and we laughed at their gun-free zone so much that they're like, oh, no, we're leaning in. Now we're just going to start summarily executing people.
Now people actually just walk to these regions with a gun just to be put out of their misery.
I guess it makes sense because they probably look at us and go, have you not watched the last 4 or 5 years of this country? You don't think we will blatantly step on your constitutional rights and just start killing you out in the open? I mean, you know that's where this is going anyway, guys. Exactly.
You're already dead, Sinner.
Oh, man.
We can no longer tolerate this type of violence.
But before you could.
Is that Beetlejuice's sister?
That is. That's actually
identical.
That's Lori Lightfoot's aunt.
24-hour time period, there were 5 shootings, most in Greektown and 1 down on the riverfront.
It's fucking great. I am so glad. I got to rewind a little bit here, guys. I am so happy that Royce Lopez joined the Detroit police force.
Oh, well, they'll clean up the city with him.
Yeah, I think Royce is going to do a great job. I'm glad that he's got a high rank. I believe he's a captain. I believe is what that badge means. So good for Royce. Sure. I'm glad that he's, because a lot of guys, they talk a lot of shit on their shows. They talk a lot of shit on the internet, but very few people back it up. And to see that Royce has backed up his shit with actually signing up and joining the Detroit Police Department, that is wonderful.
Dude, he left the Sunshine State for that.
Yeah, he left Florida to go to a shithole called Detroit just so he could go help. Congratulations to Royce.
And 1 down on the riverfront. Detroit City Councilwoman at large Mary Waters is just one of many city leaders voicing their frustration over the violence that took place over the weekend, especially the number of shootings.
I love watching families on the riverfront. I love watching families in Greektown.
Okay, creepy.
Yeah, why are we staring?
Yeah, quit staring at people. How about a no staring zone?
She's that nosy old lady that knows what all of her neighbors are doing.
Oh, I just love looking at people while they're trying to have a nice weekend to themselves. Do you now?
Hart Plaza. So we want to destroy all of that? No, we're not having it. We're just not going to have it.
Waters, who proposed the idea on Tuesday, says she's already received feedback from...
lady, if sassy black women could save the inner city, we would have no crime in this country.
I agree.
I'm sorry. It's just not... I know you don't want it to happen, but what you guys have been doing is not working. And I don't know if more gun-free zones... You know what you never see? You never see a guy with a Smith & Wesson or a Glock tucked in the waistband of his sweatpants look at a sign and go, motherfucker, now I have to go home.
I have to go home because I can't just leave this thing here.
I was going to go shoot 4 people today because they're snitches and they deserved it. And then they set up a gun-free force field here.
We should make everyone just carry swords instead, so they're forced to be more personal about it.
Yeah,
and then they'll think twice.
Listen, man, you want to kill this motherfucker, you better earn it.
You got to get your hands dirty, man.
Both sides and those pushing back want to carry and are worried about their rights.
The reaction was mixed. Some for it, some think it's just a fantastic idea, others are against it.
Can I tell you how that broke down? The people who want to shoot innocent people love the idea. They think it's great. The people who'd like to defend themselves when they go to a shithole city really hate the idea of a gun-free zone. Because, the people who are legally allowed to carry the guns, they will obey the law. Mm-hmm. They will not carry in those gun-free zones. The people who are like, I need to shoot a couple of guys today, it's on my to-do list, they're not going to let the sign stop them.
Yeah, if these people are causing problems for them, they're going to go away.
The areas that came to mind for the gun-free zones are Greektown, Hart Plaza, Spirit Plaza, and the riverfront.
How much do you want to bet that Greektown has no Greeks left in it?
Absolutely none. You know what I just thought, though? You're listing off these areas, so does that mean that areas you didn't list are unimportant in this topic? You can just carry there?
They don't have gun violence there.
Still,
they're fine.
It's going to move then.
7 Action News asked...
Wait a minute. If those places don't have gun violence and they also don't have gun-free zones, what does that say about the logic of what you want to do? Doesn't that tell you that it's more the behavior of the people rather than the existence of the gun?
Detroiters what they think of the idea.
Man, I think that's a good thing, man. Keep a lot of violence down that's going on in the city of Detroit.
Well, we should definitely let that guy run the city.
He's very agreeable.
That guy should definitely be making policy, I think.
Wait, no.
I love how they're like, we asked the people. Oh, great. You know who we should ask? The people who put these retards in office. That's who we should be talking to.
I'm all for it, to be honest with you. I can't imagine why you need a firearm in this particular part of town.
That's right. Where I come from, they just stab people in fucking London all the time. So, I mean, knives work very well, as we've seen in my country.
I bet you're scared shitless if you came here from there. Like, in regards to guns and
It's
stuff.
like Tombstone
to
them.
Now, it's
Wait,
still-
did they just say we asked the people what they thought and then just show us clips of two guys?
Yes.
We asked the people what they thought. Oh, man, I think it's going to keep crime down, man. Then the other guy, oh, I think it's a fabulous idea. Well, that's the voice of the people.
Right, and that guy's clearly not from here.
Right.
unclear about the legality of
That guy's like, I don't know why you're asking me. I'm here on a 3-day vacation. I'll be leaving soon. Do whatever the fuck you want.
He looked proper, so they went for it.
the proposal and how it would even be enforced, but a curfew still remains in effect for minors, and kids 15 and under must be with a parent or a guardian after 10 p.m. And
that's good. So as long as you're hanging out with your totally responsible parents at midnight, it's okay.
Yes, because being out with your kids at that hour is so responsible.
It's good.
Isn't it?
And that curfew really kicking ass on that whole keeping shooting down thing.
Yeah.
those who are 16 and 17 years old must also be with a parent or guardian after 11 p.m. And that meeting takes place later on this morning. Reporting in Greektown, I'm Peter Maxwell, 7 Action News.
You know, yeah, it's terrible.
So they can be the chauffeurs.
Yeah. Terrible fucking idea, dude. Don't do this. Like,
it's your getaway driver.
You guys can absolutely go ahead and put the kibosh on this one. It's here. Let me do a spoiler alert for you. No, it's not going to work.
So now there's going to be somebody inevitably somewhere that's going to be like, okay, Aaron, no gun zones aren't working in your opinion. Then what is going to work? What is going to work? Anything?
Is this a Rumble only show today, or is YouTube? Are we on? Oh, we're on YouTube.
You know, I think we're on YouTube.
I think they're doing a great job. I think they should just full steam ahead.
Okay.
Do what you're doing. I mean, you guys, you're the smart ones. I don't know
Stay
shit.
the course, you're saying?
Stay. You guys are doing wonderful. Okay. Kate Golem says, "Wow, the city is saved somehow." Twisted Effin' Joker says, "So apparently Detroit is crackheads and British dudes. That checks out with everything I've ever heard about Detroit." We asked the people what they thought. Yo, before I get to my tent, I just want to say guns are booty. And then the other guy, they ask, well, if you ask me, it's not prim and proper to be carrying a gun out in the street. Well.
Do you think all people from the UK just have like the bittiest little pocket knives on them just in case? Because they all have to have them?
They just walk around with their keys in their knuckles. They're like, I'm going to defend myself.
They've got those 2 pokey things that you can buy
the
for
pokey
self-defense.
things, of course.
Yeah.
Let's go check Rumble. Mayo Riot with $5 says Patrick Bateman didn't kill anybody. He doesn't do clubs, Chad. He's not killing it at Sullivan's. Toastmaster says Detroit's on a comeback. It's nice that they're giving retarded girls jobs. They can even be city council members. Nobody brings drugs to school since they came out with drug-free school zones. YT Overrated says, I want to have a sword battle. It's all about honor.
Fun.
Yeah. All right, guys, hit the like button. I think somebody said we're pushing 100. All right, great. We want to be well over 100 by the end of the first hour, about 20 minutes from now. Very, very cool. PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. If you'd like to contribute to our program, we are a listener-supported show. 210 away from our goal today. We've the evening show audience, especially Andrew, came up big yesterday. Oh, my goodness. Scarface says, fuck it. I'm pulling the trigger on VIP. Scarface is now officially a VIP. And boys and girls, do you know what that does? That puts the goal at $70 for today.
Thank you.
$70 away. What a hell of a Thursday. Thank you very much, boys and girls. Here's what we're going to do. If we knock out the goal, we knock out the goal. I'm going to let it ride until the 5 minutes before the show ends. So no mentioning. Oh, Mr. Reproachable. Very, very much correct. Contact April, Scarface, so you can get your info to us, and we can send that out to you. Unfortunately, we just did an order. It's supposed to be in today.
Today. I'm supposed to go pick it up today.
Okay, so we're picking up the order today, and we'll have all the new VIPs. We'll get their stuff. Scarface, that means next week we're going to put another order in, and that's where yours will be. So give that about 2-3 weeks, and we should have that out to you. Perfect. Thank you guys very much. Only $70 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Cynically Insane says Scarface probably paid with dirty cocaine money.
Likely.
Very likely.
It's bounty money.
Yes. Where are we at on likes? Let's get that number updated, and then we'll go on to our next story, which is we're going to check on Portland next.
You know, I'm always curious, but I'm always scared. So I'm glad you do it with me.
Don't be curious. If I'm bringing up Portland, I can promise you one thing. It's getting worse.
Drugs, kills.
Name me one of these cities that's improving. Please.
You know, I really can't.
Exactly.
That's the thing. Like, even Minneapolis here, everything's closing.
New York is shelling out an extra 175 grand a year for someone to come up with ideas to kill rats, if we didn't have those.
The rat czar.
Yes, the rat czar.
Let's glorify it.
Scudmiss says we're at 118 likes. Oh, well then fuck it. We got 15 minutes. Push her to 200, baby. Hit the thumbs up. Share the channel. Share's big. Subscribe to the channel. Enough with this piddly ass growing by 5 or 10 subs a day. Get us up to 9,500 today. Hit the subscribe button. I know it may not mean much to you. It means a lot to us. Portland. Let's talk about Portland. It's getting worse.
How so?
You know how like fentanyl has come in now and it's made drugs no fun?
Right, because everything's cut with it and you die.
Like you basically have to buy Coke from your best friend. Or
who made it himself.
He harvested, like he grew the coca plants in the basement. What do you do? What's the
with
thing?
The lights.
What's the hydroponic technology?
With the grow lights. Yeah.
You got to grow your own coca plants now. Or you can't do cocaine or you're going to fucking die. You're just going to be like Prince. You're going to be on a plane and then all of a sudden, and you're dead.
I thought he was in an elevator.
No, I thought he was on his plane.
Oh.
Am I wrong?
Well, I don't know.
Well, anyway.
He died.
He was flying afterwards to heaven. So in Portland, they have fentanyl. But like everything else with Portland, it has to be 10 times more tragic than the rest of the country.
Well, their tolerance is so high.
So Portland has now put fucked up zombie drugs with their fentanyl because you can never be high or dead enough. Boys and girls, this was a special report on Fox 12 in Portland on Tuesday.
There is growing concern in Portland over a deadly drug combination, fentanyl mixed with xylazine. It's also known as trank.
Oh my God, you guys.
Trank is one of those drugs where people do them and they go like this for 13 hours.
Yeah, didn't we see that in...
They lean over in a way that you shouldn't be able to stand up straight.
Wasn't that in Kensington?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do trank.
They would, like just bent over like...
yeah.
In the sidewalk.
They look like they have arthritis mixed with cerebral palsy.
Mixed with a bit of zombie.
A little bit of zombie. On a hippie trail, head full of zombie. So now in Portland, they've decided, well, yeah, trank is fucked up, but you know what we could really do with it is kill everyone. And they've
shh. This could be a self-cleaning oven.
You know what? Maybe I should shut the fuck up. Sometimes you have to learn when to not help.
Yeah, I wish they'd stop talking about it.
Yeah. Could you mix a little more fentanyl in with the trank, please? That would be good.
Just a smidge.
You want to see a place where real estate prices could really go down. Fentanyl and trank neighborhoods.
This comes as law enforcement...
Wait a minute. I figured out an alternative to the gun-free zones idea in Detroit. Have you considered poisoning your populace?
Oh...
Local law enforcement and doctors say that the city center is seeing unprecedented levels of drug use and overdoses. Fox 12's Adrian Tom is live in downtown Portland with what police and medical experts in the community are saying. Adrian.
It'd be funny if he starts his report just... yeah. Oh, guys, we lost him.
I already didn't get his face. He's like pursing his lips.
What did he do? He touched that tree back there and somebody smeared some fent and trank on it. It got into his pores and now he's dying.
Somebody actually threw up all over the tree and it had fent in it. I touched it.
Well, Riel Pete, a doctor who treats those living on the streets with substance abuse disorder, says despite...
I'll take jobs that make you want to blow your head off when you get home for $400, Alex.
It's got to be the top one, right? Right next to like investigating child sex crimes.
Yeah, it's just talking to homeless junkies about the shit they do every day. If I have to hear one person tell me about a Wonder Bread and diarrhea shit sandwich that they had so they could get some drugs, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
Sir, I only had to give 3 blowjobs today for my fent.
Have you stopped giving the blowjobs with razor blades in your mouth? Because remember, you have HIV and that's not nice. Like, just the fucking worst job in the world. Telling people things you never thought you'd have to tell a human being. It's like, no, you don't have to give that person who identifies as a female a hand job for your drugs anymore. You can do something else.
You know, sir, I've never seen that many sores on a body. It's hard to tell if they're from the chemical burns or the, STDs you've acquired.
So have you gotten an AIDS test? I don't need to, Doc. I'm just saying you look like Andy Beckett in the last scene of Philadelphia. You might want to go to a doctor. You've got scabs all over your torso.
The homeless are going to bring back leprosy, for God's sake.
Yes, exactly. We're going to see all the homeless in Kensington wearing the Edward Norton masks from Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah.
Be like, a god may move a man, but the man's soul belongs to him.
Oh, that's unfortunate at best.
Despite the alarming numbers of fentanyl overdoses and fentanyl use that we're seeing on the streets of downtown Portland, he hasn't seen a lot of evidence of xylazine or tranq infiltrating the streets of downtown just yet. But that
well, then if the doctor hasn't seen it, then the people at the hospitals are full of shit.
I mean, give it time. It's just got to get around a little more.
I talked to the junkie doctor, and the junkie doctor said that he trusts his junkies, and his junkies say, no, they haven't seen it. And then they stared at the ground for 44 hours.
Making this sound. I think Unique knows what they sound like quite a lot.
Unique actually does a great impression of somebody from Kensington. Guys, you have to laugh at this shit or you're gonna want to die.
That's just the thing.
You know what I miss? I just miss
God. You forgot about us?
I miss God. Why have you forsaken me? So, I miss crack.
Whoa.
Crack was an easier time. I mean, we watched that documentary on the introduction of crack.
Ask a crack baby if it was an easier time.
Well, I mean, look. It's sad. Like, we've watched crack documentaries and it's heartbreaking.
Yes.
But this is how fucked we are as a country. This is like the end of the empire. I'll rewind the clock. I'll go back to crack. If we can get rid of fentanyl and tranq combos.
It used to be say no to crack, and Aaron's new slogan is back to crack.
Back to crack. Yeah.
Hashtag back to crack.
Just say no. I'm changing it. Now the slogan is just say maybe it wasn't so bad.
Just say maybe those days were better.
By the way, doesn't fentanyl come from China? Okay, God damn it. I got to stop noticing. It comes from China. They're clearly pumping it into this country. We're getting a taste of our own medicine with fentanyl. China is pumping that shit into our country to fuck us up and weaken us. But didn't our CIA do that with crack in black communities?
Yeah,
they did it to weaken and hook the black community.
Sprinkled that shit everywhere.
So we kind of put it on cheeseburgers.
Hold on. Fentanyl comes from China?
I believe so. I could be wrong.
How is it getting here in that quick of fashion then?
When I go back to the chat, I'll see. I could be wrong on that. Let me check real quick with you guys if you want to answer that question. I believe fentanyl comes from China.
God, man, they're really... Those are big quantities getting here in quick order then.
Pragmatic Baxter says, I miss laudanum and flappers.
I miss ludes.
U.S. government is allowing it to come over the border.
See, I thought it was coming from Mexico.
That's what it is. China sells the ingredients. A lot of it comes from China through Mexico. See, I knew it came over the border with Mexico.
Yeah, that's all I knew about it is it came from Mexico.
But I thought fentanyl itself was made. Yeah.
But I feel like the cartel down in Mexico has to hate that all their shit's got fentanyl in it now because people could die.
People are telling me in the chat, yeah, it is. That's what I meant. It is made in China. I know it comes in through the southern border.
God, China really is just having their way with us.
Oh, they're just holding us down and fucking us. And you know what the worst part is? Like, I have such little respect for our country at this point that I'm looking at what China's doing to us and I'm like, fuck it, dude, I get it. If they're going to let you do it.
They are the superior.
Uh-oh. Easy, it's 420. It's his birthday.
you
Don't
know
start
what?
getting into superior
Everything-
genetics. It's the wrong day.
I just had a weird movie flashing before my eyes, and I'm like, something's telling me I should stop now.
What, were you the guy in Inglourious Bastards who's about to be beaten by the bear Jew?
Something was happening, yeah.
Jesus.
Sorry.
Doesn't take away from the seriousness of this trend. Xylazine or trank is used as a sedative for animals, but abuse by humans is proving destructive and deadly.
Here, we use this to put elephants to sleep. Would you like to do it recreationally? That is a good test of should we allow you to live anymore.
It's the
if your answer is sure, why not? You got to go.
It's a true reason I wanted to become a vet previously.
I need
access to tranks.
I need trank access.
Xylazine or trank is finding its way into America's
That is their buzzing, not ours.
drug supply, and it's alarming health officials. Just last week, the Biden administration designated fentanyl mixed with trank as an emerging threat to the United States. A PPB officer who deals with fentanyl.
Don't worry, boys and girls. The Biden administration is on it. Like they're on air travel and train derailments.
Don't you just feel like you have a warm comfort blanket on as soon as you hear the Biden administration's on it?
I wish they were on it, meaning the drug, and ample amounts.
He gets up to the podium and he...
all of a sudden, the fucking White House
over.
looks like Jonestown because they all just took a bunch of fentanyl and drank.
Oh, no.
Related cases almost daily.
Oh, my God. Pete Buttigieg is seizing on the White House lawn. What's happening? I don't know, but plane travel's working better today.
It's a huge erection for some reason.
He's got a giant boner and cum in his ass. What the fuck is going on?
Okay.
In downtown Portland says right now it's a big unknown if trank is on Portland streets.
So the issue with trank is we don't have a test for that. So, if
that means that you can look at your junkies and just go, trank.
Yeah, I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
That's your test.
Trank is like porn. I know
Or
it
a
when I
good
see
dick.
it.
Yeah.
Crank don't do that to a motherfucker.
No, he's like literally bent over, but somehow won't fall.
Dude, sometimes I look at the people who are like running the streets of these cities, and then I look at the cops, and I feel like Michael Caine in Austin Powers 2. I'm like, oh, you've got no chance.
Yeah, this does look like a little softy, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's a wiener guy.
is here, we wouldn't know.
Just in the West alone, the DEA found trank-related overdose deaths shot up by 750% from 2020 to 2021. Local and federal medical experts say the drug grew rapidly on the East Coast and has spread across the country. Dr. Mike Weiner helps lead Central City Concerns Substance Abuse Clinic in Portland.
How about this, news people? Pick the fucking needle up.
Yeah.
Hold on. Keep that needle right there. There we go. Like, they're just taking pictures of how shitty their city is instead of like, hey, how about we just pick it up and pretend this didn't happen?
I have a solution here. Can we just put a bunch of Sharps boxes around for the homeless to put their needles in?
Could we drop them? Yeah, let's set up drop boxes.
Please.
Although, I mean, shoot up with trank and fentanyl and then remember where the fucking box is. I'm pretty sure those needles are ending up right next to the box every time.
Put it in their box.
Yeah.
But completed his residency on the East Coast and has seen firsthand Trank's devastating impacts on the body. He says addiction patients here are aware of the new risk.
Can we
patients who do have chronic exposure to xylazine do have these kind of pretty severe and painful wounds.
He's missing one letter in his name.
And it's definitely, you know, being talked about among patients. Like our patients are actually our best educators.
Again, these people are not going to... you just look at them and you're like, you're soft. You're not going to fix this. You're going to talk to us about how we need to understand it and this and that. No. Let's stop it first. Let's knock off the shit. Then we'll work on understanding it after. But you just, like that cop and now that psychiatrist, that doctor, you're like, you guys are just so not the people to fix this.
Dr. Mike Weiner was one letter away from being Dr. Wiener.
Dr.
I'll have
Wiener.
you know.
Be perfect for Portland.
Who's sitting here saying, oh, well, our patients are our greatest educators. Like, they're one shot away from being back into the, user profile.
I mean, yeah, our users are our best educators. In fact, one of them told me that there's a microphone in the wedding cake and that Liza Minnelli is Bigfoot. So we gotta keep our eyes out for shit like that.
Says he hasn't seen an influx of trank yet, but says there could be a chance it's already on the streets.
If that is the case, it's probably some small pockets where people are bringing in drug supply from other areas here. We get
How about the fact that your populace is so fucked up on other drugs that they can't tell if a new drug has come in?
It's all bad, you guys.
Yeah.
Go back to smoking cigarettes. Get your little nicotine buzz, please. I don't know.
Uh-oh. This guy's gay. This homeless junkie is gay. He's got Bud Light. Look out. Bro, don't you know about the fucking protest?
a lot of folks who come in from.
Oh, no. Can you tell what cigarette box that is?
Sure can. Now, I can't tell what he looks like, but that serves a box of Newports.
all
Can we
over the
just
state,
smoke
even
cigarettes,
Washington.
though?
We just haven't been seeing.
That's kind of isn't that kind of a mixed thing? Like, I don't know who's under that blanket because, yeah, there's Newports there, but there's also Bud Light.
I kind of wish they could just go back to smoking cigarettes and being alcoholics.
Well, don't worry. They haven't dropped those two. April, this is not an either-or proposition.
I think it is. How do you remember to do those things when you're doing the other shit?
Priorities, 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 and practice, practice, practice.
Seeing it.
And Dr. Weiner adds, even though Narcan would not work on xylazine or tranq because it's not an opioid, if someone is known to have taken xylazine or tranq and is experiencing an overdose, Narcan should definitely still be used because it's likely that the tranq is probably mixed with an opiate like fentanyl.
Yay! How do you not end this report with reporting from the seventh circle of hell? I'm Adrian who gives a shit.
There are times where, like, I think there should be rules almost on who gets Narcan. But then again, I understand, like, if that's your friend, you want them to have a second chance at life to clean their shit up.
Like, for me,
I don't know. But I think save it for kids and stuff like that who, like, got into something accidentally.
Yeah. Like, for me, I just want to walk around Portland seeing people shoot up and just slowly take away their cell phones so nobody can call for help. Just, look, man, you enjoy your buzz. If anything bad happens, you're going to be left in peace.
How do you have time for a cell phone when you do this shit? Like, how do you afford it? How do you charge it?
It's free.
Any of that shit?
They got chargers. These big cities, April, they've got everything you need to be a worthless junkie. They have needle exchanges. They have free phone charging areas. They have free phone programs. They have, like, you ask why, you got to remember, you came from a farm town. You guys don't have shit.
Dude, I didn't have internet.
In a big city, they have everything you need. Almost like they want you to be a worthless junkie because you're filling some kind of role they need you in.
Do those people vote?
Oh, April. Oh,
obviously,
April.
I know what they vote for.
Two or three times. 2 or 3 times.
That's good.
Of course. Are you kidding? There's entire organizations whose job is to work 1 day a year, and it's cleaning up homeless people and getting their ass to the polling place.
God, can you imagine how bad that smells for that day?
How black the water is?
Just shit and throw up.
H says they give you needles for free. Yeah, they give you everything you need.
I do end up feeling quite naive on occasion because you're right. I did come from a small town where I didn't even have internet that wasn't dial-up until I was in high school.
Exactly. My monk says, where the corn don't grow. You living a Travis Tritt song. And it ain't 10 feet tall and bulletproof.
I want to go back to my roots. Like, I have a picture on my phone of a crack pipe I found on the river walk. You know, in Munsinger Gardens area. Like, it's not a joke anymore. I don't like this world.
The last statue says it doesn't matter who votes, it only matters who counts the votes. Oh, that was Stalin. It's his worst enemy's birthday today.
Well, he's rolling in his grave then, I'm sure.
Hitler or Stalin? Probably both of them.
Well, clearly Hitler's rolling on
Hitler's pounding on his casket going, I tried to warn you.
Did you see Kumia's tweet last night? Did I show you that?
Oh, yeah, you did. Can we call him the boss yet, since they're now telling us when it comes to compound shows, fire at will?
I'd call him the boss.
I call Iraq the boss.
I do, too. I like Boss Man Nagel, but he prefers Eric.
He prefers Eric. That's understandable. But, yeah, Boss Man Eric's a good one. But, no, I didn't. I don't remember Anthony's tweet. Can you paraphrase?
Something, it sounded like a positive inflection of tomorrow is
a positive inflection.
Mein Führer's birthday.
Oh boy.
I think Something about the anniversary of Columbine should be an interesting day. It didn't seem very negative.
I believe I believe if I were to announce him in a boxing match, it would be Anthony Leanin Cumia. would be his name.
I'm gonna have to. I want to look up that crack pipe picture for you now. I'm not kidding.
Oh, please, yeah, please do.
Crack.
Look up the crack pipe picture. Thank you very much to Steven with $50 over on PayPal. Very much appreciated, buddy.
Thank you.
If you guys don't know it, we're only $20 away from knocking it out today. That's right. First hour of the show.
Oh,
$20 away from Steven. $20 away from knocking her out. And if you guys want to go past that, it digs into tomorrow. So looking like a good week for Steel Toe. Thank you. Last statue. I'm using socialist media, says Steven is me. Thank you, Steven. This is the last statue's greeting on 420. May all your solutions be final.
Oh boy. Okay.
Man.
This is pretty.
Are you looking for your crack pipe pic? Are you going to email me the crack pipe picture?
Do you want me to show you that?
Oh,
I can.
Now, do you want to maybe hold off on that for a second?
Oh, this was Anthony Cumia's tweet 9 hours ago. 30 years after Waco, De Fuhrer birthday. Could be an interesting Thursday.
Oh, that's all. That's.
I mean.
Yeah, he's just saying. Look, a lot of shit clashing together.
He left out the 420. You know.
I don't think he cares. Yeah, he's not a.
He's not a weed guy.
Not a weed. He's like me. He's not a weed guy. I mean, there's differences, but
of course.
All right, you guys want to do some John Fetterman?
Of course.
John Fetterman, because he's addictive. Hulkamasha Baby says, "Who's that crackhead up on that nag?"
Oh no, you guys.
Go to Portland and just look at everyone and go,
"You're already dead, sinner."
Yes, we are.
All right, John Fetterman went back to.
I gotta scroll a ways.
He went back to the Senate yesterday, and he got to make a speech in a subcommittee. He got to make opening statements. And if there's one thing I love, it's unedited. We haven't gotten unedited
Uncensored.
Fetterman since, like, the debate, right?
I don't think so.
When he said goodnight in his opening statement?
Yeah, because anything else they've been chopping up, right? When he talked.
Yeah, so we saw clips of him on 60 Minutes, and he sounded like shit there, but they also clipped the shit out of him. You could tell with the cuts, where the cuts were.
Poor guy.
And so in this one, Fetterman is giving a 2-minute opening statement on. Now, it's interesting because, like, on our show, if you say, hey, we'll get to this in 2 minutes, that's the blink of an eye.
2 minutes is going to feel like a lifetime here, I'm guessing.
2 minutes of Fetterman speaking, all kinds of things could happen. It's like 2 minutes here is nothing. 2 minutes in Pete Buttigieg making a decision on airlines could affect this country forever. So let's get to Fetterman giving an opening statement. Enjoy.
Oh.
We thought that gavel was cute.
That was a weak gavel hit.
My lady's saying you got weak gavel skills, John.
You're a big dude. Pound that shit.
I call to this hearing of the U.S. Senate Subcommittee and Food and
Oh, no. Guys, I wanted to listen to this with you. I have not seen this yet.
I really, like, there are times where I'm a complete shitbag and I know it for laughing. I kind of don't feel bad anymore about this one.
You could have said no.
You could have said no.
You could have said no. And, dude, I would hope that you would tell me no.
Yes.
That you're like, honey, I don't want you in this position. This is not good for your recovery.
If you like got your beans.
Your beans. If you got your beans in a broth.
If you got your brains beat in from like boxing and shit and you had CTE.
Or your beans sprayed in. We're falling apart. Sorry, guys.
I'm going to tell you not to take the next fight.
Right.
Okay? This guy is not well. He can't be here.
I want to go back to the and food thing.
You know what the difference is? His family goes ziplining while he's in the hospital.
Yeah, while he's in the hospital for depression, instead of them staying in a hotel across the street to help him,
they
go
sitting there
ziplining.
Holding your dick the whole time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My depressed dick would really appreciate such a kind gesture.
Stroke him and hope he perks up.
Oh, that's so sweet. If you're depressed, is it harder to get boners? It's got to be, right?
Absolutely.
And then they put you on medication where your dick doesn't work.
When you are depressed or like have anxiety problems, one of the first things to go is your libido. And then the drugs they put you on absolutely take that away even more.
Well, I'm not depressed. Am I right, everybody? Okay. Back to John Fetterman and food. I want to hear that. Guys, I might play this 9,000 times in a row.
Okay.
I call to this hearing of the U.S. Senate Subcommittee and Food.
The U.S. Subcommittee. So he's calling a meeting of the U.S. Subcommittee and food.
Well, maybe he means like submarine sandwiches.
Oh, we're going to have
subcommittee.
We're going to have hero sandwiches today.
I call to this hearing of the U.S. Senate Subcommittee and Food and Nutrition, Specialty Crops, Organics, and Research
Craps?
to order.
We're going to play craps and eat sandwiches. Today fucking rules.
That's a great day.
I love when substitute teacher Fetterman is running shit.
Me too.
We get to gamble and eat sandwiches.
Chairwoman Stabenow.
He didn't know where the fuck she was.
This is
Watch this again. He doesn't know where the fuck she is. He's like, Stabenow, that girl.
This is a really. I pictured this being a big room.
No, it's a subcommittee.
This is tiny.
Yeah, it's a sub. It's not like the committee. It's the subcommittee.
Chairwoman Stabenow. And
she's like, I'm catching Fetterman disease. I don't even know what fucking time of day it is.
Well, I think you're around him long enough. You start questioning your own abilities.
And
it'd be funny if you went, afternoon, retard.
Ma'am, it's evening.
Like Fetterman went, yeah, it's afternoon, you stupid bitch. Get your shit together. Like Fetterman's a dick about everybody else's speech.
And he's just, sorry, Tourette's.
Yeah. She's like, well, Amy, me and Amy. And he went, stop. Amy and I. Go ahead. Cookies.
Ranking Member Boozman, thank you so much for coming.
Boozman?
This is like for these other committee members, this is like when the Lakers sign a retard to a 10-day contract and let him go to practice.
Yeah.
Like this is the same thing. They're just like, all right, guys, humor him. We'll take the rest of the meeting once he gets through this opening statement.
It's like his Make-A-Wish or something.
Yeah.
It's weird. And then who are these young people behind him?
Like pages and interns.
This guy with the purple tie has like gauge earrings and shit, and he's just sitting back here laughing, if anyone's noticed.
Thank you for your leadership on this committee, and I look forward to working with you to pass a farm bill.
They are looking at him like, very good. You're doing very well. Yes. Good job, Jonathan.
Yes. You get a treat today.
Bill that works for small farmers.
Small farters. They want a bill for small farters.
Rural communities and hungry Americans. I would also like to thank my ranking member, Senator Braun. And I look forward to working closely with you.
You gave this fucking guy a chairmanship of a subcommittee. Are you guys like taunting him? Are you, like, this is why I don't have a problem making fun of him. They're mocking him.
Yes. He was put there with like this false sense of like.
They should be letting this guy just vote on Zoom every day. That's all he does. Vote, 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 vote. That's no subcommittees, no responsibilities. Because you know what you give a guy with a broken brain from a stroke? Shitloads of things to do and shitloads of responsibilities to remember and a lot of pressure and stress.
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they just need him as a Democratic placeholder, essentially? Like he just needed the vote?
Like I said, somebody said it in the chat. They informed me of this. If he stays until August, the governor gets to appoint a replacement for the rest of the term. He's going to have depression again come August. And then they're going to let him step down.
Well, I don't even know if this is going to be real because there's going to be enough people talking shit about him in the bathroom.
He might get depressed.
He's going to hear it.
SNAP is one of the most effective programs to fight hunger and poverty in the country.
Oh, he's funny. He thinks food stamps are the best way to fight hunger and promote obesity. Am I right? It is amazing that, do you know that the number one health problem in the United States among the impoverished is obesity?
Yeah. Oh, that's not hard to.
Our poor people are too fat.
Wasn't it something like 40% of the United States is overweight?
Yeah, overweight or obese,
Yep.
40%.
In my time and effort in IFAS, as the mayor of Braddock to lieutenant governor to now,
Did he just say in my time in IFAS? In my time in ISIS, I killed a lot of filthy infidels. Fuck them all into the ground, Allahu Akbar. Fucking A. funny.
This is hard.
As the mayor of Braddock, to lead programs to fight hunger and poverty in the country. In my time and effort,
Piracy?
As the mayor of Braddock to lieutenant governor, to now, I have heard from Pennsylvanians about their support for a SNAP. Hunger.
No. You misunderstood, Senator Fetterman. Those were people in Philadelphia. They meant like the snap, like Thanos. That's what they were in support of.
Oh, see, I thought he meant like Bend and Snap from Legally Blonde.
Oh, no. I think they were just meant
Jennifer Coolidge really got after it.
They would really like somebody in this country who's politically neutral to gather all the Infinity Stones and just give it a go.
Okay.
Hunger is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. It's all of our issue that we have to take it on.
This motherfucker's laughing.
I told you.
This guy's laughing at John Fetterman.
Look at him. He's so funny.
Oh, he's got another piece of paper.
We need to come together and stop playing political games with Americans' access to food.
Americans
like about Chloe George from the north to the town of Northeast in Pennsylvania.
You know when they call on the really shy kid in class to do popcorn reading?
Yes, I do know.
And then you have to listen to him read, and you're all like kind of getting warm, and you're like, oh.
They just kind of they stumble through their paragraph like this until they hope that the next person's called.
It was the best of times. Where times? Sure is.
Pennsylvania. He tells me that his victim was.
He talks like Rocky reads in Rocky 2 when Adrian's in a coma. And I don't know if I can do it, Spike said. It was hard, and he did. I don't read so good.
I like watching the guy behind him.
In the morning, this is John Fetterman for Beast Aftershave. Action. In the morning, I splash it on, and it makes me smell mainly.
Skimming, which was when somebody stole money and he relied from its SNAP EBT. Mr. Jor is not the first Pennsylvanian I've heard this from. I fear he won't be the last. And I will work in this.
Everyone just looks awkward, and they're like, can we get this show on the road,
Look
please?
at the guy in the blue. He's like squinting, and I'm like, what?
You know why? Because that's like when you don't realize the faces you're making and you're struggling with the person.
Yeah.
Like you do that thing where someone's struggling to read and you're like you're tensing up and you don't even realize it because you're like
it like hurts you.
You're trying to will them forward.
God wills it.
Yes.
To modernize SNAP to work to recipients in the 21st century. I look forward to hearing from you, your witness on this Nootrogen.
Your witness on the Nootrogen? Is that a new drug for women who don't produce enough estrogen?
It is. I actually started taking it.
You started taking Nootrogen? Is it
5
good?
years ago.
One more time, John, please.
I look forward to
Look at her.
hearing from you, your witness on this Nootrogen for assistance on the Farm Bill. And I will now turn to Senator Braun for any opening comments that he would like to make.
Senator Braun goes, thank you for that mercy killing, Senator. I appreciate it. Oh, it's going to be, I was going to say that it's going to be a long 6 years with that guy, but he ain't going 6 years.
No, it's going to be a fortnight.
Yeah.
We're going to have 2 weeks here.
Once you get to August, if you guys are right, and the people who said that he's got till August, if that's the case, then yeah, it's not going to. It's going to be August. Whatever the cutoff date is, that's going to be the date he's done.
I really think that like maybe they're just leaning into him now. They're going to keep giving him speaking parts and stuff like that so that they can keep watching it get worse. So they're like, look, clearly this guy isn't good to be here anymore in August. It doesn't even have to be the depression angle.
Exactly.
Just watch him be.
The Mood with $6 says monies. Thank you, buddy. $20 from Brian M says rain, goal away. Come back again another day. Thank you. The goal has been hit.
Thank you.
But don't worry, you guys, because oh God, you guys were really into the fucking Fetterman thing. Posterior attention with $49.99 says, I think he's a little slow in the head. No.
Thank you.
You stop that right now. Can't believe you would say something like that.
Get out of town.
Then we've got Wayne Chambers with $5. Says, for the record, I didn't vote for Fetterman. I voted for the other tard, Oz. I mean, that's...
That has always been my take. When you have two tards to pick from, just pick one that, at least knows where they're at.
Can you pick the wrong one?
Noostrogen.
Don't pick the guy who says Noostrogen. So now you guys are 3:15 away from Friday already. Jesus. All right. So you guys are well into tomorrow.
Thanks.
As it goes. So thank you very much. $70 from Mayo Riot.
Whoa.
He says 70. Gotcha. Royce Lopez told me to. Well, holy shit.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. That's very nice. That's going to drop us to 265 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Thank you, boys and girls. Very, very nice.
Thank you.
I guess if you guys want to just knock out the rest of the week.
That'd be pretty fun, actually.
Who's
Just
gonna-
come in on Friday, no goal.
Yeah, who's going to stop you? All right, there's all the links in the chat. Thank you guys very much. So we let's see, where are we at? Oh God, we're only at 720. Okay, 200, 300 likes. Brian M says let's get to 200 likes before 7:30. Sounds good to me. Where are we at right now?
Got 11 minutes.
Is that feasible? You guys have 11 minutes to get to 200 likes. I know we were well over 100 by the end of the first hour, so that was great. Joseph Pantalone says, this guy's still making money. I'm sorry if it bothers you, Joseph, but yes, we are. We're doing very well here
Can
at
you
Steel
imagine
Toe.
if someone said that to you at your job?
Like,
Imagine this guy's still making
this guy's
money.
still making money? It's like, well, yeah, we don't keep him here for nothing. He says, damn, the internet is full of chumps. I'm sorry that we're hurting your feelings. Sir, this is projected pain. Just try to figure out your own shit and then don't project it onto us. It's all, because now you're showing your ass and everybody sees that you're upset. Don't do that. I'm trying to help you be better.
It's a real chump thing to do.
Yeah. Optic Nerve says we're at 190. Holy shit, you guys really are going to get to 200 before 7:30. Awesome.
you.
Keep her going. Red Panda becoming a member for his third month. Says still making money.
Nice.
There we go.
Thank you.
Proud chump and pay piggy right here, says Scarface. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. We're the only honest show out there. We're the only one that goes, yeah, this is how we do it, and this is how it works, and there you go.
Yep, we do a show for a
And
living.
I know people like Joseph, they don't think for themselves, so they can't watch it and go, I really enjoy this. It's really good. He has to be on the defensive. And
groupthink.
I hope he works that out because he's going to be a happier person for it. All right, we did Fetterman. Now we've got Hunter Biden. And then after that, we've got Rachel McAdams with armpit hair. So
you really gave us the treats today.
we got a lot of treats for you on today's program. Make sure you're hitting like, make sure you're hitting subscribe, and then also let's make sure we're hitting share and pushing the show forward. We do appreciate that very much. An IRS whistleblower, it's amazing the people that come forward when you just get a different party in power. It's funny, when the Democrats were in charge of investigations and the House of Representatives, we weren't hearing many whistleblowers.
Not really.
Nobody was really coming forward. Remember like the first month that, Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Whoa. Popular over there.
Oh my God, that was the loudest vibration I've ever heard in my life.
You must have turned that up.
I shouldn't be shoving my phone in my asshole in the morning. So anyway, don't worry about it. Remember the first month that the Republicans were in charge of the House, and then it was like, it took like 3 hours for all this information to come out on like the lab leak.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, wow, so this just magically fell into our lap yesterday. We didn't have this before.
Right there.
Yeah. Or the January 6th footage that got Goat Boy out of prison.
Oh, yeah. You see, that guy was just escorted about by police calmly.
But again, we didn't hear that for the last 2 years. We didn't see that the last 2 years. It was just...
It's all been cherry picked.
It's amazing. Jared with $5 says, just heard that giving you guys money is causing a guy to feel pain. Just doing my part for the greater good. Keep donating, everyone. Oh, that's very nice. Yes, it is driving one person insane. The other 500 people or so, they're fine. But one guy is really mad about it. So.
Oh, he says you guys are corny too, so I don't think you guys should amp that up at all.
The guy coming in to live out his rage boner in our chat is calling other people corny.
Who's clearly been here before, so he must like it on some level.
I'll say this. The level of self-awareness in that, non-existent.
No.
So now you have guys coming forward saying, hey, Hunter Biden, probably guilty of tax evasion, and they've been covering it up for him. To which, like, my response to that is, of course, like, I wouldn't expect any president's kid to pay taxes.
I guess.
Like, what are you going to do? Throw me in jail if I don't pay my taxes? I'm the fucking president's son.
Yeah, I guess if I were their son, I probably wouldn't pay taxes, huh?
Right. Unless you're Trump. Then your kids probably should pay taxes because they're looking to lock you guys up for anything.
They don't like you.
It is funny to watch that. Like, people go, oh, yeah, well, if it was Trump's kids, they'd come after him. Yes, I know. That's why it's so funny. It's so funny because you're like, well, clearly this is the double standard playing out right in front. If Eric or Donald Jr. did 1/14 of the things Hunter Biden is on tape doing,
prison,
they'd be in Guantanamo Bay.
Prison for life.
A man serving as a supervising agent on a high-profile criminal tax probe has come forward seeking whistleblower protections while claiming politics are improperly infecting decisions in the investigation. Well, I mean, we knew about this in the Obama administration. Remember, the IRS was hassling conservative nonprofits about their tax-exempt status, but not doing it to other people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the IRS being weaponized is nothing new. Dude, the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, the ATF, if it's got 3 letters, it's probably got to go.
Pretty bad.
Like, it's working against the American people. They're traitors, most of them.
Nefarious.
So, the matter has been identified as being about the president's son, Hunter Biden. A lawyer representing the unidentified whistleblower wrote senators as well as Inspector General for the Justice Departments and the Treasury Departments on Wednesday. People familiar with the matter told the Wall Street Journal that the probe related to the president's son, who just returned from a trip to Ireland where he accompanied the president on a family reunion. The protected disclosures contradict sworn testimony to Congress by a senior political appointee and involved a failure to mitigate clear conflicts of interest in the ultimate disposition of the case. They also detail preferential treatment and politics improperly infecting decisions and protocols that would normally be followed by career law enforcement professionals in similar circumstances. So, to kind of put this in layman's terms, Hunter Biden, they believe, is guilty of tax evasion.
Yep.
And they believe that he's been, fucking around with his earnings and everything else, and that nobody's enforcing it. Nobody's looking into him. They know it's happening, and they will not take a look. To which I would say the Democrats control the Senate. I don't know why you're barking up this tree. They're not going to give a shit.
Not at all.
And
You're not going to have backings on this one.
And I don't even feel like calling out the hypocrisy because the hypocrisy is designed to be there of Democrats going, well, we saw it with the Trump documents thing. He had some documents in his office.
Let's just have a raid at Mar-a-Lago, but then when we're going to knock on everybody else's door, it's a polite, could you check the trunk of your car for us, please?
Yeah, check the trunk of your Corvette. And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I just forgot I put those in there. Sir, these documents are from the 1970s. My bad.
Oh, that's okay, sir. It's fine.
Sir, it's an 82 Corvette. These were clearly put in this car after you had them already. So, the IRS shit, we got to hire, 70,000 armed IRS agents so we can, protect Americans' freedom. But when the president's kid is a fucking whoremongering crackhead who doesn't pay his taxes, must have slipped our mind.
I don't get how groups like that just get away with, we shouldn't have any tax group be armed.
Right.
You know what I mean? That doesn't even make sense.
You already get to steal our money.
Well, let's steal it forcefully. It's more fun.
Yeah, if we put a gun to your head, it gives us bigger. We come harder. If we
Our
hold a gun,
leaders get bigger.
Yeah, if we hold a gun to your head, it makes us feel better. Fired Ginger with $5 says, "I'll twist the knife as a good pay piggy." Oh, look at that!
Thank you.
There you go, driving them nuts. 255 away from not today, away from tomorrow. You guys have already knocked out today.
Very cool, guys.
Thank you guys very much. 255. Humbling. It's very great to see the support. Thumbs up in the thumbs up there. Share, subscribe, the whole deal. Appreciate it. Yeah, Rumble definitely fucked with their counter because we usually have 200 people. We're at 76. We didn't piss off all of Rumble. They definitely changed the way they count viewers over there.
Yeah,
that's for sure. Let's go ahead and get into the Rachel McAdams thing because honestly, the deeper I dig into the Hunter Biden shit, the more I'm just going to go, ugh.
It does make you just feel like that. Like you said, it's there by design. That hypocrisy is. And
I will say the hopelessness makes me feel better in a weird way.
Because we're all hopeless?
Well, no, because I see the people who still give a shit and want to point out hypocrisy instead of just going, yeah, naturally it's baked into the cake. And those people are always so mad. And they're always, and look, I'm not saying it's wrong for them to be mad. Like, if you still think there's a chance, yeah, you should be very upset. And it's just unfortunate that people have to, the one life they've been given, they have to live it angry because they care so much. Whereas I'm just kind of like, you know what? It's so much easier, since all of this is temporary. It's so much easier to go, yep, that's what powerful people do. And if you look throughout history, that's what powerful people have always done. They just fuck people and fuck people and fuck people. And that's never going to change. And then you don't have to get as angry.
It's the perks, yeah.
Yeah. Mark Atkinson says, over 500 watching. Well, then I tell you what, let's get up to 700. And then also, why don't we hit the like button? Oh, it's 729. Did we get there?
Are we there?
Let's see. Let's see if we got there. 200 likes was what somebody challenged the chat to get to 200 likes by 7:30. Where are we at right now? Someone hit the old refresh button and let me know where we're at. Madge, 233. Holy shit. Hey, guys, what do you think about 300 by 8?
That'd be cool.
Not against it.
Let's get really up there today.
First name, last name says righteous outrage. It's a thing. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Mad Joe says, dude, Royce and Mersh announcing they are in the Rumble studio and then Rumble glitching out is some real bad luck. Oh, did that happen yesterday? I know the boys were at the Rumble studios doing their show yesterday, but you know, I think the reason Rumble's having problems is, I think to their credit, it's because they are working really hard to add a lot of different things. Somebody said they put the chat in the mobile app now.
Yeah, I haven't checked on that yet, but that'd be cool.
So that's really great for them. It's very awesome. How do I donate on Rumble, says YT Overrated. There's a green $sign button at the bottom of the chat, and you can leave a Rumble rant there if you'd like to. Okay, so you guys are over 250 likes. Thank you very much. And share the shit out of it, too. Let people know Steel Toe's here to entertain you in the morning. All right, guys, here you go. Here's one of those brainless. I used to hate these when I was in my 20s, but now that I've kind of settled in, and I understand what the game is, and I know it's not going to change by me ranting and raving.
You've got no power.
And this gives you power over me. I like a good hairy armpit story because it is a debate we can all have. It is a discussion we can all have. There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer. It's like sports. We can yell and scream, and then afterwards we're done. By the way, speaking of sports, and speaking of talking to your friends about sports,
uh-oh.
You know how you went to that baby shower recently for our friends?
Yeah.
Did I forget to tell you? No, I told you about the diaper party that my buddy's having. Fuck.
What is going on?
I forgot about it. He texted me yesterday. He's like, you never responded to my Facebook invite about my diaper party. And I went, shit, I forgot. I'll make it. You know how you had to leave me alone for a few hours to go to that baby shower thing? I may have to do that a couple Saturdays from now on the diaper party deal. Same couple. So there you are. I forget about things. I forget about things sometimes. Hey, I'm telling you as soon as I found out about it, but I re-found out about it because I forgot about it the first time. That's a guy thing.
No, I got that.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
You love diaper parties, don't you?
I fucking hate diaper party. I love my friend. He's a lot of fun, and I'll get to see some people for the first time in a long time. But yeah, I think diaper parties are gay.
I'm going to guess you're going to be drunk though. So how are you coming home?
No, I told him. I said the kids are home, and I gotta leave. I gotta go home because he's like, you can stay here if you want to, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to hang out with.
What is it? A Sunday or a Saturday?
Saturday. It's a Saturday in May. Mr. Tony Soprano with $5 says, loving the show, ladies. Keep it up. Thank you, buddy. You guys are only, if you're just joining us, the audience has been bananas today. Scarface becoming a VIP. We're 250 away from tomorrow. Roland of Gilead says, except Aaron will be wearing the diapers this time around.
Will you? Is that what you're doing?
I know.
What kind of games do y'all play?
God, I know, right? There better not be games.
There's always games.
I don't want games. No girls, no games. That's the rule.
Well, there won't be girls there.
Good. Girls have cooties.
Right.
What?
You know what? I take that back, but I don't think they'll do it. So, like, there was no men at our baby shower, but I've noticed on Facebook about people who have baby showers and post about it. Like, they're doing that as, like, a co-ed thing now.
That's
where,
gay.
Like, they bring dudes there. And I'm like, man.
No, the dudes get to go
like,
do shit.
Half women don't even like going to those things. Like, don't make a guy go there. They really don't like it. You know? I really enjoyed the one I went to because
she's
I
going
like
to
her.
a play while this is going on.
Yeah.
Gay. Theaters. Boo. Threatens my masculinity. Frightened.
Joe the Toe says going to a baby shower doesn't sound right. Epsteinly. Unheard. Jesus. She really took that to a dark place. All right. Can we talk about Rachel McAdams' armpits?
I don't know. You kind of just threw the whole show there for a second.
I don't know why I brought up the diaper party because of Rachel McAdams' armpit hair. But Rachel McAdams' armpit hair is a thing. People are talking about it. And it really, first of all, makes me feel old that she's 44 years old. That makes me feel remarkably shitty. But also, how much can a hairy armpit kill a woman's hotness? That's the question we're going to find out. Because Rachel McAdams, even at 44, not an unattractive woman to say the least.
No, she's very hot.
But if you throw stringy, because armpit hair
Stringy.
is
Oh.
what's more unsightly?
God
just
damn it.
just as the hair. I'm not talking about the location the hair is on. Armpit hair or pube hair. Which one's more unsightly? I think armpit hair is the weirdest, stringiest, strangest hair that people grow.
I think they look very similar.
Pubes and armpit hair. I feel like armpit hair is a little straighter.
Well, think about what you're doing with it. You're smushing it down all day.
Are we doing the physics of armpit hair now?
Well, think about what you're doing. If you were to bare your arms pits right now, your shit's matted down because look what you're doing.
So you're saying
You're
I'm
smushing it.
I'm like a bear or a wolf. I just have matted down fur that stinks.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
I always know when you need to trim it because you do trim yours.
There are some
And
guys, believe it or not, and
it's 'cause
Jim
it's matted.
Jim Norton of Jim and Sam has said this before. He likes not necessarily hairy armpits, but he likes a little armpit funk on a woman. He likes the smell. Some people are into that shit.
Well, the only thing I could say is like if it's somebody that you love, because typically you do like their stink then.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes if my armpits have a little bit of stank to them, I can't stop smelling it. What? I'm being vulnerable for
Aaron
my
also
audience.
sits in his own pew too and sniffs.
Rachel McAdams has received a slew of ugly comments from people who called her nasty, tasteless, and gross. See, now that's the internet for you. It just seems like an overreaction to something small. There's nothing wrong with you looking at Rachel McAdams with armpit hair and going, oh,
Ugh.
but like to write to her and go, fucking gross, you tasteless whore.
She's ruining their fantasy.
Guys, let it go. You still have Gretchen Wieners. You still have Katie Heron. I think Katie Heron's hot again, isn't she?
She's pregnant.
Oh, shit. I'm just kidding. So she did a photo shoot for Bustle magazine. The actress, 44, proudly flaunted her natural beauty during the... I hate when they call body hair natural beauty.
It's not.
It grows naturally, and it takes 3 seconds to cut it off. It's not like an asset.
I will say, like, yeah, just because it's natural doesn't mean it's beautiful.
Right.
But that seems like the new thing. Like, oh, God. Like, even, like, I understand, like, the act of childbirth is cool, but, like, to say the beauty of childbirth, it's like, no, you fucking psychos.
Yes.
Like, I don't know.
There's a lot of grunting,
There's a lot
shitting, and sweating.
There's a lot of, like, real-life natural things that don't have to be beautiful. A booger's natural, but it's not beautiful.
Dingleberries are natural. It doesn't make them smell good.
Right. I'm not going to have a shit candle next week that I'm selling.
You're not, though. The actress, 44, proudly flaunted her natural beauty.
Oh,
the
God.
Photoshops. Yeah, you know what else is natural? Tumors. We still kill them.
Dude, I would know. And a fetus-sized one cut out. So nasty.
Oh, April, that was an abortion.
Oh.
They just didn't have the heart.
Another one?
They didn't have the heart to tell you. They told you it was a cyst developing into a tumor, so they didn't have to tell you that they performed a late-term abortion on you.
This one was 3 pounds this time.
You see,
It got pretty big and it had teeth and hair.
Yeah, it wasn't. That's because it wasn't
Seriously,
a tumor.
though.
They just ripped a baby out of your sternum.
So they just called it that?
Yeah.
They didn't have to take my ovary with it then.
It was a little egregious, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The photo shoot sparked a furious debate on social media about body hair. Well, and I'm sure Rachel McAdams was like, glad I could help. I'm glad I could be the person to trigger the debate on whether armpit hair makes you unfuckable or not.
Later on, I do want to know from you, like, what is like the hottest woman out there ever that like could have armpit hair and it wouldn't faze you?
Wow, that is a dynamite question. I'm really far behind on who the hottest woman alive is right now.
For me, Margot is pretty up there. Pretty up there.
Who's the one that they always put up there? Scarlett Johansson's the one they always put up like in the top 10. If she had armpit hair, yeah, you work around that shit.
You just tell that bitch to keep her arms down, right?
Yeah, if they're honestly, if they're a 9 or a 10, you can't really tell them shit. If they're a 6, you can be like, you shave that shit or you can go the fuck home.
You go shower first.
Yeah, you go shower, you funky, nasty bitch. But if you're a 9.5 and you've got armpit hair, I'm like, look, I would rather you didn't, but this ain't going to wreck Christmas for me.
Dude, I'd gross myself out if I had armpit hair.
We'll see. Some people have respect
I cannot
for
pull
themselves.
that off.
The photo shoot sparked a furious debate and furious anger to anyone who should try to destroy my shaved armpits. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my razor upon thee.
I should give Aaron's armpits cornrows.
Yeah.
Just to keep it down.
She sings R. Kelly's I Wish and just starts braiding my armpit hairs. I wish, I wish, I wish. She sings World's Greatest and just starts putting beads in my armpit hair.
Those little tiny shells, actually.
On that mountain peak up high, hey, I made it. I'm the world's greatest.
You should see it.
I'm that little bit of hope when my back's against the ropes. Hey, I made it. Am I milking a cow or braiding armpit hairs right now? I'm not really sure what this is. So anyway, people started debating whether hot bitches should have armpit hair. I like it when America goes back to its roots and shows up in boots and ruins a black tie affair.
Like armpit hair.
Yeah, the last one to know, the last one to show. They were the last one you thought you'd see there. I like it when America gets back to its roots and just stops treating women like people and just starts treating them as inanimate objects that we debate about what they can do with their bodies.
Well, gotta have some standards.
I like that. I like when the internet goes, I won't do what you tell me. I'm going to stop treating this person like a human. They are now a serving dish for a social issue.
There would have definitely been a time in my life, like if I were still just like dating or hooking up right now, if I had like even just a tiny bit of hair, you know, like I hadn't shaved for a couple days or something, I would expect a dude to be like, okay, probably shave that next time because that's a bit of a turnoff. You know what I mean?
I just know that when we treat women like objects and then debate about their stuff, I have a lot easier time giving my opinion. That's all I know. And also, you gals kind of deserve it because think about it. Like back in the 20th century, we finally made you people and we said that you get to do things people do. And what's one of the first things you decided you had to do?
Vote.
Slaughter your children in your wombs.
Oh.
I mean, let's be very fair about this. Men went, okay, girls, you get to be people now. You've been nagging us forever about making your own decisions. You didn't even have to pick up a gun. Here you go. You get to be people. And they're like, oh, we should slaughter our babies when it's inconvenient to grow them. And we're like, whoa, could you guys fucking chill for a second? And they're like, and you guys don't get to drink booze. Like, okay, you're being animals. And let's tax the shit out of rich people. It's like, okay, guys, I feel like we opened the floodgates. And give us a voice in elections.
We get to be people, but they don't.
In fairness, when we gave women rights back then for men, it had to sort of look like they let a serial killer out of a mental institution.
Jesus.
I mean, I'm sorry.
And then the least we could do is shave our pits for you.
Dude, like in the first 10 years, it was murder our babies, income tax, ban booze. Like boom, boom, boom. One after the other.
What kind of woman wants booze banned, by the way?
Well, in fairness, back then we were mostly a rural country, like 90% rural.
What?
The farmers would get totally blotto shit-faced and beat the fuck out of their wives. So
if they're that drunk, I would assume they can't find you if you leave.
Oh, fuck that. If you want to beat a woman, you can find them. That should tell you that I don't wish to beat a woman.
I tried to defend you from the wife beating allegations, but it gets hard.
But that should tell you that I'm a good guy who doesn't beat women.
Tell that to my rib cage.
Tell your rib cage.
Why my ribs always hurting.
Tell your rib cage to stop talking back. No Way says you can tell you're dating a little girl if she needs to continuously shave.
I don't think that's
What?
true at all. I don't know what women you're around.
I'm sorry, but I don't feel like fucking Harry from Harry and the Hendersons.
I
That's
don't
all.
think most women out there do shave regularly.
That's why I look forward to Robots, says Omega Dread's gaming channel. D Gulag's right. He said it's men's fault. We let them get their way. I know. We didn't even make them
That
pick
is
up a
true.
gun and fight for it. We just kind of went, shut up, shut up, shut up. All right, fine. Kill your baby. Hobo Flexible says perhaps there was a reason every lasting civilization put restrictions on their women. The United States.
man.
The United States is the women's rights canary in the coal mine, if you will.
Yikes.
Zen Rhino says most of the women who are part of the suffrage agenda were. So we're going there, huh? On his birthday. On his birthday. You go there. For God's sakes, man. All right.
A touch insensitive.
A touch insensitive. I'm trying to get to these pictures of Rachel McAdams with the armpit hair, but we're running into a lot of side conversations.
Well, we got to get this shit out, right?
Exactly. Get the poison out. Gross. No thanks, one person wrote on Twitter. Another simply said, ew. I mean, that is a dickhead thing to write. But
Mike David was in there with puke emojis.
He did yeah, Mike David was doing puke emojis between emptying his colostomy bag and taking his fucking medicine. But if you take a photo shoot like that and you put it out in public, I guess it's fair, right?
Yes. Oh, I've always said that. The one that always stuck out to me was the now Elliot Page, when she turned trans, put pictures of herself out there and shit and said, oh, look at me, I'm Elliot now. And people were kind of like outraged for a second.
They were kind of dicks about
Like,
it. Yeah.
But you put it out there.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Are you guys ready? You're gonna see our chat go bananas as soon as we hit Chrome share. These are the Rachel McAdams pictures that people are none too pleased with.
And she's clearly flaunting it
Yes.
on purpose. So
There's her pit hair.
I wish you could full screen this to make it look worse.
So, as far as this goes, like, that's a lot of hair. Like, that's a lot of not shaving.
You're right.
That's-
That's been growing for a while.
That might be worse than my armpit hair at this point. I mean, that's very pitty, if you will. She's still, like, you look outside of that, she's 44. She looks fantastic.
She's gorgeous.
But look what armpit hair can do to a person.
I want that jumpsuit.
Here's another one. There she is.
Why do we have to show it in every image? That means you're just there for that.
Well, yeah, that's the point of it. It was like a natural beauty photo shoot.
So there's going to be a picture where she's like up like this.
I'm
then,
sure.
right?
I bet. I haven't seen all of these. But yeah, I mean, I don't. If you have to show off the armpit hair, it's not something you're naturally doing then. Like, you're doing it for a specific
Okay,
reason.
thank you. I was just going to get there because for me personally, like, I like to have shaved armpits. But if somebody else wants to not shave theirs, it's none of my business, of course, but now you're flaunting it in my face and now you're doing it intentionally to bother people.
People on the internet yesterday were calling her Rachel McArmpits. It's so middle school.
I like Rachel McPits. I think that's fun.
There's barf, ew, gross, yuck. It just got so immature.
Okay, but again, she did that. And she is doing it just for the sake of pissing people off with her arm hair. Arm hair?
Arm hair. We understand what you're trying to say.
Armpit hair.
Okay. She grows the armpit hair and she takes pictures, or she shaves the armpit hair and she keeps the scraggly hairs on her face after not shaving for a while. Which one makes you more unfuckable, the face or the armpits?
Do women just naturally have scraggly face hair?
Women, some women, yeah. If you don't shave your face, some women have to shave their face.
I mean, Dylan does. Dylan Mulvaney, she sure does.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that because that 5 o'clock shadow is unsightly. If you let it,
you gotta wax that almost.
Yeah,
and
if
get
you
rid of
let that grow
shadow.
too much, you got to get that lasered off. I think at this point.
Can you imagine if you're like laying a woman, like let's say you're laying me down in bed and you want to like kiss up my side or something, and then suddenly your nose gets tickled by a
little armpit hair, a
little stank.
Yeah, that's definitely. I'd like that to be off the table if at all possible. I think nose tickling from armpit hair. I don't know. She still looks fantastic.
She's great. You could probably power through.
I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, Rachel McAdams, it fucking passed so hard, bro.
I did think it was funny before the show even started today. You know how you have like a the chat, you can wait in there for the show to premiere.
Yeah.
Somebody in there did say, like, I found a nipple hair on a woman once and powered through.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's doable, you know? It's doable. And I think the internet kind of gets off, too, on, like, shitting on hot women. So it makes them feel better in a weird way.
Right.
So, like, if someone like a Rachel McAdams goes, oh, yeah, I've got my armpit hair and I'm natural. And then, like, some guy who's 320 pounds, like, oh, she's fucking gross now. Oh, look how fucking ugly she is. God, she's so disgusting. And it's just like, dude. And then women love it because women hate women. So they'd support her with the hair thing because the men find her less attractive. So like, yeah, I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. But they're such psychotic bitches. They're supporting it because they're like, good, men find her less attractive.
It's
Fuck
just
her.
like there's an episode of Friends where Ross has this super, super smoking hot girlfriend and Rachel's jealous.
Yeah.
And this girlfriend at one point had shaved her head and she knows Ross is totally grossed out by the baldness, you know?
Yeah.
So she encouraged her to shave her head again. She's like, oh, you looked so hot like that. She just
Bitches are
gaslighting her.
dirty.
She fucking shaved her head and Ross broke up with her and got with Rachel that night.
Bitches are dirty,
That's
man.
exactly what happens. Perfect
Chris-
example.
Chris says people have gone mean girls over this. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. I'm using socialist media says before I saw this crap, I thought she was unfuckable. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Always thought Rachel McAdams
Whoa.
was rather a cutie.
She was probably the hottest mean girl, right?
I think peak Rachel McAdams, I'm going to say Wedding Crashers
No.
was peak Rachel McAdams. What's peak Rachel
I think she was smoking hot in Mean Girls.
All right.
I actually really dig her blonde.
Mean Girls it is.
I do prefer blondes though, so.
Steve's Guitar says, until you showed the picture, I thought you were talking about Rose McGowan. Well, I'm glad we could clear it up and give Rose McGowan her innocence back, I suppose. That's nice. Ryan the Garbage Man is right. I knew the audience would hate that. He goes, really, April? A Friends reference this early in the morning?
Yes, I'm fucking sorry about it. God.
All right, let's I want to get to the Southwest Airlines freak out, dude. This guy is my favorite. Young Philip Banks went ape shit on a Southwest flight over a screaming baby. And
Southwest is not having a good time.
Southwest is not having a good time. The woman he's with is so humiliated by this guy, but he so does not give a fuck. This is a man who has, I'm sure this isn't the first time that he's had to deal with a screaming baby on an airplane. And today was just the day where he decided enough. I can't care about what people think about me anymore. I don't care if I get thrown off a plane. I'm digging my heels in and I'm sticking it to them on this one issue.
Because nothing could be worse than a screaming baby on a plane, right?
You're in a tin can, a pressurized tin can.
It's echoing.
Where the noise bounces off of everything, and you have the most obnoxious sound known to man, a baby crying in your ear, and you can't escape. You can't walk into another room.
Well, you know why that poor baby's probably screaming, by the way, is because especially for young kids, your ears do that thing where they hurt and pop and shit when you're up at that elevation.
Right.
Babies don't know how to tell you, ow, 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 mom, my fucking ears hurt.
So they cry.
So they fucking cry.
That's how they know how to tell you my ears hurt.
So poor things.
I know the airlines will never do this because of the business it creates, but we gotta do some medical research and find out when kids can handle the pressurization of air travel and then ban air travel for people that age and younger.
They should just do like a test flight, if you will, of just babies with their
my
parents.
God. Here's what that plane would land with 300 screaming babies and one co-pilot dead from a gunshot wound to the head. That's how that flight would end. You would just find a co-pilot, just like the pilot would get off. He's traumatized. He's like, he killed himself 14 minutes into the flight and I had another 2.5 hours to go. I don't think I can do this anymore.
I'm just saying, like, that should prove a point. Like, babies can't fly.
Yeah.
The pressure literally hurts them.
Yeah, the whole thing about like parents who don't understand that a child is a limiting thing and that there's certain things you have to wait before you start doing because not because the kid can't physically do it, but because of the burden you're putting on other people and it's just not nice to do.
Just the strain.
Yeah, like I just took the 6 and 4-year-old to almost 4-year-old to Super Mario. And I was a little worried about how the 3-year-old would handle it, but they nailed it. They were quiet. There were a couple times where they asked me a question. There's one time where they asked me a question a little loud. And I went, no, it's a movie. Shh, we have to be quiet for everyone else. And they totally got it, and they were fine. So I know that 3 or 4 is an age where you can bring a kid to a movie theater and you can expect them to behave. But like a baby, A, a baby isn't getting anything out of that, and B, the only thing it can contribute is the annoyance of the other people to watch the movie.
Smells like poop.
And smells
and
like
it screams.
poop. Now, in fairness, the way society's going, there's a lot of people going to the movies who smell like poop, not just the babies.
That's probably true.
But let's watch this guy just lose his mind over the crying baby, and he does. And much like the crying baby, he does not respond to being told to shush.
That child has been crying for 40 minutes. Lower that, and you can't put your fucking finger in my face like that. Calm the child down, please. I had headphones on. I was sleeping. Why is the baby yelling? I'm not screaming.
Okay, you know what? Every time I hear that baby make a noise, I am on this guy's side.
I am too. I feel bad for the baby though, because when I went flying as a kid, my ears hurt so bad. It's like knives to your eardrums. And I get it. That poor kid hurts. It needs a sedative or something to get through this flight.
It's got a shitty parent that cares more about going wherever they want to go than about how that kid is.
When you got a baby, you just kind of assume you sit someplace out, don't you?
Yeah, there's some
If I had a baby right now, I'd assume that Aaron gets to go places with the other kids while I got to sit at home with the baby. You know?
Oh, great. So it's 3 versus 1. And you're acting like you're doing a sacrifice play for me.
Are your kids screaming?
I mean, it depends on what I'm not getting them.
You want me to scream? You want me to scream? I'll fucking scream. Please stop the baby. Please.
This guy is really enjoying himself.
At least he has something to laugh about, because if he didn't have that guy throwing a fit, he's probably going crazy from the baby too.
Right, this is entertaining. And plus, you can get away with laughing because this guy's not going to notice you doing it because he's so blind with rage that he's not going to be like, hey, you shut the fuck up, quit laughing over there.
This happened to me in church once, honestly. Like growing
Somebody
up.
went nuts on
No, my hometown church. I stopped short of screaming about it, of course, but somebody had like a newborn baby in there, and they sound kind of like a really loud amplified mosquito when they're brand new and they're just screeching. It's like, guys, the baby's too young for the church service. I can't hear anything but you're screaming. Keep the kid at home.
Yeah.
Just do it. And they can't do it. Well, it's God's children.
Well, here, I got a text from God. He said, get that baby the fuck out of my church.
My words can't be heard.
Yes.
God.
So this guy is screaming and dropping F-bombs and everything on the plane. And I bet you this plane was split. Like half the plane was like, dude, I just want to get to where we're going. Just everybody stop being loud. And then the other half were like, I wish I had the balls to speak up because that baby is annoying the shit out of me.
You know what could make up for this? If those babies' parents buy the entire flight a round of drinks or two.
Perfect.
That'll make up for it.
That child was a pack baby. What the fuck would be happening right now? I know you're not going there. You're not going there. I'm fucking going there.
I know you're not going there. I'm fucking going there.
This is brutal.
He's like, that baby needs to shut the fuck up. And the airline employee, because he has to be neutral in this whole thing, because they're paying customers, he goes, I'm not going there. I'm fucking going there. I want to hear him say that again. That was great.
I know you're not going there. You're not going there. I'm fucking going there.
I'm not above hitting a baby.
Right. I will elbow the shit out of this baby in the mouth. Those teeth will grow back.
They're not in Florida yet. You can't do what the fuck you feel like. I was asleep the whole time. You haven't served me anything. Let's be rational.
See, that hurts my ears far more than that guy yelling.
It's the equivalent. Yes, I agree with you. It's the equivalent to if you had that bare plate and a fucking fork and a knife and you're screeching all over the plate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what it gives me that tense feeling of like,
oh God,
when you're streaming a movie and your internet's fucked and like every 10 seconds it buffers. And so you get like a good 20, 30, 40 seconds of movie and it hasn't buffered for a while, but you're like,
you're waiting for
you're like, and then all of a sudden the buffer comes, you're like, God damn it. That's the baby crying. Like if the baby, I wouldn't even enjoy the 1 minute the baby didn't cry because I'd be sitting there going, oh, Here we go. Is it going to go all? And I'm not enjoying this time at all. I'm not watching a movie. I'm not doing anything because I know as soon as I turn that movie on,
it basically just makes my nipples hurt because I feel like I need to mother it. Of course,
everybody feels it in different places. I'm feeling it. My anus puckers so tight that my butthole hurts.
We are in a fucking tin can with a baby in a goddamn echo chamber, and you want to talk to me about being fucking okay?
I love this guy so much.
Do you think this woman next to him is with him or just there, by chance?
She's an overweight white woman. There's a chance.
Oh my God.
Sorry, that was not nice. Happy 420, everybody.
Hitler's birthday.
It's Hitler's birthday.
Because you're yelling. So is the baby. Okay, so you're a man. Did that motherfucker pay extra to yell? Okay. Shut up. Fuck you and shut up.
I am so on this guy's side. He's awesome.
I gotta hear it again.
He is not having it with people telling him to be quiet.
This could be a sound drop. I love it.
So you're a man. Did that motherfucker pay extra to yell? Okay. Shut up. Fuck you and shut up.
I feel that man's pain.
I love this
guy.
guy.
Oh no.
I want this guy to be a spokesman for like a pillow on an airplane for a good night's sleep.
I don't give a fuck. You were sitting there watching that motherfucking baby cry for 45 something years. This shit didn't have nothing to do with nothing. Fuck, lower that baby's voice.
I love this guy. Everybody's talking shit at him, and he's just like,
somebody get that baby some grape water, rub some whiskey on his gums or something. I don't know.
Do these people think if they yell at this guy at this point, he's gonna go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being unreasonable. I'll calm down"? No, you're getting yelled at if you say anything to this dude.
I'm sorry. I'm being unreasonable.
I'm sorry, I did that. Does this mean we can't be friends no more?
No, okay. I did. It's out there. I'm sorry, y'all. That's me. I'm sorry. I'm tripping. Fuck that thing. Cuffs on that kid. I'm good.
Did you say put some handcuffs on that kid? Hold on. Go back.
That thing. They put cuffs on that kid. I'm good.
Did he say, yeah, put some cuffs on that kid, I think he said.
I don't know what he said.
By the way, the guy filming this is all of us right now, just laughing. And
I do kind of hope that the guys doing the outrage doesn't notice he's being filmed, because I don't feel like that would go well for him.
Oh, no, he ain't
either.
playing this up. This is from the heart.
Yeah.
Fuck the kid. It's the same. The kid made. Yes, you are motherfucking right, because nobody was going to do somebody. That's fine. That's fine. I'll tell you whatever the fuck.
You know what's funny is, like the flight attendant, this airplane guy, the employee, he's in a tough spot because the flight attendants and the pilots were like, "You're black. Will you go talk to him?" You know that. And this guy, he wanted to be offended by that suggestion, but he's like, "Yeah, I probably do have the best chance of reaching him."
I get it.
Like being a black guy running an airplane has to be like, fuck, I guess I got to handle this one. And they're like, well, it is Spirit.
This has to be like the worst flight of your life, though, if you're on it for anybody.
Not for me.
Nobody needs tension on a plane, though.
I don't know.
You don't need to know like something bad could happen here.
I think I would kind of laugh my dick off at this. I think I would be this guy.
You know when I'm laughing? I'm laughing when I'm on the ground.
Okay.
I don't need more tension on a flight.
I am laughing. I'm not as subtle as this guy. The minute I hear this,
you're interacting with him, aren't you?
The minute I hear this dude go, "Fuck you, shut up," I go, and then
I think you're standing up and like, "I'm with this guy."
Yeah. No, it wouldn't be that.
Him.
I would go, guys, he does raise a decent point. By the way, this guy found out that this other dude's filming it, and he is staring right at that camera with "help me get the fuck out of here" eyes.
You have somebody be talking good about good. No good, no fucking problem. I know an attorney just like you, motherfucker. I got rights.
I got an attorney just like you, motherfucker. I got rights.
I got rights. That's perfect.
I'm protesting outside the police precinct if they charge this guy with anything.
Oh God, yeah. Babies don't belong on planes.
This is worthy of a riot. If you want to burn down Minneapolis or Atlanta over this guy getting charged, I'm okay with it.
Okay, recently, in recent shows here, we've heard you talk about certain types of passengers should maybe be held in the cargo area. Do you think maybe babies could exist down there?
I can't be responsible for killing children.
What if it was
killing
a
younglings?
cute little padded kitty
It's too cold
carrier?
in there. They'll freeze to death.
Heated pads. Or
Fat people.
hot
The
pads.
reason, April, that I put obese people in the cargo hold is because they have a layer of blubber to keep them insulated and warm.
Well, then they can snuggle with the babies.
No, I don't want them rolling over on the kids. I can't put the kids in the cargo hold. Just be a good person and don't bring your baby on an airplane, please. Put them on Greyhound where they fucking
only
belong.
option?
Stay home. Quit
Aren't
your
there
job.
baby sedatives or something? Anything?
Drug your baby.
Or just give the rest of the people on the plane a sedative. That should be an option, shouldn't it?
Now we work it the fuck out. We had to go through all of that. It's worked out now.
He's refusing to get off the plane.
Oh wait, are they still on the ground?
He said earlier in the video that, hey, that baby's been screaming for 40 minutes. So I wonder if they didn't make an emergency landing to get that guy off because he's being such a pain in the ass.
No, I think 40 minutes. That makes sense. You board 45 minutes before the plane takes off.
Yeah,
So
but
if
why
they
would the
boarded
baby be
and then they were
screaming?
delayed.
Why would the baby be screaming then?
I suppose.
He's refusing to get off the plane.
Look at his whole row.
So now we're all getting deplaned.
Oh no. Yeah, I think they were still on the ground.
Well, at least you're rid of that damn baby, right?
Yeah, right.
I never said anything. We wouldn't be sitting on this motherfucking flight with a kid crying for 45 minutes. It wasn't crying for 45 minutes.
She is so embarrassed.
Dude, what do you do if you're her? Okay, let's say you and I were on that flight and I caused the ruckus that he did. What are you doing for our relationship? What's
Right.
are you leaving?
There is a point for this guy where he needed to cut his losses and just shut the fuck up.
Right, because now everyone's getting off the flight.
Yeah, he needed to back off at some point, but I get his frustration. I understand it. He's not wrong, but
Look, we all make sacrifices here.
there are those times where you just have to kind of realize you're like, okay, this is a losing. Even if I'm right, I'm wrong.
I do wish that stories like this could raise a bigger conversation of should we allow babies on planes?
That's not how we work, though, is it? The way we work is this is going to embolden people to bring their babies on the plane because now this guy's the bad guy, not the people with the crying baby on the airplane.
Right.
Tried to plead his case that he had a right to yell because there was 2 adults with a crying baby and he shouldn't have been disturbed. Well, that's probably not how his wife imagined their Florida getaway going.
Oh no, and he got walked out by police. Yeah, if you cause a problem on the airplane, you're gonna get thrown the fuck off. That's just the way it goes.
If I'm her, I get on the next flight to Florida. I'm still going.
Yeah, you still go on the
you're
vacation.
not screwing up my vacation. No, thank you.
I'll come and bail you out of jail on my way back.
No, I'll wire the money.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Then you can go home on your own. Pack your shit too.
This is what you get.
Oh my goodness gracious, the chat is going insane during this guy's whole deal. Holy shit, I got a lot of catching up to do. Sorry, guys.
A lot of racism.
Oh, is there really?
I saw some.
I scrolled so fast I didn't see the racism.
Oh, you guys.
$5 from KF says, speaking of movies, did you see Disney casted a tard for the new Peter Pan movie? The best part of the character's name is Slightly. Oh.
The new Quasi movie is on Hulu now. In case you want to watch it.
After listening to you, April, I can tell you didn't hear much at church your entire life.
Get it? Because I say curse words every now and then.
Oh, is that what he's trying to? I didn't
yeah,
understand.
he's saying I don't sound very godly.
Oh, well, you're not a very godly broad. You're kind of, you kill his creations. You murder his creations. Not just the abortions, the animals.
So do corporate farms.
Most people would say those people are going to hell. Ted Jester says airlines should be obligated to hand out courtesy anxiety meds to sleep through the crying babies or put the fam in closed-off rooms and reimburse the other customers for the literal MK Ultra hell ride.
I agree with that, though. That's what I'm saying. There should be sedatives or anti-anxiety meds given out in those situations.
Rock Sock says, y'all aren't very tolerable to children, LOL. Most people who have them aren't tolerable of other people's children because you can take care of yours, or if I can take care of mine, you can take care of yours.
We've never had an issue with the kids screaming anywhere like that, and if we did, we'd be handling it.
I'll tell you
the
this.
frustrating part.
Restaurant, movie theater, whatever. If a baby cries and a parent walks that baby out, I feel for that parent every single time because I'm like, they tried it, they gave it a shot, they really wanted to have a night out, but they realize they're bothering people, they can't make it work, and they're leaving. That really sucks for them. Might even say, hey, I'm sorry this is happening to you, blah, blah, blah. But if you sit there with a fucking crying baby and you don't move your ass, I hate your guts. It's like the biggest yin and yang swing for me.
You don't have to be tolerable of kids sitting around screaming.
Right, and it's not even that I'm not tolerable of the children. I'm not tolerable of their shitty parents.
The adults
who
could be doing something about it.
Rock Sox does put LOL at the end, so he does understand. By the way, guys, hit the like button, hit subscribe. We're at 8:09. Did we get to 300 by 8 o'clock?
I don't know.
I mean, I know that's usually we want to get to 200 likes by 8 o'clock, but we were getting really close to 300. Zen Rhino says if that guy wasn't yelling like a narcissistic sociopath, maybe the baby would stop crying. I thought about that too. Like, dude, I think at this point your screaming is a law of diminishing returns.
They're definitely not helping each other.
Yeah.
The more they both scream, the worse it's getting.
Greg Gurilmo says that was not nice, but completely accurate. Yeah, I mean...
Well, some things that are true are just a touch insensitive. Sorry.
What was your favorite line in that clip? Mine was, what was it? Fuck you, shut up.
Yeah, I liked that one, and I liked I got rights, too.
Yeah, I got an attorney. I got rights. Neat Drift says, I'm feeling it in my foot because I would want to stomp that little shit.
My foot's itchy.
KF says, falling down to the last flight. Zen Rhino says, hopefully that asshole got put on a no-fly list. Fuck him. He definitely did.
I mean, yeah, he shouldn't be... You can't be having outbursts like that. That doesn't make you any better than the baby. It makes you worse, actually, because you know how to control it.
I understand him. I get him 100%. But yeah, there is a point where you're like, dude, it's not going to go. You voiced your objection. You've gotten what you're going to get out of it. Let's all just get in the air and go to our flight or go to our destination. Alex, thank you for renewing your membership for a 4th month. Thank you very, very much. Coltrane says, so last night's evening show. Yeah, when I was having problems with OBS, I threw a fucking tantrum, boy. Somebody did write me. They said, wow, way to pull the nose of the plane up and turn that into a great show. I was like, thanks, question mark? Does
that mean it was shitty?
I felt like I was really cunty about that OBS malfunction.
You were remarkably cunty, and then I think it's really sweet that afterwards you do come upstairs. Like, I need a hug. Big boy needs a hug.
Just feeling cunty. Wednesdays are always my burnout day.
Yes, lucky me.
Thursday and Friday, I'm always rejuvenated because we have part-time jobs on Thursday and Friday. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, by Wednesday night, I'm like, I'm done. And then I get up Thursday, I'm like, ooh, it's going to be fun today. Calling the baby a motherfucker is priceless. Oh, yeah, that's right. That motherfucker's been crying on this. Johnny Chimpo, I got an Ice Cube vibe out of the guy, too.
A little bit.
Little Ice Cube, little Suge Knight is what I kind of took out of that. I'm going to skip around in the chat a little bit, guys, because you guys you guys went nuts on this one in a good way. Laughing Lion says daycare at 20,000 feet. Pretty much.
There should be a separate area closed off, like soundproof or something.
That's away from the crazy people?
It's
called Delta.
Check it out. If you're going to fly with a baby, you should have to purchase like a soundproof sequestered area for yourself.
Too bad Barbara Billingsley was not on that flight. Yeah, we could have used an Andrea Yates appearance. Darn.
Shucks.
Happy Plague Doctor says, yeah, new motto. Southwest Airlines, fuck you and shut up. I agree with those ain't real, dude. He says babies don't belong on airplanes.
I agree.
I would agree.
You'll get the random one, and they're like, ooh, my wife and I fly with our newborns, and they never make a sound. Well, you're the exception, not the rule. I'm sorry.
Rexstart parody account. Aaron stands up and high-fives the guy, but LOL OK writes, he would call you a honky and smack you up. I wouldn't get within swinging distance of the guy. He seems upset.
if I ever get to watch you get called a honky, I think that might be the greatest moment.
Fuck that. You know how happy I would be if a black guy called me. He's like, "What you doing, honky?" I'd be like, "Dude, that's old school. Holy shit." I would look at April. I would go, "Excuse me, am I being a honky?"
Tiny.
I don't understand. You know where that term comes from, by the way?
Oh, God, I knew once. I don't
So
remember.
black people in urban areas would play ball in the streets. They'd play baseball and stickball and shit in the streets.
Yeah.
And this is old school, old.
I preferred playing hoops.
And white people would drive down and they'd honk at the black kids playing games in the street to get them out of the way so they could drive through. So the black people called them honkies because they would honk at them playing games all the time.
I liked the little the hoop and the stick thing.
Oh,
you know what I mean? What do we call that?
Hoop and stick.
Hoop and stick.
Yeah.
Hoop and stick sounds like a hate crime.
Wow. Dead Jester says, better be going to a funeral if you got a baby with you on a plane.
It should be like dire straits, like that was your only option.
This is what I say to all crying babies on a plane. I just say one thing to them.
You're already dead, sinner.
They don't. Katie Kidney says they don't make noise canceling headphones powerful enough to drown out the sound of a crying baby.
And it's like the sound of a mosquito but amplified, and just even a mosquito that won't leave your ear is maddening. Like that's enough. I've thrown shit before because this mosquito won't leave me alone.
Zen Rhino says that baby did nothing wrong. It's a baby. That guy is the asshole. Eventually, he became the asshole.
No, it's the
But
parents.
I do hate the parents for bringing a baby on a fucking airplane.
Absolutely, it's not the baby's fault because the baby can't reason with anything.
Right.
It doesn't know yet.
Neither can that guy, actually, because he just yells, "Fuck you, shut up."
Are you saying he can't even?
Yes. Then he yelled as he was getting off the plane, "Ain't nothing to it. Gangsta rap made me do it." Damn. LOLOK says when 25% of Americans are single mothers, you got to start taking babies on planes.
No, you don't drive.
There's no one in this world who feels more entitled to do whatever the fuck they want and fuck everybody else than a single mother.
What do single mothers need to do with their babies, like traveling? You should probably be staying home and working.
Stay
right?
home and find a good man
Like,
so that you can properly raise your children.
I don't think we need to be flying places if we're a single mother. We need to, I
don't think you should be
buckle
traveling.
down.
I think we should ban you from all social activities so you don't get in that
Right?
situation again.
Stop being single parents.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Give me tips with $5 says they had. Okay, they did do an emergency landing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have sat on the tarmac waiting to take off longer than 40 minutes several times. You got to remember, we
did that for an hour.
Well, we usually get on a plane when they ask people to board, so we're usually on there for at least a half hour.
Which, if you think about it, is kind of retarded. Like, fuck, like my legs and my ass and shit, like, get hard, like, just, like, they get funky, like, sitting here for this show for this long.
Yeah.
We should be spending as much time up and walking around as you can before getting on a flight, in my opinion.
Well, here's the problem. So, for everybody who gets, for every 10 people who get on a plane when they're supposed to get on the plane, you have people who come in 5 minutes before the plane takes off and drive everybody insane.
Well,
so they can't even get the plane to take off on time when they have people board a half hour in advance. You can't push that time any closer.
Can't we find a happy middle ground there? I'm not saying show up 5 minutes before the plane takes off. I'm just saying we don't need to be sitting on there for like our 3 to 4 hour flight, an extra hour waiting to take off.
People are definitely picking up that you said you get a hard ass and hard legs.
No, I just meant, like, you know how, like, your legs get achy when you're sitting somewhere for too long? Like, basically, and I work out too, so I'm sore.
Braggart.
My hips and ass region down to my feeties just get upset sitting here this long.
$3.50 on PayPal from Jared. He writes, this donation is brought to you by AirPod Pro. Whenever you want to block out the noise from a tiny little banshee, just pop us into your ears to experience sweet bliss. There you go.
Will they do that? I thought the AirPods were ones that don't even have, like, padding on them. I thought they're just those plastic shits.
I don't mean to.
I don't like those.
I don't mean to be overly critical. I believe the man was making a simple joke. April, the joke fact checker. Excuse me, Jared. Thank you for your generous contribution to our program. But are you sure that that's what you're discussing? Because the AirPod Pro, I don't believe, is noise canceling. For that, you'd have to go to Bose. Thank you, April.
I prefer my J-Labs, actually. They work very well.
I don't like anything that starts with.
That's why you put all yours through the washer and dryer, right?
Exactly. And then in the oven. 240 bucks. Sorry, it's his birthday. $240 away from, guys, pay attention, $240 away from tomorrow morning's goal. We're through today. We cruised through today. New VIP, thank you, Scarface. And then, everybody being remarkably generous. $240 away from tomorrow's goal. Maybe we knock it out today. Who knows?
Why did we not get cake for today? We could have some,
We have 2 hours left in the show.
White cake?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to celebrate the day today.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Do we have to get white cake or devil's food cake for his birthday? Which one is it? What was his favorite cake?
Are you really going to Google what was Hitler's favorite cake? Are we really going to do this? Citizen M says April can do the legs up on the wall.
My God.
What?
Just read that.
What the fuck? A Führer cake, an apple cake strewn with nuts and raisins, had to be baked each day and left out every night. He was also partial to chocolate biscuits and scones with tea, which he would drink from a Nymphenburg porcelain cup. Hitler was a fancy motherfucker. Jesus.
I don't even know. And you can't go to a bakery and ask for a Führer cake.
You can't. Excuse me, I'd like a... Okay.
Wow, Hitler's maid on Living with the Führer. He loved midnight cake, lie-ins, and ... Like, so...
Naps.
A lie-in is a nap?
Yeah, it's a nap.
I just like that his maid
Hitler
has,
was
like,
a man of leisure.
I just like that his maid has like her whole story out there. Like, oh yeah.
Could you look up Stalin's favorite food? Because I'm gonna guess pierogies.
I feel like this isn't gonna be good.
Citizen M says April can do the legs up on the wall pose for like an hour before you leave for the airport. It sounds dumb, but it will pump fresh blood to your legs. There you go. That's Citizen M giving you some help.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Stalin's favorite food: the colorful clay pot stew of lamb, aubergines, potatoes, tomatoes, and lots of herbs from Georgia is rumored to have been Stalin's favorite.
He liked poor kid farm food. That makes sense. He was a poor kid from a farm, so he liked poor kid farm food.
So what were you trying to say? Were you trying to say that we have 2 hours left in the show and you want me to go get cake?
No, I think it would be a bad look if we got a birthday cake today. I think it would, all in all, it would be a bad look.
Somebody sent me
Shall we continue?
A listener sent me an article. Duke Lemur Center welcomes first baby lemur of 2019, granddaughter of Zaboomafoo. They still got heirs out there.
I really hate to report my response. Who gives a fuck? Fuck Zaboomafoo in his dead, rotten pancreas. That's what I say. Yosemite Sambo says they only thought Hitler loved naps because he would go into a coma when the meth wore off. That's true. Did you know Hitler kept his troops on meth so they would march faster, harder, and longer every day?
I did know that.
They loved amphetamines, bro.
Everyone wants faster and longer, right?
JJ says Hitler probably had so much cake because he had such a big oven. I mean, you can't waste it. You can't waste it,
Yeah,
right?
You never want to turn an oven that large off because it actually takes more power to like reboot it. So when it's not being
leave her
used
going.
for,
I think fake Citizen M is wrong. I love that we have real Sting and fake Sting, and like Citizen M is like fake Citizen M is a fan of our show. He's just busting Citizen M's balls. He says Hitler loved matzah cake.
Oh, B. Moore says, or April, you can sit in the doggy style position 45 to 15 minutes and it'll stretch everything out.
Oh, well,
I have heard that is,
that's
pretty good.
You sitting there in the doggy style position in the boarding area of the airport, and people are like, what is that whore doing?
Ass up, face down, and just some guy walks over and pokes me like a stick or something. He's like, ma'am?
She's like, sir, I'm not here to be groped. That's disgusting. Sorry, you were just sitting like a whore. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on.
Oh, can I help you with that stretch, ma'am?
That's how pornos start. Okay, moving on with today's show.
Oh, I got my head stuck in the luggage.
Yeah, I got my head stuck in the luggage return. What do? I don't know, but my dick could help. All right, we got a story about Chinese police stations. I don't know what the... I don't know what this is.
Talk about boner killers, geez.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. We won't spend too much time on it because I'm not a fucking international geopolitics expert, and this might bore some people, but did you know that China's got like these, they call them police stations in the United States?
No.
They're like communist spy areas.
My answer is simply no.
There's one in Minneapolis.
Nope. There's not.
Dude, if you say something wrong about the COVID vaccine, the FBI will raid your house and beat the shit out of you. But apparently, if you're a communist enemy government of our country, you can go ahead and spy on us, take pictures of our nuke plants, build surveillance areas all over our country. Fuck it. Go ahead, dude. Hey, I don't feel like paying my taxes this year. On the ground or we'll shoot your fucking children. We really live in a free country. This country's bullshit.
I don't think you should be bringing down the mood on this holiday.
I know, but it's over. It's done. We need to understand.
You are really bumming me out right now.
I hate China. I really do hate China. Not Chinese people.
You gotta... No, it's not that. You just...
Zhai Zhang turned in a great performance
I don't need
against
our
Joe
house
Joyce.
visited by anybody.
After the FBI made arrests earlier this week of 2 individuals operating a Chinese police station in the U.S., including one individual who appears to be pretty cozy with the Democrats, the New York Post has this report that there are more of these illegal outposts throughout the U.S.
Could we not?
How about if you kept an eye on our foreign enemies as much as you did your own people, maybe we would have been able to see this coming.
We can spot a drug dealer from miles away, but you can't find a Chinese police station.
A nonprofit called Safeguard Defenders released a report that claims evidence of another one of these illegal police stations in New York, as well as one in Los Angeles. There are at least 100 of these units across the world, and several of them are operating inside the United States.
Why aren't we doing something?
Because we're on loan to China, because our administration is in bed with them, and they're allowing it.
This is even worse than allowing the Chinese spy balloons to scour the entire country and then make it back home. Damn near. Let's get halfway across the ocean before, guys, I guess we can shoot them now.
In addition, do you guys, I'm sorry, but is the Biden administration secretly working for Donald Trump? Are you trying to get Trump 2 to happen? Because this is how Trump 2 happens. Because what was his whole big thing? China, 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 China. If you go and you report that the Chinese have fucking spy stations across our country and we're letting spy balloons fly all the way through our country to spy on our shit, I don't know why the Chinese spy on us. You could apparently just ask Joe Biden at this point and he'd be an open book for you.
Why isn't this mainstream media news? Why is this on not
Well,
to be?
April, because there's trans people. Telling you. Every time there's a big trans controversy, China's spying on us, or there's something we got to get. Hunter Biden's evading his taxes.
Do you know what troubles me about shit like this? Is the fact that I do watch the news on occasion just to in the background, I can esoterically pick up on shit or the weather, whatever. I don't hear about this shit until I come to our show in the morning. Right. That is troublesome. You have to go to a YouTube channel here to go to the news. You used to get pissed at people for saying, oh, I go to you for the news. You might as well.
That bums. You have no idea how much that depresses me when people say, oh, I get my news from Steel Toe. It's like, dude.
But if you didn't find this shit, I haven't heard of it.
I guess so. F in the
what I mean?
Here, let's do something depressing. F in the chat if you get your news from Steel Toe. If Steel Toe is one of your big news sources, F in the chat. I'm scared of what the results of this is going to be. So in addition to LA and New York, the nonprofit has found so-called overseas service stations in San Francisco and Houston, as well as Nebraska and Minnesota.
Great.
These law enforcement organizations operated by the Chinese Communist Party are tasked with spying on Chinese nationals around the world. Oh my God. That is that's a shitload of Fs.
And that's only the people that can get to chat right now.
D-Gulag says F, Steel Toe, and ROTC are my main news programs. Shit.
It's the truth, though. There's a lot of topics that don't get covered anywhere but here.
Damn, bro. I'm using socialist media, says news is greater than drama. You got all the drama you need in the news. Are you kidding?
It is.
Spicy Mustard says, I get my news from the quartering. Oh, shit.
I would rather get my news from a quarter pounder.
By the way, Rich from Review Tech USA and Jeremy from the quartering made it official.
Oh, really?
That's what Keemstar says, and if Keemstar says it, I believe it.
You need to... Well, you already did throw your hat in the ring.
I threw my hat in the ring.
He definitely went for Sam instead, didn't he?
Rich from Review Tech said, "Hey Sam, will you train me?" And I'm like, "Oh."
I saw that tweet. That sucked.
I got to train fighters tonight. They got
I actually felt a sting for you.
They got a fight card on Saturday in Duluth, and I got to go spar tonight a bunch of rounds because we got some guys fighting, and I got to teach them how not to get punched in the face.
You get to, not got to.
Did I say? I said get to.
No, you said I've got to.
Oh,
no,
I've got to.
If I get to.
No, I've got to, meaning like it's a I got to get these guys ready. If I don't, like, I've got to, meaning like that's a responsibility. Not like, oh, fun. It's fun sparring. It's not fun sparring. It's doing specific things that these guys. It's weird because when you're getting guys ready for a fight, it's not like you sparring as you. You're doing an imitation of somebody else, of what you think they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
That was always the weirdest thing is like when I got ready for my second fight, I had Clint was my sparring partner. And he would fight differently. And I'm like, it fucked me up for a second. I'm like, what? He's going, no, this is basically what this guy's going to do. And we didn't know the guy was fucking 6'7". So it's a little different, but we took care of it. But yeah, so that's tonight. I got to go, okay, this guy, I think Elias has a guy with 3 fights fighting him. So I got to fight how a guy with 3 fights would fight.
And he's had 1.
Yeah, so I got to get punched in the face a lot, basically.
Yay, I can't wait for you to come home and be cranky.
Steven with $50. Thank you very much, Steven. That's very generous of you.
Thank you.
We are only $190.
I'm using socialist media, by the way.
Oh, I'm using socialist media. Thank you again, buddy.
Dead naming him.
190 away from tomorrow's goal. Not today's goal, tomorrow's goal. I get my news from the Bad Luck Boys, says Handsome Devil. Oh, fuck. I don't give a shit about Louis, but Clarence that's on site.
What happened with Clarence? I
he
must have
wants
missed something.
to fuck you.
That's gross. He's a cat.
Yeah, you tell him that.
What did he say exactly?
You know what?
I feel like you might be paraphrasing.
I'm tweeting that to the Bad Luck Boys. Here, April on @ Bad Luck Boy. Is there a Bad Luck Boys Twitter?
Bad Luck Banana.
Bad Luck Banana. On @
They're on Twitter.
Mersh Cat Clarence of the Bad Luck Boys wanting to have sex with her. Quote, I can't type today.
Got Aaron Fetterman over here.
Ew, he is a cat. Suck it, Clarence. There we go.
You need a comma in there.
What?
Suck it, Clarence, I believe.
Suck it, Clarence. There we go. Tweet. Now it's official.
I do think the Bad Luck Boys are on Twitter. You just must not follow
Shots fired by April @ Clarence.
What did he
Piece of
say?
shit.
I missed it.
Oh, Rexstart parody account with a great idea. Train Gordy to box Clarence.
I don't mean to be talking out of school here, but Gordy's kind of a bitch. He submits quick.
He does.
I can walk towards him sometimes and he'll just fall over like a fainting goat.
David Denominici says, did the cat actually say he wants to fuck April, or did Mersh say the cat wants to fuck April? Because this is hard to believe.
That's what I wanna know.
I trust Mersh's retelling of the story.
I want the clip. I don't believe it.
It was on Nightwave the other night.
Well, I was probably sleeping.
I will jump around, but it's going to be hard for me to find it.
Well, then don't.
Okay, good. It's going to really fuck up the whole show. All right. Let's continue on. Aaron should box Brad the Chad. I like Brad the Chad. I would never do that.
And he looked remarkably small compared to Aaron.
He was a very little
That's
guy.
a little dude.
He was a tiny...
I don't want to call him a wiener guy because he was pretty cool.
No, he's not a wiener
He's
guy
just
in the
small.
least. Yeah. All right, guys. Fire off the like button. Subscribe to the show. And another thing that's really good for the algo. I said algo.
I'm going pee now.
Make sure you share the program. Let's pump those numbers up. Apparently, we've been doing very well today. And we do appreciate that. All right, on we go. Let's go. The Chinese thing. Yeah, I mean, the Chinese are spying on. They say they're spying on Chinese nationals, but like if you have, we're over 300 likes. Very good. Thanks, guys. Fuck it. Let's get to 400 likes by the end of the show. What do you say? Thumbs up on the like button. So the Chinese spy thing, yeah, if they're saying, oh, no, we're just doing it to spy on Chinese nationals. Yeah, still fucked up. Don't do that in our country. And why aren't we busting these things up? Those communists, the things that communists don't like more than anything, whether it's Cuba, China, the old USSR, they hate that whole, like, their people defecting thing. Like, Americans defect and we're like, good, you're crazy. You had blue hair. We needed to get rid of you. But in China, it's like, I watched that Zhai Li Zhang fight Joe Joyce in the UK, and I think Zhilei Zhang lives in Michigan or somewhere like that now. And I'm like, why doesn't that guy just defect and try to become an American citizen? Like, why? But he wears the Chinese flag and everything, and I suppose you have to. But, I'll tell you honestly this. I don't know where I was going with that. Alec Baldwin is going to start refilming Rust this week in Montana. And I have to say, the fucking balls on this guy. The balls on Alec Baldwin to be like, you know what I'm going to do? Like any good murderer, I'm going to return to the scene of the crime. David Dominici with a good point. Probably his family is in China. Yeah, if he defects, his family's dead. That's a good point. Sorry. Sometimes Aaron can be so naive. But this Alec Baldwin returning to Rust, it's like, what does he walk around the set and he goes, oh yeah, I remember this place. Yeah, that's where I killed that lady who was getting mouthy. I just, like, the way Alec Baldwin has spun this Helena Hutchins thing into he's somehow a victim is top-level white lady.
Well, what if he just gets in there and he's like, well, we got to finish the movie, otherwise her death is all in vain.
Right. Yeah, Alec Baldwin, we have to finish the movie, otherwise what did I murder her for?
What are we killing for?
What did I kill that woman for if not to finish this movie? But it's like this whole thing, since the beginning of it, his whole defense has been, oh, poor me.
Right. Oh, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was loaded.
It must have been somebody else loading the gun wrong, or it must have been somebody. Like, we've seen video of Will Smith treating every prop gun like it's loaded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Will Smith has checked the chamber of every gun. There's that video, I don't know if anybody can find it for us, where there's one of the prop guys on the crew is like handling a prop gun around Will Smith, and he waves it in front of him, and Will Smith goes like that. He's like, motherfucker, you treat that like it's loaded.
Always.
Will Smith prop gun video. Yeah, here it is. This is when they were filming Bad Boys. Will Smith demonstrates gun safety.
Bumping it up a level to some of the cooler, more up-to-date stuff.
It's not more extravagant than the second movie.
He's just like, you dumb motherfucker.
Don't aim that at me.
Yeah, and like, this was like 20 years ago, but like now he probably watches the Alec Baldwin thing and he's like, well, I'm really glad I did that now. Like he was just doing it as a, hey, treat every gun like it's loaded even if it's not.
I try to teach kids that shit too. Like, I don't like it when kids have toy guns and they're pointing it at people's heads and shit.
I remember adults would tell us that too. Yeah, you don't point that at people.
Yeah, just don't do that.
Terrible gun safety.
Yeah. So Alec Baldwin going back and filming Rust. I mean, I guess
the balls on that guy, though. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Citizen M's imposter writes, his open hand is actually more deadly than a gun. Yeah, we kind of found that out. Was that the Chris Rock slapping hand that he gave that gun?
Probably, but Chris Rock took it standing.
He did.
I don't know. Big deal.
Chris Rock didn't go down.
Doesn't he have like some kind of trial or something going on with
Alec
this still?
Baldwin?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he does.
I'm looking. He did. He is up on charges, isn't he?
So how are you going to finish the movie? Well, that's going on.
Is he the bad guy? Because if I don't mean in life. If Alec Baldwin is the villain in this movie, like that's really good for refilming the movie. Like he can really lean in to the villain role.
Yeah, but should you?
He keeps fucking up his takes because he goes,
just keeps killing
I killed
people.
that assistant director. I'll kill you too. Cut, Alec. This isn't. It's not a shoot, buddy.
What if the prop gun handler kept like actually loading the guns now just to see, just to test him, see if he'll check for it first?
Right, Alec, here's how we test this. We put it under our chin.
Oh.
Earlier this month, Baldwin was approved to skip the preliminary hearing in the New Mexico case, which begins on May 3rd. What, are they going to rush through and finish this thing up by May 3rd? Get all of Alec's scenes filmed by May 3rd? In a couple of weeks?
Can we just not do that, though?
The father of 8, holy
oh my
shit,
God,
is also staring down a lawsuit from 3 Rust crew members seeking damages for the trauma they endured after witnessing Hutchins' death. News that Rust will return to production comes shortly after assistant director David Halls was sentenced to 6 months probation for failing to check for live bullets in Baldwin's prop gun at Bonanza Ranch. Halls pleaded no contest to a charge of petty misdemeanor negligent use of a deadly weapon and will also be expected to take a firearm safety course, pay a $500 fine, and complete 24 hours of community service. Well,
wow, that seems fair for killing somebody.
For killing some, right? For doing something that led to the death of somebody else. That's it.
Cut and dry. And I've always been very confused too. If you're on set, why are there bullets anywhere? Why are there real bullets anywhere?
Citizen M, thank you for that information. And yeah, I called that a long time. I called all this shit a long time ago, buddy. Just trust me. If it ain't come true yet, it's just because it hasn't come true yet. It
I always
will.
miss out.
Wrestling Fat Faku says Alec Baldwin gets triggered at bars, no pun intended. Bartender offers him a shot and he starts screaming and sobbing, "I didn't pull the trigger." Oh my God, Hobo Flexible. Fuck you if you're lying, Hobo Flexible. He says Elon's Starship just blew up.
Uh-oh.
No, they are having a SpaceX launch today.
Fuck.
Hold on a minute. You son of a bitch. It successfully took off, you asshole.
That looks like a giant penis, doesn't it?
They all look like giant penises.
And that one just happens to be black.
Yeah, but he's fighting apartheid. He's South African.
Sponsored by Pringles.
It didn't blow up, you asshole. Suborbital flight test today. That is a black cock. That is a barbed black dick.
Oh, nobody likes the barbs. Ow.
No.
Fuck.
It's really worth noting that the flight path was designed to be over water and all the air and sea space destinations. The gravity is not as high as it is here on Earth. On Mars,
I watched that go into a single fat white girl on a video one time.
Gravity is just 1/3 of what it is here on Earth, and on the moon it's just a 1/6.
Why is that single mom up there trying to squat on that rocket? Get her out of there. What is she doing?
It is tax season.
Both of those cases.
And of course, she's late.
Starship with just its engines can take off without needing the super heavy booster like we do need here on planet. Operational, it'll deliver the full size and upgraded version of our Starlink satellites. When it comes to reusability,
it's a big old wiener.
It's a T-minus 40 seconds. Get some of the blue skies.
3 minutes.
We are recycling. For the moment, we'll see where they move the clock back to. They could hold at T-minus 40 seconds. They could go to an earlier point.
This would be nerve-wracking.
It blows up right on the ground.
I'm sure all of the rehearsals and
Oh,
simulations that
right,
they've been doing have prepared them to evaluate this data quickly to try to.
Don't walk away, that's for sure. Amazing views here coming to us from Starbase, Texas.
Cheering. What the fuck?
Turn it down.
What are we yelling about? Oh, 30 seconds.
This is obnoxious.
Guys.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3.
Is Doink the Clown entering the Royal Rumble? Okay, that's always cool.
It's really cool. Yeah.
That is a giant black penis flying through the air. I'm hungry.
It has something white supporting it.
Isn't that the truth? His name's Elon.
Chamber pressure is nominal.
That's pretty sweet.
The inaugural Starship vehicle, tower cleared, we're into pitch over. Propulsion reports first stage engines nominal. What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase. We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
Stop screaming.
Acquisition of signal, surface proceed.
We're throttled down and throttled back up.
I think of like Challenger when shit like this happens, and like this is how excited people were.
Yeah,
and then the immediate, and you're like, Fuck.
Those people die pretty quick, don't they?
Very quick.
At least they don't suffer, because that's really scary.
Max Q.
Lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out.
If there's no afterlife, you never know you're dead. That thing is cruising 1,000 kilometers per hour.
I do get a little hot when they talk about the thrust.
Oh yeah, the thrust, you got it. It's hot.
100 seconds into flight.
Holy shit, that thing is moving.
That is so
Our
cool.
next major activity is going to be
Acquisition signal,
shutdown
Houston.
of the first stage. The Houston tracking station now acquiring
How hard
the
is
vehicle.
Elon's dick right now?
With shutdown, we will get
As hard as always.
I hope it is.
And ignition of the Starship engines. When Starship separates, we light up 6 engines in a staggered sequence. And if all goes well, those 6 engines will burn for almost 6.5 minutes.
Oh, I was going to say, do they have a camera on there?
Right.
And there's views of the Raptor engines on the second stage as we prepare for stage separation. Now, after stage separation, the first stage will flip and begin a boost back maneuver for landing in the Gulf.
Just a really rich guy setting off rockets.
It's cool, dude.
Yeah, just playing with his rockets.
Like, I can't imagine what it must be like to be
Continuing
him.
to fly, 2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's
Or
get ready for
Bezos,
main engine
you know?
cutoff.
Elon's way cooler than Bezos.
He is. I'm just saying, they're both very rich and very smart people.
Beginning to flip for stage separation.
Come on. I want to see the rocket fly by itself. Get rid of the support thingy.
Coming in hot.
Come on.
What happens to the support thingy again? Does it just explode somewhere?
No, I think it just falls.
It just crashes.
Guys, you can tell we're not space people. Come on.
We do not work for Elon.
Fire up the goddamn rocket engines, you piece of shit.
As of right now, we are awaiting stage separation. Where
It looks
Starship
like it's
should
falling.
separate from the Super Heavy booster.
Come on. Do the thing. Do something.
Even rockets have boosters.
Right now,
Poke it with a
looks like
stick.
we
I'm
saw
doing
the
a
start
show.
of the
People are
flip,
watching
but
this. Come on.
obviously We're seeing from the ground cameras.
Look how
the
fast
entire
it's
Starship
going.
stack continue
Oh my
to
God.
rotate. We
That
should
thing
have
is
had
moving. It's
separation by
humming.
now. Obviously, this is does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind
Oh, yeah. Oh,
everyone
so it is
that
spinning.
Yeah.
Okay.
everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake.
Whoa. What the fuck?
What just happened?
As you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the Starship inaugural integrated test flight.
Exciting. Didn't it just blow up?
I think it just exploded.
So that guy was not wrong when he wrote that in the chat that it blew the fuck up.
Oh, wow.
Why is everyone clapping? Isn't that bad? Isn't shit blowing up really, really bad?
This reminds me of a Belfort party.
To clear the pad and make it this far into the test flight, the first integrated flight of the booster and the...
Are they just covering this shit up, like, live in front of our eyes? Everybody really happy that it cleared the launch pad and did... I just watched that thing blow the fuck up. They said there was going to be separation and then the rocket was going to take off. The motherfucker blew up.
Yeah, it was like careening somewhere. It was flipping.
Yeah, it was like flipping up and down and then it just went...
But they're all really excited.
Everybody's really pumped about the... If there were people on there, they're dead.
Starship vehicle. Live view there
Oh, Elon.
of
Hey, buddy.
our control center at Starbase.
He doesn't look thrilled.
Which we refer to as Star Command.
How much money just blew up, by the way?
As we said before, obviously we wanted to make it all the way through, but to get this far, honestly, is amazing.
Dude, are you retconning this as a success? Your rocket blew up.
Yes, they are.
Guys,
it would seem.
quit. I like Elon Musk too. Quit sucking his dick.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Rocket blowing up equals not good.
He's not going to thank you for this.
And also, he doesn't care. His rocket blew up. He's like, well, we got some shit we need to fix. We'll try again. You don't need to be like, this is the greatest moment of the history of rocketry, and we did great. And it's like, no, you got some shit to work on.
Well, if you're just joining us, Starship just experienced what we call a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or a RUD, during ascent.
Look at her face. She looks crazy.
That is not a rapid, unexpected blah, blah, blah. Your rocket blew up, fuckhead.
Come on. And she has a giant phallus on her.
Why is everyone just... I hate this, man. Whether it's, COVID or whether it's China or anything else, why is everyone just so comfortable lying openly right to your face when you watch... The whole, I just watched a thing happen, and now you're lying to me about what I just saw happen.
I don't know.
Drives me nuts.
But now this was a development test. This is the first test flight of Starship, and the goal was to gather the data, and as we said, clear the pad and get ready to go again. So you never know exactly what's...
Yeah, it's not ready to go again. It exploded.
Yeah, all these people really are just excited. Oh, look, it launched.
Yeah. Didn't you want to use it again?
Right. That was
happen. But as we promised, excitement is guaranteed. And Starship gave us a rather spectacular end to what was truly an incredible test thus far.
As we mentioned at the start of today's program, any and all the data that we collected during the test is going to help us with further development of Starship, and it's going to improve the vehicle's reliability.
Oh, you mean to get it where it doesn't blow up and potentially kill anybody who would ever be on it? That's good. I'm glad. I love that they have to reiterate to us, look, this wasn't like the final thing. We're going to work on this. Well, Christ, I hope so.
They're seconds short of saying, look, there weren't any people on it.
The rocket itself never ignited, did it?
Nope. The engines did not ignite, and there was no separation.
Your rocket was a dead stick.
SpaceX seeks to make life multiplanetary. It's really worth noting that the flight path was designed to be over water and all the air and sea space. Along with that flight path and those surrounding areas were cleared in advance of the test. And of course, we're going to be coordinating with local authorities for the recovery operations.
But honestly, what an exciting morning. Oh my gosh.
Why are you bullshitting me?
We had a successful liftoff from Starbase, Texas at 8:28 a.m. Central Time.
They didn't even say that it exploded. This guy had to call it a rut.
By the way,
I hate this.
Where are all the climate people with that type of fucking
Right.
shit being... Look at that picture.
Yeah.
And you're going to tell me that's good for the environment? Whatever. I don't care.
The fucker.
It's all a joke.
Is the fucker blowing up somehow good?
Yes, because they made it off the launch pad.
Huh. Yeah, Med Joe says, I hate all these people.
You know, that's what my science teacher told me in 6th grade too. Oh, it launched. Just because it didn't go for a flight doesn't mean much.
I mean...
Just because it fell 10 feet later, you're fine. It launched.
Sponsored by Spirit Airlines Space Program, says Cockdiff. Tin Man Taylor says the test was launching. It's not supposed to go to space. No, I get that. I understand, it wasn't supposed to be like that. But blowing up is always bad, I thought. Wasn't it supposed to land? Weren't we supposed to keep the...
I don't know if that was their goal or not, but you'd hope so.
If you can show me where they wrote down before this launch, hey, man, this thing's going to blow up over water. That's just it's going to blow up. Then I'll shut the fuck up. I'm an idiot. But I always thought when it came to launching rockets, blowing up equals bad.
I have a question for you. They said that so SpaceX, their goal is to make human life to be on multiple planets.
Multiplanetary, yeah.
What's your opinion on that? It's never going to happen.
Oh, yeah, it will.
No, it won't.
It'd be kind of cool.
It will not.
It would be cool.
Tell me what planet we're living on. What can sustain human life?
Is this a trick question? I thought it was Earth.
No, that would be one planet. Where's the next one?
Mars. It would have to be.
So?
It would have to be we'd have to build. You'd have to live inside.
Okay, where's the food coming from?
You grow it
inside.
Yeah.
How long is that going to take to get all the materials there?
Do you have any idea how long that's going to take?
Nobody, even with that idea right now, is going to live long enough to make that happen.
Look, I get that. We're not there yet, for sure.
Right.
It would cost
there.
It would cost a fortune.
The difference
it's
in
not
gases
realistic.
and temperatures alone.
But I think what they're trying to do is work towards a day where maybe that could happen.
Why? Because we can't take care of this one?
I mean, there was a time in human history where we went, that guy's 6 feet away from me. I can't kill him. And then we invented a gun. And then it was possible to kill people at long distances.
Yeah, but the thing about that is all the materials were right here, including the food I need to eat so that I can come up with that plan.
And everyone lived happily ever after. It's fine. We didn't think it was possible to split an atom until we slaughtered 500,000 Japanese
Dude, good
people.
luck living on the moon. You know, like, good luck.
Fine. But I get the moon in the divorce because you were a non-believer. All right. I want to point out Alexandria had a good point. She said, when you're testing these things, this is how you learn from the fuck-ups. I don't mind that. I don't mind, like, saying we're going to learn from these fuck-ups and everything. My problem was coming from they weren't calling it a fuck-up. Like, they wouldn't even acknowledge when it exploded. They didn't even go like, holy shit.
They couldn't even say, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. And
Right.
nothing.
That's my only problem with the way they did that was they were like, oh, everything totally cool. That was awesome, wasn't it, guys?
I know they're probably kidding, but enough of the April hippie shit, like, because of the environment comment. No, it's just that they get mad at a fucking cow farting, but they won't get mad at a rocket launching. Like, to me, that arbitrary line is insane.
John Rio says, yeah, nobody was the least bit disappointed. That was the weirdest thing. Like, it blew up and none of them went, ooh. Like, I think you can go, and yeah, I'm thinking what Courtney's thinking. That's a lot of money to blow up for fun.
I said that too. I just said twice, how much money was that?
Yeah, they didn't look at the rocket blowing. I have no problem if they went, that was a successful launch because we got to gather data, but that ending, that was rough.
That was my life savings, but hey, we got off the launch pad.
If they would have went like, oh, hey, we gathered a lot of data, that was great, but that ending, not the best. We're hoping for better next time. They wouldn't even acknowledge how it ended.
We couldn't even get the engines to ignite.
Alexandria says the people who invented cars are no longer around and we still have cars. Knowledge is passed on.
Of course it is, but there is nothing that we can go on Mars. Like, there's no materials there for us. There's no food.
What April's trying to say, I believe, is the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
No.
On living
the
on
length
Mars.
it's going to take for that to happen, like, that's insane.
And the black hole that kills us is going to kill Mars too.
Yeah, the one that's racing around the universe or the galaxy or whatever.
Tick, 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 tick.
It's coming.
RP says, I plan to explore Uranus. Hey, wait a minute.
See, that sounds like more fun.
Wait a tick.
I asked for permission for that yesterday, and I did not get the endorsement I was looking for.
I do not want Uranus explored.
No, your anus.
It's not my anus. It's not your anus. It's our anus. That only works if it's Arvidas Sabonis. So, yeah, good point, Aaron's poopy hands. Elon needs a tax write-off. There you go.
He's got kids to pay for.
He's got kids that he doesn't even publicly acknowledge. All right, guys, let's continue on with the show. We've got a lot of other stuff to talk about. If you're just joining us, we're already only 190 away from tomorrow morning's goal. So
thank you. And I'm sure with that money, we could afford a rocket launch.
We're going to build a rocket with that money, I think.
You just need a really big black dick, apparently.
Yes. Illinois youth wrestler. Oh yeah, this is a wild one. So, I think it was
seems uncomfortable already.
Oak Ridge, Illinois, I believe, is where it was. A kid lost a wrestling match, was none too pleased with it, and now the police are involved. I don't know how many of you were either youth wrestlers in high school or you watched wrestling in high school. Greco-Roman. It's not like WWE. You're not supposed to, 1, 2, 3. But you're not supposed to do corner 10 punches in high school. Although I do fully endorse, because there's a lot of ex-pro wrestlers that need work. Let's get a pro wrestling high school program going. We have a theater program. Let's get a pro wrestling program going. We'll get an ex-wrestler to train all these kids and they can learn how to work.
Says the ex-theater kid.
I would have loved a pro wrestling class in school.
I don't know who knows this about Aaron or not, but he was a theater kid.
I was not a theater kid. I did one play.
Oh, you love to talk about how you're in that play.
I did one play, and in that one play I did, I got offered an audition for an art scholarship to Augsburg College, motherfucker. I did not take it because you would have had to major in the arts, and I didn't want to be an Applebee's server for the rest of my life. Although maybe
so
by now...
So naturally you went to radio.
Well, yeah. What if I could have worked my way up into like a white-collar gig at Applebee's? Like,
Dude, I don't think... if you were higher up, you're probably fine, right?
Oh, yeah. You're higher up anywhere. You're fine.
Cares?
You're higher up at Walmart. You're good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have liked if they had pro wrestling classes.
I bet you would
in high school.
Why didn't you do normal wrestling?
Fucking Bam Bam Bigelow comes in and teaches all the kids how to work.
Check it out. Why didn't you do normal wrestling? If you were a play kid, so you're in the arts already, Why didn't you go for wrestling and then you could have really been good at
Because
the real
what's
thing?
gayer than theater? Wrestling.
But you like it.
Wait, no, I like professional wrestling, not.
But you got to go through the punches to get there first.
No, it's two totally different. I've done pro wrestling.
You've always said you still got to be athletic.
It's totally that's different than you don't have to do gay homo wrestling in high school to do professional wrestling. I understand gay homo is redundant, but I'm frustrated.
You repeat yourself.
You know what?
You're sexually frustrated.
Actually, scratch that. Maybe I'm glad we didn't have pro wrestling classes when I was in high school, because they would have had to pick like an old AWA wrestler who's not working anymore.
Okay.
And that one one school would have had to get Rock and Roll Buck Zumhoff. Okay. And then when he was convicted of fucking his daughter, you would have been like, that would have been a big controversy. No. Yeah. That would have been, you would have been like, oh no,
we're not doing that, guys.
Yeah, the Egan High School pro wrestling coach, Rock and Roll Buck Zumhoff.
Is that real?
Oh, he's in prison. Rock and Roll Buck Zumhoff is in jail.
You got people that Benoit, their whole family, and then other ones that, what'd you call that guy? What was his name?
Rock and Roll Buck Zumhoff.
Rock and Roll your family.
Rock and Roll. Well, that's what he did.
That brings new meaning to rocking and rolling. I'm out.
RP says, what play? Victor Victoria? No, I was in Thornton Wilder's Our Town. I was Doc Gibbs. Is that funny to you? Is that funny that I was in Our Town by Thornton Wilder?
Go on, please.
No, I was Doc Gibbs. You fucking bitch.
Say Thornton for me one more time.
Thornton Wilder. You are laughing like Hans. You're laughing like the Jew hunter laughed at Bridget von Hammersmark about her mountain climbing accident.
Woo! I too have done embarrassing things with my life. It's okay.
Kyle W. Guys, now what you guys are. Yeah, last statue says very popular play. It is.
Hey, look, I was in a Laura Ingalls Wilder play in like 4th grade. I understand.
You guys are you're teasing me now. These are not the names of the plays. Kyle W. Cat on a Gay Tin Roof. No. That's not what the play was. The play was not called that.
Oh, God damn it. Please. I'm sweating now. Please, one more time, please announce to us what play you were in. And look just as proud the second time.
I will, only because I'm not ashamed. Thornton Wilder's Our Town. Thank you.
What was that about, for the record? Because I don't know.
A whole lot of gay shit. All right, let's go to the phones.
Call from Ryan the Garbage Man.
Hello, Ryan the Garbage Man. And no, SC Motorsports, I was not in the diddler on the roof. All right, go ahead. It's very funny.
Thanks, I needed that. I was having a bad day.
You're welcome.
That's actually only why he called.
I appreciate that.
Bye.
Oh, God. I didn't mean to laugh like that because, look, I've been in plays before, but there was just something so gay. Like, you couldn't have been gayer if you said I was in the play Little Women. Like, and you were like the extra that the women were all after.
Wayne Chambers, I was not in a play called Gayahoma. And Devil Pup, I was not in Fagdom of the Opera. That's not even a real play.
Oh, my God.
Greg Gorilmo says, Aaron and Doc Till going to be having a 2-man show on Broadway before long.
You were a chimney sweep in Mary Poppins. That was your first touch of blackface because he had soot everywhere. Oh.
You're already dead, sinner.
You're still pretty to me.
But Pirates of Penzance, says RP. I was not in, there's not a play called But Pirates of Penzance. And no, I was not in that particular production.
Fairy Poppin'.
David Skywalker, Homo and Juliet. No, I was not in that. I've never heard of that play.
Oh, my God.
Aaron was in the lead in Joseph and the Technicolor Pride Flag. That's not even a real play, and I was not in that. I already told you what play I was in. I suppose it wouldn't help to tell you that in 8th grade, I was in a rendition of Roger and Hammerstein's Cinderella. I played the Jason Alexander character.
Yeah, for us lay people, tell us who that is.
I played George Costanza's role in Cinderella.
Were you the prince?
I was the prince's assistant guy, but I was the comedic relief, and I was very funny.
He was the glass slipper you had to fit on stinky bitch's feet.
A street boy named Desire. No, Greg Grilmo, that's not an actual play. You're saying the name wrong, and no, I was not in that. 2 Men in 1 Bottle. No, I was not. That's not a play either.
I can't stress enough. I was in a play when I was a kid, too, and I was like, what was Laura's mom's name? I was Ma.
You were Ma Ingalls.
I was Ma Ingalls.
Larry Schulte, no, there's not a play called Ass Pirates of the Caribbean, and I would never accept a role in it. Thank you very much. Death of a Homo Salesman. Now you're not even trying. Gnomes in Lust. That's
Whoa.
The Mounting of Rushmore. No.
You were just simply in Cats.
John Rio, he played Kaniki in Greased Assholes. Now we're just trying to do gay.
You were just in Grease. Yeah, that's gay enough, right? Hairspray. You could have been in Hairspray.
I wasn't in that. Hamilton. Sen Rhino. Hamilton penises up the butt. You're not even trying. Not even trying. Aaron Does Dallas. No.
He was actually Corbin Blue's character in High School Musical.
Yes. So gay. Just dancing in the lunchroom.
And black.
And, see, I don't know who that guy is.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. Where are we at likes-wise? Let's get to 400 likes before the end of the show today. Oh,
a Bronx
man.
tallywhacker.
No, that's not.
No.
Everybody's already said Diddler on the Roof. Not Peter Pansexual. I was not in a play called Peter Pansexual. No, I was not in Aaron Does Diamond Dallas Page.
Forrest Hump.
I was not in Forrest Hump. Barefoot and Bare. Moulin Splooge. I was not in that either.
2 Men and a Little Boy.
I played Father O'Malley. Right. David Skywalker, Every Guy, Everywhere, All at Once, Saving Ryan's Privates, The Ass Menagerie.
Oh my God.
Star Wars, Gone with the Men, Super Hornio Brothers. See, now it's just we're trying to be hurtful.
I actually heard you were just in a movie called Space Cowboys. Have you ever seen it?
No, I was in Gay Ends from Outer Space.
Oh, that's the one, yeah.
Cocktiff says, I know the gay stuff you did last summer. A long dick's journey into Aaron. Willy Wonka and the Fudge Packers. Beauty and the Gay. Bye Bye Penis. Adolf's House. Shake Queer. Long Dong Silver. You guys know the names of all these plays. I wasn't in Men in Black, says Gray Duckling. I was in Black and Men. Black Cocks Down. Deliverance 2, Back for More. These are movies. Now we're cheating.
White Jismus.
2 Sphincters and a Carrot. The Loin King. On Golden Blonde. Okay, that one's at least hetero. Oh. Lay Jizz. That's not very nice.
Oh my God.
Still got an hour and a half left in this show if you guys want to pace yourselves at all.
Men Who Stare at Dicks. I'm sorry.
It was almost over.
I have tears.
It was almost over. All right.
Men in Back. Oh,
you forgot a letter.
I know what movie you were in.
Yeah.
Holes. Deep Dick Horizon.
I need a pen real quick. Aaron,
Deep Dick Horizon. I like that one.
Aaron plays. We'll save that for later.
The booty guard.
Prolapse at the Opera. Prances with Wolves. Homo on 54th Street. Glory Hole Road.
Oh, fuck.
The Great Fagsby. That's you're not even trying.
Oh, you can't say that. Disavow.
Rent. Aaron played the guy with AIDS.
Oh, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Oh. I'll get you a little more manly. You were in Dallas Buyers Club.
I'm glad
Still
that's
had it, but you know.
More masculine. Schoolhouse Cock. Gray Duckling becoming a member for 11 months says, FYI, that new Broken Lizard movie sucks. I watched the trailer. It looked like shit, yeah. Homo Alone. This is Tanner Jones. Load House. Backside Story.
Oh, Butt Loose.
The Lion, the Twink, and the Bathrobe. All right, guys. Do you feel good about American Cream Pie? Romeo and Jack. Oh,
fuck. Assward Bound.
Inglorious Gaylords, we're not even trying.
Milo and Anus.
Fast Times at Gizmont High. Now, how immature do we plan on getting? Why does the bottom keep falling out of this bit? Like a woman's prolapsed uterus.
Super Slurpers.
Lord of the Brown Rings. Again, with the reaching. For God's sake. Little cock of horrors.
Oh, my God.
William with another 350 says, it's not much, calling Hulk Hogan.
Thank
you. He gave us about Tree Fitty. Thank you very much.
Mr. Assfire.
The Slobbit. Shawshank Redemption. All right. Did I say Lord of the Brown Rings? Did I read that one? Who's eating Gilbert's grape?
Django Unplugged.
Okay.
Inglorious Anuses.
I think we can. And this was all because I wanted to talk about the Illinois wrestler story. I wanted to do.
This is all because I accidentally remembered you were in a play.
All right, guys. We can continue on.
Aaron was a theater kid.
We already said Oklahoma. Thank you very much. I'm glad you guys got so excited for this segment. Everybody, while you're at it, hit the thumbs up button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get us up to, what do you call it, 9,500? Let's get to 9,500. And thank you to all the people who just, I just got a notification. 6 people just started following you on Rumble. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Guys, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. Where are we at on likes, by the way, before we get into this next story? Where are we at on likes? Are we getting close to 400?
We're at Jurassic Cock. That's where we're at.
Of course.
John
Prick.
I do think that whoever came up with Diddler on the Roof originally, that was a good one. That one wins for me.
335 likes. Everybody hit the like button. And let's continue on with the program, as it were. All right. So, a youth wrestler in Illinois.
On to more gay shit.
A youth wrestler in Illinois was hit in the face while trying to shake hands with his opponent earlier this month. Let's go ahead and check this one out. Doesn't need much of a setup. The first 6 seconds of this video are automatically gayer than everything we just said.
Why'd you have to pause there, though? I can't look at the screen.
Face what this is.
Those are children.
Oh, we got him out of the circle. That's a point, right?
I think so.
Whoa, shit.
Look at that dad back there.
This one?
Nope.
Or this guy?
Yeah, that one.
Holy
Look
shit.
at that one. Oh, you missed it.
That was out of nowhere.
That's a woman. I said, look at that, Dad.
That woman just starts yelling, what the fuck, in front of this tiny little kid. And he's just
that little kid's like,
Mommy, that's a bad word.
I hear everything.
Ooh. It was a good shot. You see how his head went back?
Dude, that was sweet.
I
think we're in the wrong sport, son.
Yeah, everyone is just kind of confused. There's like, dude, what? Everybody who ran like towards the thing was just like, what?
Well, now everybody's looking at the mom instead of the kid that needs help too.
Like, watch the guy who comes running in to help the kid, and then watch the guys who come over here. They both have the same exact expression on their face. Jesus. Why even shake his hand first? That was a good shot, kid.
Dude, that was fantastic. He's got a boxing career in
It's
his
a hell of a
future.
right hand. I mean, if only you guys would have, agreed on the fight beforehand.
Can you
it wouldn't have been
imagine?
so scummy.
Can you imagine if you were one of the people in the room that didn't see that happen?
Oh, I know. And you're just like,
And you missed
oh,
out.
Man.
Oh man.
I know they're kids, but I wanted to see someone
There
get
was
punched in
I
the
was
face.
watching. There was a wrestler up front in that multicolored uni whatever, and he was looking away. He was looking away and he didn't see it.
You
he
missed the
turned and
show.
he saw some dude on the ground. He's like, and what?
TMZ Sports has learned that he suffered a nose injury and has since been forced to wear a face mask at events while it heals. Fortunately, we're told he's somehow doing okay. He's making the best of the situation and already back to training.
Okay.
They said, as you know, many wrestling matches can get heated, but nothing leading up to the punch would give cause to such bad decision-making on the opponent's part. Yeah, like, what's the worst that can happen? The guy was, like, sneaking in headbutts or elbows or something that they didn't see?
You would see that. Did they say what happened to the kid that did the punching?
He's on charges.
Well, that's good,
Yeah,
right?
they pressed charges against him. Fire Ginger with $5 says, of dicks in butts. Instead of his brains blown out, he gets his back blown out. Thank you, Fire Ginger. I'm glad we're still on the... I tried to get it off of my theater career, but...
No Country for Old Dicks.
Ventril says he's a kid. They won't do shit. Oh, no,
Well, they
he's
should.
not going to get, like, hard time or anything, but he won't be allowed to play. He won't be allowed to wrestle
He's not
again.
allowed to wrestle.
Yeah.
He's suspended from school, I'm assuming.
Yeah. They won't be allowed to... He won't be allowed to wrestle in that district anyway. He'll have to go to a different school if he's going to be allowed to wrestle again. That's going to drop tomorrow's goal, by the way, to 185. 185 is today's goal.
Are they making you feel better from last night?
Oh, man, you guys are fucking killing it. I hear the numbers are fantastic. The likes are way up there.
Thank you, guys.
What a hell of a program.
Thanks for being with us for this fun morning.
And
thank you for, sticking yourself out there.
I'm really glad that I could be so vulnerable.
I can appreciate that you sit by and you're such a good sport.
Yeah. Smartass says, Steel Toe ruins everything. I'm sure they could build a better rocket in their shitty basement. He also says this forced laughter is cringe. That's over on Rumble. He's not having a good time with us today.
I suggest you move along, sir.
Definitely not.
None of that was forced.
Smartass is not having a good time. 342 likes. Keep hitting the thumbs up button. We appreciate it. It is helping the show, and the what do you call it? The share button and the subscribe button.
We're getting some reach.
We appreciate
Thank
that
you.
as well. So this next story it shows you the weird altruism or like the weird behavioral code that the mafia has. So the mafia will kill a person without thinking. Like a lot of people in the mafia, if you could sit them down with a doctor, they're probably sociopaths.
Tiny.
Like they could just murder people.
Yeah.
But they romanticize it so much by like, well, he broke a rule. And it almost, like you watch gangster movies and you go, well, that guy did break a rule. And it's like, yeah, but they just beat him and his brother to death with baseball bats and dumped him in a hole in a cornfield. It's
Well,
like,
you don't fuck with family.
yeah, like I get he broke one of the rules, but like, you don't think you went a little bit overboard?
No.
Jesus.
They answer like Jerry Lewis. No.
No, it's fine. Before we really get too deep into this story, Jive Turkey with $5 says, was it like performing in Mean Girths? It's just so unnecessary.
I like it. Thank you.
So unnecessarily hostile.
Oh, I hope to throw
and
bags
gay.
against her this summer.
All right, off we go into so the mafia still very prevalent in Italy. In fact, they had like Italy, the mafia is so big in Italy still that they don't have a double jeopardy clause. You know how in the United States, if you're accused of a crime and you're acquitted, they can't try you for it ever again. You're free. In Italy, they can try you for a crime as many times as they want because the mafia bribes jurors, bribes judges, bribes prosecutors. Like it's so rife with corruption that the only way they can make it fair is they're like, we're going to try you for the same thing 9,000 times if we have to.
That sounds exhausting.
And by the way, they still get away with it.
Right.
So The leaders of the mafia group Polverino, I was in that play in high school. Polverino.
I know another movie you're in, real quick. Black Beauty.
I did all my own stunts. The leaders of the mafia group Polverino from the Neapolitan Mafia,
Aaron Fetterman,
offered compensation in the amount of 150,000 euros to the family of Giulio Giacchio. They mistakenly killed him over 10 years ago, confusing him with another person.
Well,
Again,
that's good.
I want to point out the fucked up morality of the mafia. Hey, we murdered your son. Our bad. Wrong guy.
Look.
Here's 150 grand. We square. Are we square?
We were looking for Julio Giacchio.
Yeah, guys, honest mistake. You understand. And it's the mafia, so you have to take their 150, and they're like, we square? And they're like, yeah, I guess. I mean, it is kind of nice of the mafia. They could just kill the wrong guy and go, what do you do? But like organized crime now is getting this weird morality about it. Like, remember the cartel killed those American kids? Mm-hmm. And then the cartel was like, oh, no, you guys weren't supposed to do that. You fucked up. So they beat they beat the shit out of those 5 guys and then hog-tied them and turned them over to the cops. Which isn't that much of a sacrifice because
but
the cops are just going to probably let them go anyway.
It does show that they have some morals or principles over there.
And in this case, the mafia mistakenly killed a guy. So they go, 10 years ago, we were doing an investigation and looks like we fucked up. Here's some money. Buy a shitty house.
Yeah, that doesn't even pay for a nice house.
Yeah. In 2000, members of the Polverino clan decided to take revenge on a man accused of being in an intimate relationship with the sister of one of the members of their clan. Two mafioso, Carlo Nappi and Salvatore Camerata, decided to take up the execution of revenge. They changed into police uniforms and tracked down Giacchio, who mistakenly considered sister's lover mafia member.
How about it was just somebody's sister? It's not even a wife or something. It was just their sister.
You don't fuck around.
Come on.
In 2000, they ordered the 26-year-old Giacchio to come with them for an identity check after the man disappeared, and neither police nor his relatives knew about his fate. However, in 2015, a former member of the clan stated that Giacchio was killed with a headshot and his body dissolved in acid. That's very nice. Before the start of the trial in the case on Tuesday, mafioso offered Giacchio's mother and brothers compensation for a false murder. Oh, no, the murder was real. Consisting with 30,000 euros in cash and 120,000 euros in real estate. That was the way to get a lighter sentence than life, as well as a possible request for a reduced trial.
Interesting.
So the mafia has so much sway in Italy that you can be on trial for a terrible crime, and they can go, hey, we gave her $150,000, and the court goes, oh, well.
Well, then you've paid for it.
I mean, then in that case, here you go. I mean, here's a lighter sentence. Jesus. And yeah, if you're the family.
But if you could do that over here, you just accidentally kill somebody, and then you just, give a whole bunch of money to that family, and see, I'm square.
Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, and you know that the money they're giving the government or the family is like, it's money they got from like ripping somebody off or stealing from somebody
dirty.
else. Yeah. Probably paying you with your own money. Wrestling Fat Faku says, fuck that. The mob getting softer than my jelly belly. I mean, it is, it doesn't really jive with the way we see the mafia, that they're just giving somebody 150 grand. Maybe they are. Maybe they're getting soft.
Really? I feel like I could see that because they just want the problem to go away.
That's true too. Yeah,
I see it that way.
They're not doing it because they felt like they've done wrong, or they're like, "Oh man, we feel terrible about this." They're like, "Hey, could you tell the judge not to give us such a harsh sentence because we feel terrible about this whole thing."
You've got a Gandolfini-looking character showing up to your house and being like, he's gonna put on a cute act for you, like, "Look, we're really sorry."
Yeah.
And for our, your troubles, I'd like to hand you this shit. Just a little wink, wink.
Meow Station says, did Rumble shut down? I can't connect to it, and I am not able to watch on there. I hate YouTube. Yeah, I think Rumble's been having a lot of problems for a lot of people lately because we've been seeing our fluctuations go crazy. Yeah, I can't. I just hit refresh on Rumble, and nothing. I am spinning wheel of death right now for Rumble.
I always find this interesting.
That is fascinating. Yep.
Oh, look. The home screen on Rumble is not opening for me.
Oh, yeah.
It's a blank screen.
Yeah, here, I've got 500 service unavailable for Rumble.
Yep.
All right.
Well, that's nothing we can do, unfortunately.
Well, it was fun today, Rumble.
I have a spinning wheel of death now.
Yeah, if you guys want to go in the Rumble chat and tell people, well, no, I guess it's.
You can't. Aaron.
If you're still in the Rumble chat, well, then you can't hear me.
Reach out to your friends that you know are on Rumble and be like, hey, look, got this couple queers over here on YouTube.
Yeah. Go see these homos. Happy Plague Doctor says Crowder just started. Now that makes sense.
That's insane. You can't even use your thing because there's too many people.
You can't bring a big star, and we may not like Crowder, be a big star. You can't bring a big star over to Rumble who's going to bring hundreds of thousands of people over and then go, yeah, we're not ready. Because, like, ROTC is remarkably frustrated with Rumble, and to the point where they're getting, like, meetings with the Rumble people. Like, they're getting the headquarter meetings. So if ROTC, a show with, like, maybe, anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 viewers at a time,
yeah,
if they're upset, imagine how Crowder's feeling.
He's got
right
to
now.
be so frustrated because he has so many listeners.
Yeah.
He could be just going gangbusters.
Imagine how shitty you feel if you're Russell Brand that you can broadcast just fine.
And he's doing well, though.
And he's doing well, yeah.
Well, you can't broadcast just fine if the whole thing's shutting down because now we can't use it.
B. Smiley says, after ROTC's meeting with Rumble, now they're ignoring the fact that Rumble isn't working. I don't know. I've been hearing them complain about Rumble quite a bit, and I think that's fair. Look, if they... Like, Rumble pays them to do their show. Rumble paid to get them away from YouTube and do their show there. ROTC live on Rumble. So if someone's paying you to do your show, and then you can't do your show properly because it's not working right, you have every right to complain and bitch.
I just had conspiracy theories running through my head. I always get so ashamed. Like both of those,
they created Rumble to destroy these shows?
Yeah, because think about the type of shows that ROTC and Crowder are.
Interesting.
And so they'll say, oh, guys, we love your show so much, you should only do it here. And then once they sign, oh, shucks.
Wow.
We can't broadcast today.
That is a really interesting
I don't like that
point.
I got there. I don't like it at all. I don't like it.
Bring ROTC, which was a huge growing show. Bring ROTC over, bring Crowder over, and the shit doesn't work anymore. I don't think that's the case, but it's an interesting theory.
I don't like thinking like that. But I just felt that my gears were turning and smoking a little, and I felt that I had to be calmed by all of you.
Dave Sarah writes, call Sam Tripoli right now. Yeah, get Tripoli on the case. He'll figure out what the fuck is going on.
He was polite to me that one time, so why does everyone else call him crazy?
He's just a conspiracy theorist.
Oh.
Yeah, he's big into conspiracies.
See, I don't know that.
It Gets Bigger says, I listen on Rumble every day. I've had issues 1 or 2 times. It happens. It happens. B. Smiley says, guess I'll just watch this instead. All right. I hope it's better than that shitty show you were just watching on Rumble.
Guys, even if you don't like YouTube or the platform or in general, like you can still support us here, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I get it.
Do
like,
it for us,
like
not
meow
them.
stations, like I'm just protesting YouTube's monopoly. I get it. That's noble. I like that, actually. But if it doesn't work, yeah, feel free to come on over to YouTube and come slumming with us.
Just do it for us.
During
Don't
the
do it
day.
for them.
Yeah, fuck them.
Do it for Aaron.
Do it for Fred. Do it for Limp. Do it for Rock. Do it for... Sorry. Eminem battle rap. People think of me as black, so I like to keep up appearances. Elon Musk had more of his Tucker interview. This next... we got another 500 service unavailable? So now this clip is down. Oh, this actually makes this story even better.
Okay.
So I had a clip
There's like
last
cat
night.
hair on this.
When I was prepping the show, I had a story last night where Elon Musk was on Tucker's show, and he was complaining about, he was complaining about the global banking system. And he said there's something wrong with the global banking system. They're designing it with all these flaws in it, and it's going to collapse and this and that. And guys, I shit you not, this blank spot you're about to see. I'll show you on the screen here. This is where the clip was yesterday when I prepped the show. I feel like one of those crazy guys trying to show them the WB frog, and he's just lying there dead. Yeah. I swear to God, he sings and dances. This was the clip of Elon Musk warning people about the global banking system. And just when I went to open it right now, gone.
God, that is creepy.
There were clips of Elon Musk talking shit about Facebook, clips about Elon Musk talking shit about AI. But the minute he goes on, I'm worried about the global banking system. I don't do a very good Elon.
No, it's awful.
I
could ask Kanye what he thinks.
I get a 500 service unavailable. Banks are collapsing. Commercial real estate is about to drop like an anvil, he said. Debt limit crisis are looming. The Fed is raising rates into a recession for the first time since 1929 when the Depression kicked off, and we're following Venezuela's pattern into starvation.
Ooh, hopefully nothing else of theirs.
What, Venezuela?
Yeah.
I mean, the starvation's kind of the biggie, you know?
Well, that's not the only one, though.
People are saying no Daywave. Well, no, Daywave's on YouTube, aren't they?
I don't know.
Daywave's on today, I'm sure. Meow Station says, you guys and the War Band is the only people I'm sub to. Oh, well, thank you, Meow Station. That's
Thank you.
Very nice of you.
I like their name.
Everyone else hit the subscribe button. That's great. Wake up, guys. Do you think this is all... Who do you think is doing all the scamming and hacking? Well, yeah, it's what we're kind of getting at.
Easy.
B. Smiley says they're ignoring everyone at Daywave trying to tell them Rumble isn't working. Well, it could be because they're trying to get it back online and they don't have time to listen to complaints. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't... Whenever something's going wrong, it doesn't help to have everybody up your ass saying, hey, guys, this is going wrong. All
right, KF says he found the clip. Is this it? Okay.
Seen a couple regional bank collapses. Yeah. And we've been told...
This is a guy on YouTube who has 60 subs, and this has 8 views. So this is about as hidden gets.
That's crazy.
That's not a big deal, that these are isolated and each one collapsed for unique reasons. It's not systemic in any sense. What's your sense of the stability of the American banking system?
Well, it's actually at this point a global banking system problem. We have a situation here where it's not that the canary in the coal mine has died, but the miners are starting to die too. Silicon Valley Bank collapsing overnight.
And by the way, bullshit on collapsing overnight. The people who worked there, the people who ran the joint, they knew it was collapsing, and they shut the fuck up until it happened. They thought they could buy themselves a little more time, squeeze a little more money out of it. They all knew.
I tend to agree with that.
It's one hell of a big canary. It's more like a turkey. I mean, it's not like some small fry thing. I think that there is a serious danger with the global banking system.
All right, guys, it was fun. No, everybody say bye to Elon. Bye, Elon.
Was he in that rocket this morning?
We love you, Elon. It's appreciate you. All the things you tried to do to save humanity. It was really nice of you. We appreciate it.
Amber will take care of your children.
I just wanted a chance to say I love you and I'll miss you, bro.
Love you, miss you, bro.
Love you, miss you, bro. Oh, man. Yeah. Anytime a really rich guy who's making a difference in the world goes, and the global banking system, they're like, all right, that's the end of his
run.
There's
like radars going off everywhere. Oh, man. Just alarms.
Because here's what Elon's going to do next. He's like, I'm opening a bank.
Absolutely, that is his next thing.
What I like about this guy is he doesn't just talk shit. He goes and does things. He's like, social media is ruining people's freedom. I'm spending $40 billion on Twitter, even though it's worth half that.
He's like a mad scientist that isn't that mad.
Like we said yesterday, he's a guy who doesn't hear it when people say no.
Sure.
Like he's like,
he skips that part.
We aren't going to space enough. I'm going to make space stuff. And they're like, well, that's impossible. And he's like, we have a rocket launch tomorrow.
He doesn't believe in the word can't.
Right. Can't. That's the real C word. He has a T-shirt that says
and
that.
And it is.
Yeah.
There's a strong argument that if you were to actually mark to market the portfolios of the banks, the loans and whatnot, that the entire banking industry would have negative equity.
Yeah.
It feels that way.
Yes.
So it doesn't feel that way. It is that way because the banks are operating on a debt standard, meaning if I owe you $1 million, I'm worth $1 million. Meaning, or I'm sorry, but if you owe me $1 million, if I'm the bank, if you owe me $1 million, I'm worth $1 million. That's not how money works, though. Like, you have to have that in your possession.
Something to back it, yeah.
Right, because what if that person who owes you $1 million can't pay?
Welches.
You're fucked.
Yeah.
So these banks have this system, and we've allowed them to game this system where whatever amount they have out in loans, that's how much money they have. And so when they go to borrow more money, the Federal Reserve, these other places, they loan them more money because the bank shows the balance sheet of, well, we have $2 trillion in assets. And it's like, well, no, you don't have $2 trillion in assets. What if these motherfuckers don't pay you?
Those, sir, are as good as IOUs.
We are.
No, wait.
We are running our global banking system the
are as
way
good as
Jim
mine.
Carrey and Jeff Daniels
fucked
did
it
in
up.
Liar Liar.
I fucked that line up.
It's okay. The people understood it. It's important people know this. The banking system is run that way.
Yeah.
We used to have a gold standard. Now we have a debt standard. Fun, right?
That's depressing.
Anyway, continue on, Elon.
So if you look at, say, commercial real estate, like offices and whatnot, the whole work from home thing has substantially reduced office usage in cities around the world. I think San Francisco is at 40% off. And San Francisco is like an extreme example, but I think it's on 40% vacancy. Even New York has. I think almost all cities at this point have record vacancies in commercial real estate.
Right.
So
because you made
everywhere.
you made your employees work from home for years. They got used to it, and then when you told them to come back, they went, "Nah,
no thanks,
no thank you. Go find somebody else." And they were like, "Well, we've got a worker shortage too." It's like, okay, good. I'm working from home. And so now you've got all this real estate that these businesses are paying for, and they're going to be looking to unload this shit because it's just unnecessary money being carried on the books.
This happens everywhere, too. We talk about it in our own town here.
Yeah.
How many things are sitting empty for forever?
now, commercial real estate used to be something that was a grade A asset. If a bank had commercial real estate holdings, those would be considered the highest security, some of the safest, assets you could have. Now, that is not the case anymore. One company after another is canceling their leases or not renewing their leases. Or if they go bankrupt, there's nothing for the bank who owns that real estate to go after because they're previously strong company, now dead. What do you go after at that point? So we really haven't seen the commercial real estate shoe drop. That's more like an anvil, not a shoe.
Great.
Fun.
So the stuff we've seen thus far actually hasn't even. It's only slightly real estate portfolio degradation.
So it's only what he's trying to say is tip meet iceberg.
Right. It's only just begun. Fun.
Holy shit. And he's a smart guy. You got to trust him.
I do think he's brilliant, yeah. I don't agree with whoever said last night he's an actor.
Yeah. Blue Suede becoming a member for his 11th month. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate that level of support. Your Elon is very Batman-like because Elon is our Batman, says Balls and Wieners. So very... Aaron's Poopy Hands says we must have a lot of Germans in him the next... Jesus.
Oh, my God.
I'm using socialist media says, is it because Elon is saying this, even if it's true, insult the person saying it instead of what he's saying? Maybe. I don't know. Zen Rhino says, never says anything unless it's going to profit him in some way. He's not altruistic. He's not trying to help us by saying this. I mean, he's just pointing it out because it's true. I mean, it is helpful. Knowledge is helpful.
I think he's just acknowledging it.
Yeah, Mick KM says it right. If you owe the bank $100,000, the bank owns you. If you owe the bank $100 million, you own the bank. They need your money.
Mm.
They need that $100 million because, again, they're borrowing assets. They're borrowing money, showing the person they're borrowing from that, yeah, I got $100 million. Yeah, this guy owes it to me. Well, guess what? I can do whatever the fuck I want now because you need me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can never pay you. Can you pay us anything? I'll give you $5 million. I'm out of this. All right. Need Trump says it has only begun. Better start counting your pennies. Let's get rid of pennies. I'm done with pennies. I'm done humoring pennies.
How much money do you think there is out there in pennies?
Too much.
Too much.
Pennies have had it too good for too long.
You just really don't like Abe Lincoln, do you?
I don't, yeah.
Or copper.
Exactly. That's why I hate periods. Anyway, Continuing on with today's program, I feel like we've bummed you out enough, so I'm not going to do this story right away.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I thought this was really funny. The mayor of New York, who's supposed to be this big hardcore cop guy, who's going to be tougher on crime and everything else. So far, not exactly the best results.
No.
The mayor of New York
Things
City.
are still degrading over there.
I wouldn't worry about it, though, because this guy has his finger on the pulse of what's, really good and what the real priorities need to be for the city of New York. You may not know this, but he's a vegan. So when I think tough on crime,
because of course he is.
I think vegan mayor of New York.
Oh, God.
New York City's vegan mayor issues a decree requiring the city to eat less meat as a means of combating the specter of climate change. I'm sorry, but if I'm a New Yorker who's not a criminal, I'm doing whatever I can to hasten climate change and bring about the end of this wicked, wicked world.
I don't like feeling angry, but sometimes you bring these things to my attention that story right there makes me really angry just because, man, the last time I went there a decade ago was just awful, honestly. Yeah. And then it's so much worse since then. And this is what you focus on.
So the mayor of New York City went vegan in 2016 because he temporarily lost his eyesight because of type 2 diabetes. With his restored vision, Eric Adams has focused on another reason to avoid meat, the specter of climate change. Now, let me ask you something. Not to make you guys dig your tinfoil hats out again. But if these people are not put in office by multi-billionaires secretly in charge of the world to push an agenda, then why the fuck is a mayor of a city giving a flying fuck about climate change? It is so outside your pay grade. It is so outside the job you're supposed to do that you shouldn't even be discussing it with your citizens. It's for other people.
Not unless your city is a particular problem.
Or
in that regard, I would argue that meat is the least of New York City's emissions.
Or not unless the people who put you there want you to push that agenda. Because if you're the mayor of New York, we know what the issues are. Number one, front and center, crime. Until you fix this crime problem, nothing else matters. People will leave, people will move, people will die. Jails will get, overpacked. I mean, not the way you incarcerate people, but you get the idea.
Now, 2 and 3 are pretty interchangeable, right? Homeless people and rats.
Yeah, homeless people and rats, handle them the same way, I guess. Whatever you decide, just make sure you're consistent. But, all these problems that New York City has, and you're going to go, hey, guys, could you eat less meat because, climate change? If I'm someone who rides the subway to work every day, I just look at him and go, fuck you.
Hey, guys, I'm mayor, and I had type 2 diabetes once, and my eyesight got bad. Therefore, I think all of you should stop eating meat, and it's so I don't feel alone, but I'm going to tell you it's for the greater good, and reducing climate change.
No, I do believe he's pushing it to reduce climate change, quote unquote. I do, because I think the people who pay him and the people who keep his campaign and got him the job, they want people to stop eating meat. They want people to stop with these farms. They want all this stuff. I think it's, part of the reason they've been pushing a fat tax and shit like that in New York on sodas and stuff like that. It's not something that's a priority for New York City. It's not something that most New Yorkers would consider a priority, but he's going to make it one because the people that control him want it to be an issue on every level, not just federal, not just state, but city level.
Fine, I'll buy that. And it's, I'll put it under the guise as a distraction from everything else, Ben.
Maybe.
Wait, whoa, if we talk about not eating meat and climate change,
there's
crime.
no distracting New Yorkers from crime.
Crime isn't a thing, guys.
There's no
taken care of.
There's no distracting New Yorkers from crime. They live it every single day.
There's people that come in our chat sometimes that say, well, dude, I live there and I don't see it.
Yeah, that's every city. Like every city has those people who go, I walked from my car to a store and nobody killed or raped me. And you're like, okay, but that doesn't mean it's not happening.
What I'm trying to say is I bet there's plenty of people out there willing to excuse it just because they don't see it.
Optic Nerve says it's funny the chat full of non-New Yorkers chime in. Well, I'm going by statistics, Optic Nerve. The statistics say that your guys' crime rate is peaking.
Skyrocketing.
As it were. Another ESPN talent. This is encouraging. Sam Ponder, former Vikings quarterback Christian Ponder's wife.
Super hot.
Speaking out against trans athletes in women's sports. By the way, this is hard to do in ESPN world because ESPN is Disney and they're all in with this shit. Like they're all in with this culture subversion horseshit.
So this is in fact a big deal.
Yeah, earlier this month, SportsCenter anchor Sage Steele defended swimmer Riley Gaines. That was not OBS, thank goodness.
Oh God.
Who was attacked by trans activists while attempting to give a speech at San Francisco State University. On Wednesday, ESPN host 37-year-old Samantha Ponder also supported Gaines in opposition of bill presented by the Biden administration. The proposed update to Title IX would prohibit blanket bans of transgender athletes competing against women. What's really interesting about this is that Title IX was created to protect women's sports.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to add to Title IX that trans people have to be allowed to play women's sports.
You might as well burn the whole thing.
Right. You might as well get rid of Title IX at that point because it's a slap in the face to what it was supposed to be. Under the guise of competitive fairness, Gaines asked in a tweet showing a video of former Penn swimmer Leah Thomas calling a bill from the Biden administration a good start. By the way, that's the whole thing with trans people. Everything is a good start. Everything is a first step.
There's never anything finite.
It's there's
going.
always more.
Yeah.
A bill to extend beyond kindergarten through 8th grade and apply to high school and college as well. Are you really trying to say you would have won a national title against the men? Gaines continued. Does it not break your heart to see women lose out on these opportunities? The Biden administration proposed bill denies science, truth, and common sense. Yeah, this chick ain't shutting up, that Riley Gaines. You're not getting rid of her.
Well, good for her because there's so many women out there that either feel the same way she does and won't speak up because they're scared of being canceled or, removed from something.
Well, that's why I was surprised to see Samantha Ponder say something because, again, like that's an ESPN employee. That's not a safe position.
She's a pretty big deal. Yeah.
She tweeted, "This would take away so many opportunities for biological women and girls in sports. It's a shame that we are needing to fight for the integrity of Title IX in 2023 and the reason it was needed in the first place. Hashtag save women's sports." You know, as a guy, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I'm kind of enjoying watching this because remember, we were the big bad guys. Title IX, because otherwise those men will dominate sports and we'll only have men's sports programs. And our whole argument was like, well, if you have enough women to support a sports program, then have your fucking sports program. We don't give a shit. But if you're going to cut out men's sports programs that want to exist because not enough women are interested in the opposite thing, then that's bullshit. They're like, nope, protect Title IX. And while you were yelling at us and we went back like this and went, all right, fine, whatever. And you browbeat us and you yelled at us and called us every fucking name in the book. Here's some guy, 6'3", 220 pounds, going in and beating you in swimming tournaments. And you guys are bitching to us like, oh, God, will you help us protect Title IX? You know, I think for another year or two, men should go, fuck you. I think we should be Mel and Scarface. And we go, it's your tree, Frank. You're sitting in it.
I understand your take on that, but like as a woman here that wasn't part of yelling at men for anything like that, like this isn't fun for me to watch. I wasn't somebody who would have been like, oh no, everyone needs to be accepting of everybody and stuff. I've never been that person.
No, I'm saying that we were always the enemy of Title IX. Like we were always yelled at and bitched at. Like, yeah, who cares about your fucking sport? When a boys basketball program got canceled in some small high school because they didn't have a corresponding women's sport somewhere. Yeah, fuck you guys. How about that?
For people who didn't play a part in that, though, this sucks.
Sure.
I didn't play a part in that. Many people my age and younger, basically didn't have a part in that.
And, you know, I mean, look, you made us sit on the sidelines. Society made us sit on the sidelines. And we sat on the sidelines and we went, and all we did was we went, watch, it's going to fall apart without us. And then it fell apart without us. And now we're like, guys, we can come in and fix it. But so much, there's such a significant part of the country that's brainwashed that they still think we're the problem.
Our kids they're pretty young yet, not very athletically inclined. But the day that I've got to try to explain to one of our kids after they're crying after a sporting event why this is happening to them, it's going to hurt.
St. Cloud State, here where we live. They lost their football program because of Title IX. There weren't enough women's sports. So instead of trying to ask women, hey, is there anything you'd like that we could add as an activity? they cut the fucking football program.
I think I was there for one of the last football seasons, and that was the most fun thing they had going for them besides hockey. Nobody cares about women's sports. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And
you can still play them. It doesn't mean you're unimportant. It's just like as far as like having a university and something to go to and be a part of as a team, like it's the men's sport.
Was the football game well attended?
God, I think the first couple I went to were, and then after that, it seemed pretty. That was like
now the one you went
14 and 15.
So when that but you saying that one wasn't attended very well, was that after the announcement that they were getting rid of it or no?
I don't recall.
Oh no, they got rid of it in the off season, didn't they? They didn't even have a chance to.
I don't think it was during a season. Yikes. But I mean, they got rid of the whole this St. Cloud State here has completely shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, we
in
got
a lot of ways.
We have a university here that used to be
popping.
It was
per se.
hot. I mean, it was
hot, man.
Big. It was like in the top 5 party schools in the country every single year from 1985 to about 2002, around 2000. And now they've just went, we're going to be a university that has, diversity, inclusion, and equity, and we're going to bring in students from all over the world, and we're going to be an educational hub. And guess what happened to their enrollment?
It went down. It plummeted.
It went in the shitter because everyone was going there to get shit-faced and party, and they went, we're going to crack down on the parties, we're going to make sure you're not drinking, and we're going to make sure this is an astute temple of academia. And then people went, oh, you must not know why the fuck we're here.
Went incredibly woke, too. Like, when I was there in 2014 and 15, like I said, there were so many elective classes that turned into, like, social race things that, like, weren't, like, just having an open discussion about what all this shit means. It was, like, forcing certain ways of
just
thinking.
Telling you how it
about
was.
women and race.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Mr. Approachable says, art of them wanting to get rid of football was also tied again with wanting to get away from being a party school.
Well, but
they could have cut any program. They cut football.
Being a party school, though, got your enrollment up. It's like people that got famous off of porn, but suddenly they want to cut that out of their life like it didn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the attitude that St. Cloud State University, like their deans and officers and whatnot, that's the approach they took. You're right. They were like ex-porn stars. They go, I know this is what got us here, but we're going to pretend it never happened. And then when people stopped being interested in them, they went, hey, why aren't you guys interested in us anymore? Because we weren't interested in your takes on sociopolitics. We liked that you did gangbang scenes.
I've said it before. Like, the reason I stopped going to school there, like, I wasn't done with my degree or anything, was because they started cutting programs and they wouldn't tell students until the students were done with their generals and trying to go sign up for their programs that they chose that school for.
Yeah.
And they were gone.
What they would do, kids would choose that school. They do their generals.
Which
and
I
then
did.
The year they went to pick their specialty, they went, we just cut a shitload of stuff.
And they don't tell you until you're enrolling in the program.
Like, hey, I want to go to your school for this. Is there any threat that in the next couple of years it could be gone?
No.
No. What are you, gay, bro?
I was there when I watched that university starting to really just nosedive.
Just rot from the inside.
God.
Yeah. What are the top party schools now? Because like when
Arizona.
When St. Cloud was in there, it was Arizona State.
Yeah.
Wisconsin-Madison.
Which I also toured.
And St. Cloud State, Wisconsin-Madison, Arizona State. Those were the
Wisconsin-Madison is a huge campus.
Top 10 party schools. 2023 top party schools in America. Here we go. Number 1, University of California, Santa Barbara. Okay.
Weird.
Tulane, Florida State.
Makes
this
sense.
has changed.
Florida State makes sense.
Bama, that makes sense.
A lot of sense.
Howard, all the black kids partying at Howard. Pretty cool. Number 6, Wisconsin. God. Howard's a black university.
Yeah, I got it in D.C., right? Yeah.
Is it?
Pretty sure.
I have no idea where
Washington, D.C. It says right there.
Fucks yeah. University of Wisconsin-Madison. There it is. Number 6. Number 7, Georgia. What happened to Arizona State, bro?
A lot of these big ones have also big football programs.
Yep.
Have you noticed that?
Or basketball. Syracuse, USC.
Bama, Georgia.
Illinois. Yeah, Champaign, the Fighting Illini. West Virginia, Penn State.
Yeah.
Ole Miss.
Oh, my goodness.
Ohio, Miami. Oh, Miami of Ohio. So there's Ohio University and Miami of Ohio.
Ew.
Both higher than Ohio
What the
State.
hell?
Indiana. Yeah, Bloomington, Indiana. Iowa City, Iowa. San Diego State. Florida A&M. Michigan State. Wow. Arizona State, nowhere to be found anymore. Right with St. Cloud State University. Some bitch. 20 top party colleges. This is from December. Let's see what this one says. Santa Barbara, Tulane. Oh, wow. This is uniform. This is the same list.
It's the very same.
Pretty fucking cool, dude. All right.
No SCSU anywhere on there.
Nope. No SCSU. No Arizona State. Also, that's crazy. I
Whatever.
feel shit like that. It's shit like that makes me feel old because you like hear that 20 years ago and then you just operate that way the rest of your life.
You just think that it remained that way.
And then you go check on it and people are like, dude, Arizona State's gay. Nobody goes there.
Arizona State, when I was going to college, was one of the top party schools.
Yeah. Wisconsin, legendary 30 to 40 years ago. I think they've held up. I think Wisconsin's held up as a party school. That's for
I can understand Madison. Like I said, that was one of the schools I was choosing between. And when I went there to tour it, that thing was just, it's massive.
Yeah.
It's a very, very nice campus. So you'd assume they've all got money.
Yeah.
Like, you can afford it.
Do you want to go get breakfast after this, or do you want to do the same thing we did yesterday? I'm getting very hungry.
What did we do yesterday?
We did that meatball egg thing.
I'm really hungry too. I don't know how much time those meatballs have left.
All right, guys, we got about a half hour left in today's show. By the way, shout out to all of your generosity today.
Yes.
You guys are only 180 away from tomorrow's goal. So
it's fantastic.
Thank you. Scarface became a VIP today. Very, very cool. And I'm using socialist media. Remarkably generous as well. And some other people. Thank you to everybody.
You know what? Everyone.
Everybody.
If you're here, thank you.
You know what? You know where I give thank yous to?
The Lord.
Everywhere. Everywhere.
That's right. And now that the goal's hit, you know what's left?
Thank you for talking over my hiccup.
You're welcome. You know what's left now that we've hit the goal?
No.
There ain't nothing left but fire and brimstone.
And if you don't like this program and you root for us to hit the goal not to hit the goal every day, guess what, April?
You're already dead, sinner.
Sorry about that.
It's depressing.
Doctors are issuing a warning over huffing aerosol canisters after Aaron Carter's autopsy revealed that the pop star was high on the cleaning chemical when he drowned in his bathtub. I hate to say self-cleaning oven, but if you're huffing canisters...
on Hitler's birthday, nonetheless.
On Hitler's birthday,
I think that's a tad insensitive.
But Aaron Carter, they found out, was huffing aerosols and drowned in his bathtub. I'm sorry to not be as sensitive about that as I guess I know I should be, but that does seem like play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
That's how I see it. I'm that same way about like meth addicts and stuff and watching their lives completely crumble. I'm like, you signed up for that.
Yeah.
You did the math.
But doctors are now warning of the risks of huffing. And this is always the shit that I don't want doctors doing. Like, all of the people who need to know this information have this information.
Yeah.
The people who would huff, I don't know if I want to stop them necessarily.
No, but can you recall? So the last time we had to go buy some end dust.
Some what?
End dust.
Oh, end.
E-N-D dust.
I thought you were saying end dust. I don't know what that would.
Oh, I'll show you later.
You fucking whore. All right, go ahead.
Hey, no.
Continue on. End dust.
Target had their end dust locked up. And it's for cleaning office supplies like your computer and shit.
Probably because of who was stealing it.
My whole thing is like you didn't even need an ID to get them to unlock it or buy it.
Well, people are stealing it.
It's just like
People are stealing it to huff, to get brain damage.
You can still buy it and huff it. It's only a few dollars.
Well, yeah,
it's probably
okay.
one of the cheaper highs
April,
out there.
Consider the financial well-being of someone who, for a hobby, gets high on huffing aerosol canisters.
God, you are making my head hurt right now. Honestly.
Why?
People will buy, they will pay a few dollars for the lack of trouble to go get high.
Not some people.
Really?
Some people
You're going to get caught stealing a can of
Yes,
dust?
some people are absolute fucking dirty monsters, and they will go, I have literally 73 cents in my pocket and I have holes in all my clothes, but I need to get high, and they'll go steal the fucking canisters.
My whole point was people have to lock up their end dust now.
Yes, lock up your end dust, everybody. You hear that?
Because we're huffing. I will say, though, when I use it down here, there's not really like windows that are open or anything, or good ventilation in this corner.
Oh, no, I think you got to get it like right in.
I'm saying I don't huff it, but when I use it and you're spraying it, that shit fucks with my head sometimes. Like I get a headache from it. So I can only imagine if you're inserting and...
Yeah, I'm guessing I was born partially retarded. It doesn't get to me.
Well, your life story should suggest this.
I don't know what to tell you. So doctors are warning of the risk. Like, after Aaron Carter was... Okay, first of all, look at this guy. Does that look like the guy that you want to copy anything off of? Anything.
Especially not your DNA, right?
Yeah.
No children.
Right. Hey, look, dodged a bullet. Great.
No kids.
Oh, man, guys, I really wish that there's an ad. Well, you guys can see it because I have it up. I really wish they weren't charging $90 to $100 for UFC and boxing cards now, because April and I were talking about this last weekend. We were like, I'd like to watch all these cards, and sure, we could buy them and we could watch them. But there's just this weird principle line in the sand we've hit where we've like, I'm not giving these motherfuckers $90 to watch a fight.
We've boycotted it, basically.
Basically boycotted it because, well, here's my thing. So Tyson Fury ducks Alexander Usyk. And I love boxing, but I'm not going to give these greedy cunt promoters and these fighters who duck people $90 to enable the bullshit they're doing. You guys start fighting 3 times a year again, and you start fighting top-level competition, and then I'll start paying you money.
Okay, and I'm a UFC fan, and you know why I don't like paying $90 for a card is because the UFC people don't make any fucking money. But here's Dana White rolling in $90 a pay-per-view. Okay?
Yeah.
Like the UFC, like actually the fighters and stuff, they don't make shit.
Well, yeah, and like with...
At least boxers make some money.
Yeah, boxers they make too much money. That's why they don't fight ever. Because Tyson Fury will fight once this year. He will fight one time.
You've got some UFC people that'll go to 1, 2, maybe 3 times a year. Yeah.
3. But like Tyson Fury will fight once. He'll make $50, $60 million. And then why? I mean, I guess in his defense, as much as I think he's being a preening cunt, in his defense, why get punched in the fucking head a bunch?
You shouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, it's smart for him. But I also, like,
You've
if you're
been
going
punched in the face, would you do that multiple times a year if you didn't have to?
If you didn't have to, right. I mean, but if you're going to wear that belt and you want to be a champion, I feel like you got to kind of put that part of you away, and you got to either fight like a champion or go, I want to make $50, $60 million, fight in one time, and then I want to be done. Okay, then no belts. No belts for you. If you want the pride of being a champion, I think you should have to fight 2 or 3 times at least.
What we're trying to say is we haven't watched a good card in quite a while.
Right.
Because we won't pay for it.
Yeah. Anyway,
Aaron got distracted by a Daily Mail
the
ad.
Davis Garcia ad. So, hey, guys, advertising works. Speaking of which, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Check out our friends at All Care. When you go in the ditch, when you have some issues, when your car won't go, nobody faster than All Care Towing. Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Order from midlandarmory.com today. Use the promo code SteelToe. Get a discount on your firearms, optics, parts, knives, whatever you need. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, our 9th anniversary party, Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com. Steel Toe Anniversary Party. Search for that. You're going to find it. You can get your tickets to the comedy show featuring Gino Bisconti and Keanu T. Thompson. You can get your tickets to the cornhole tournament, which I think is already a 3rd populated, but we'll extend it if more people sign up.
A lot of cornholes.
And then, of course, it's free to just come and party with us. You just have to pay for either the cornhole tournament or the comedy show. Eventbrite.com. It's going to be at Stoney's May 4th, Bike Week returns. Bike night returns to
Yes, it
Stoney's.
does.
So 2 weeks from Thursday, 2 weeks from today, Bike night returns.
Hopefully it's warmer.
At Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. And these stickers that we've got right here, stickers that we got, our backdrop, all of that stuff done by our friends at Affordable Sign Service. AffordableSignService.com. That's AffordableSignService.com. They do Store signs, they do real estate signs, they do this
Everything.
stuff, stickers, you name it.
Vehicle wraps.
They do it at affordablesignservice.com. That's affordablesignservice.com.
Mike's your guy.
I'm using socialist media says I'm willing to argue that Klitschko wouldn't have lost to Fury if his country wasn't at war. He lost to Fury long before the war. Optic Nerve says, you guys going to go live from Stoney's? A couple of times. We did last year. We went live a couple of times last year.
I worry about a couple things going live from events like that.
Well, we're going to go live at strategic times in the party.
We could broadcast the cornhole tournament, which could be interesting, but then if somebody loses badly, there could be some...
I would rather not be filming myself if I lose.
Yeah, you know what? Me too. I'm not that great.
Especially if I lose to Marquise. No, I would never.
So you'd say you beat Marquise.
Zen Rhino, thank you very much for posting that Eventbrite link in the chat. That is the link to the tickets.
Thank you.
To our anniversary show. Thank you very much. We talked about the Chinese spy guys.
But before you get off that, I was in the bathroom while you were wrapping that up, and I was starting to think to myself, China is kind of the little finger of the world. They've got little birdies out everywhere doing biddings and stuff and spying on people.
Well, that would be more Varys.
Oh, fuck it. I'm sorry. You know what? You're right.
You came in hot with that one, too. You're like, they're like the little... I'm like, actually, they're more his arch nemesis in the show. And she's like, damn it.
I appreciate you being there to correct me.
Hey, you know what? You took a big, healthy cut. You took a big swing. It doesn't matter. You make contact sometimes. Sometimes you spin around like a cartoon character and you fall right on your ass. It happens.
I saw your matted arm hair when you did that.
See, now you're just hurt. Hurt people.
It's the truth.
You're just trying to strike back at me.
Your mustache hairs are out of control.
Chernabog says that was a completely flubbed Game of Thrones reference.
Thank you. I appreciate it. See if I ever put myself out there again.
Wait a minute. I love how one of us here can reference 19 gay plays in a row that the other one was not in, but you fuck up one Game of Thrones reference and now
I thought
we're
it made
victim.
sense because didn't Littlefinger have spies and go out there and make moves and shit?
He made moves, but Varys had
Doesn't
spies.
China make moves?
Don't defend your shitty, failed fucking analogy. Just say you meant Varys.
I feel like it only failed because you brought up a proper counterpoint to mine.
Just say...
If you hadn't done that, mine might have still landed.
Just say you meant Varys and you'll be good. She won't do it. Too proud. Cherokee people,
Yes,
Cherokee tribe. Too proud to live, too proud to die.
They too are nutless.
California's... I didn't know that California had done this, but they've banned Skittles and Sour Patch Kids because California hates childhood. They've moving one step closer to banning the candies as a second committee okays a plan to ban cancer-linked food additives. Now, a lot of the times these food additives, they go, they cause cancer, Yeah, in like giant doses if you ate 14 bags of this shit every single day. But there is a certain level...
That's Beatus now.
Yeah, there's a certain level of some of these poisons that our body can handle, filter out, process. You're okay.
We're freaks now.
But in California, if something's even remotely bad for you, the government's like, well, I have an idea. Why don't we just ban the shit out of it?
That's not true. They give out heroin needles.
That's true. Yeah. I have a hard time believing that the same state that gives you clean needles to shoot heroin with while we're in an opioid crisis that's killing people, they enable that. Hey, we don't want you to OD with a dirty needle. I mean, by God, come on over.
We don't want you to get AIDS with your heroin.
Yeah. So the same state that allows people to do heroin wants to protect you from Skittles.
I hate Skittles, though.
Doesn't matter. We can't just ban it because you hate it. A second state assembly committee has voted to approve the bill, which will now be sent to a third committee where it will need to pass before it reaches the assembly floor. If the bill becomes law, it will block 5 chemicals from being used in foods sold or manufactured in the state. Each of these chemicals is already banned in the EU. Among the affected chemicals is Red 3, a food dye used in some candies. Previous research linked exposure to it to cancer in mice.
Why are we giving the mice cancer?
We just love giving mice cancer to find out what gives us cancer. We should stop saying canary in the coal mine and we should say mice in the testing lab.
Do you think PETA stands up for the poor mice in the test labs?
They do. They actually do. PETA hates that shit.
So why has that still been allowed to continue?
PETA doesn't allow you to use anything that was tested on animals. Unless you're the second in command at PETA, you get to take diabetes drugs that were tested on animals. Because she needs her life to fight for the animals.
I've heard of that. And where are they on the Fauci sandflies beagle incident?
Hate it. They protested that. They put billboards up.
You would think that they'd get that one taken down and stopped, though.
No, if there's anything we've proven, it's that Fauci gets to do pretty much whatever the fuck he wants. With zero consequences. And make millions and millions of dollars. If anyone ever argues with you that there's a God, just yell Dr. Fauci until they stop. Assemblyman Jesse Gabriel, who filed the bill in February, said that the goal of the bill is to protect kids and their parents from harmful chemicals. He hopes that it will spur manufacturers to ditch these chemicals the same way they had to comply with regulations in Europe. So you're looking at, this is the ban. Skittles, Pez, Hot Tamales, Old El Paso sauce, Sour Patch Kids, Campbell's Chicken Chunky Soup, and Sundrop Soda.
I love a Campbell's Chicken Chunky Soup.
Chicken and sausage gumbo is gone. It's out.
Oh my God, no.
This is basically the ruin everyone's childhood starter pack.
I love a good hot tamale, too.
You kids are still eating Pez. You're fucking weird. All the kids
Pez is delicious, though.
Kids back in the 60s and 70s ate Pez because they didn't have other candy. There's all kinds of other candy now.
I find you insulting sometimes.
Pez is gay. As a kid with bad teeth, Pez was always too crunchy and hard for me. I liked good mushy snacks.
You were one of those lame kids that didn't like to pretend you're eating pills when you took Pez.
Wow, that's wonderful. So you just go and like, oh, look,
I take my pills from a Batman dispenser.
Yes. Unquenchable Fire says Dr. Fauci falls perfectly in line with the prophecies of ultimate corruption for approach to the end of days. Holy shit. I hope not. Yeah, Theodore Roosevelt nails it. Pez is poor people candy.
You people are hurtful. I ate Pez. Does that mean I was poor?
Probably for a while there.
I thought my parents just cared enough about me that I liked those cool dispensers and stuff.
Union Jack 76. Yeah, but how many like Pez dispensers have we bought the kids because they thought they were cool? Like
we haven't done that for years.
Elsa and Elsa and Anna. Like how many of those have we bought? And they didn't give a flying bag of fuck about them.
They didn't. They would skip over the dispenser and eat the candy.
Right. They wouldn't even put them in it was bullshit to load the dispenser.
You know what that is? It's projection from you or me, whichever it was, like saying, oh God, look at this cool dispenser they'll like.
It is so nice to like catch yourself projecting that shit and then stopping yourself from doing it because you're like, oh good, I'm self-aware.
I will never do that again.
Yeah. It's like, don't I look like an absolute cunt hair?
Now the oldest is starting to be a dick too, and like around Christmas time, she said like, "Ooh, Santa's not real." She said that in front of the other two,
and we were like, "Don't say that to them."
I don't like being upset, but I had to look at her like this, like,
"What are you doing?
Could you not?" The other two still believe in that.
Yeah, you don't tell the other kids there's no Santa. And then
you know what I'd like to do, though, is when that person says there's no Santa, okay, you don't get Santa gifts.
Yeah, that's what I always say. I always say no Santa gifts then.
Yeah, I guess, Santa doesn't bring gifts to people who don't believe.
Motherfucker, I still believe in Santa.
I don't get any Santa gifts.
Yes, you do. What about when I dress up in that beard and suit and fuck your brains out? You're welcome. And then I stick a candy cane in your asshole. That's your Christmas gift. Jesus.
I thought that was just foreplay.
How about thank you, Mr. Claus?
I do like it when it's minty.
Thank you. You get a minty butthole for Christmas.
Next time, though, can you get those like quick, soft, like dissolving mints that like our gym has in a bin right now? I like those.
Look. One thing at a time. You Christmas
Or those little like chocolate chip looking like the mint green and pink and white ones with the little sprinkles on them.
You want chocolate in your asshole?
Those are so good.
Don't you produce enough chocolate in your asshole? I'm sorry. Union Jack says Sundrop can go away. I didn't know people had hostility towards Sundrop.
I didn't know people drank it.
That one did shock me.
Yeah, that one can go away, I think.
An asshole candy cane just says I love you, says Mr. Monkeypox. Thank you.
It's a good time and it's tasty.
Zen Rhino says, I don't know. Use asking them to read your comments sounded like you care. Zen Rhino, stop fighting with people.
Please read my Monk 91 instead.
Zen, quit it.
Do it.
It's fine, buddy.
Come on.
I read Union Jack's comment. He's happy now. We're all good.
What was the joke?
No fighting.
Why are we fighting?
My monk says, coming down the chimney. Oh!
Thank you. See, now I'm happy again.
Minty Butthole was my band, ska band's name, says Spicy Mustard. Well, that's good. That's good. Zen Rhino says, it's not banter, it's banter, it's not fighting. Okay, then we're good. Good. Thank you guys for getting us only 180 away from tomorrow's goal. That's fucking awesome. Tomorrow will be a nice, easy day.
Thank you.
We do appreciate that. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. And also make sure that you share the program as well so people can watch it anytime they want today. Just making sure I'm all caught up on the thank yous and everything else so I'm not leaving anybody out.
I noticed something else this year.
Yeah, what's that?
You know how I just mentioned the oldest is already trying to out Santa as a liar? You know, he doesn't exist.
Sure.
None of the kids this year said anything about the Easter Bunny. Yeah. And just last year, they were talking about, oh, the Easter Bunny left us eggs, you know, and stuff
we
like
keep
that.
saying the Easter Bunny.
No, this year, it wasn't even a topic of discussion. It was just known that I put together their Easter baskets, and they just loved them. I don't know.
Kids, I mean, it happens every generation, right? It just kind of feels like they grow up faster.
Yeah.
And you're just
I used to say that, and Aaron used to groan at me because I'm like, God, these kids are fucking growing up fast. And he's like, oh.
No, I'm saying like every generation says that. Every generation says, oh, this generation's growing up faster than we did.
It's true. Everything is online. So, like, the oldest is in 3rd grade, and everything they do is on a Chromebook.
Right.
They don't even have paper tests anymore. Like, they're taking MCAs this week, and it's on a Chromebook.
Yeah.
I remember the thick-ass paper booklets.
For them thick-ass kids.
And them thick-ass thighs.
Yeah, like, they watch all this shit, and, like, the 9-year-old comes to us, and she's like, did you know who runs a giant banking cartel and is responsible for most of the I'm like, you stop it right now, and you're going back to YouTube Kids. I mean it. We're not going to be talking about this.
She does concern me sometimes. Like, on Mondays how I take them back alone and stuff, and I usually, like, I end up talking about school or serial killers or something weird that she'll bring up. And it's always topics that seem just a little above her pay grade.
Right. Like
and
cereal,
I'm like,
yeah.
And I have to like handle certain topics with kid gloves and stuff, but I'm sitting here thinking, God, where did she hear that?
Yeah.
And the kids are political already too. Like they'll say weird off the cuff stuff about how Biden is not good and how Trump is the real president.
I don't
and
like
stuff.
that. I don't like that shit. I don't like it when kids start talking like that.
No.
I mean,
because
you want to go like,
it
I
worries
agree with
me
you
because I'm like, I don't know where they hear that because we don't talk about that shit with them.
Talk about that shit at work, bro.
Yeah.
Is Discord the world's most dangerous social media site? Daily Mail did an investigation on the secrecy-obsessed $15 billion platform used by child abusers, killers, and now the Pentagon leaker. And their responses will disturb you. This is interesting. This is like a kind of how the media starts with stuff like this. When they want to get something taken down, when they want to get rid of it. Because I'm sure the media faces a lot of their criticism on Discord.
Wow.
And they're all egotists, so they all read it.
This is interesting for me, too, because this is kind of like going to imright.com for me. I don't like Discord. I think it is kind of filthy.
I think Discord is kind of gay and kind of lame, but I also am so against anything being banned. No,
That I agree
banning.
with, too. I think Reddit, Twitter, and Discord are all cesspools. I do. I don't like them.
And TikTok.
TikTok is probably one of the worst. I think Discord, TikTok, and Reddit are the 3 really bad ones. But, like, where are those bad people going to go if they don't have those things?
Right,
I do think they should be there.
They'll go somewhere else.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But the Discord thing, I see what the Daily Mail's doing here, and I'm like, oh, this is always the start of, like, the push to ban something. Because notice who they're talking about when they say the users. Oh, it's used by child abusers. It's used by killers. It's used by leakers. And it's like, yeah, it's also used by people who garden, you know? I mean, there's all kinds of different people who use Reddit, all kinds of different people who use Discord. And yeah, there are definitely sections and regions of it that are fucking cancerous.
I do believe, though, those are the places that people will go to that are the doxers of the world and the people that had us swatted and put all of our personal information out there, that's where they congregate.
But won't those people congregate in another place?
That's what I said.
Yeah, to do that same shit.
I do believe they're evil places, but I believe the evil places need to exist. Otherwise, they're going to happen somewhere else.
Right, because it's not like those behaviors started with Discord.
No.
Those people were doing that shit and then went to Discord.
They used that as the vehicle for their things they're doing.
But, oh yeah, look at the examples that Daily Mail's using. They're like, oh, Charlottesville neo-Nazi mob used the platform to plan their lethal 2017 rally. Like they're
going to use Facebook next time if you don't have Discord.
Right. They're laying this shit on pretty thick.
Right.
So, I mean, this is kind of what they did when, they wanted to get rid of 4chan. Is they went, look at all the terrible things that are being planned on 4chan and this, that, and the other. So they're kind of setting people up to go, they're baiting them to go, oh, that really is terrible. Oh, I didn't know that place was doing that. Oh, I wasn't aware that was the case. Oh, yeah, then maybe we should just to keep, they'll do it as like a keeping the children safe kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll pitch that it should be banned or gotten rid of.
To me, you're just kicking the can down the road then. It's going to be the next platform.
Right.
All this stuff's going to move there.
The company was valued at a staggering $15 billion in 2021. Yeah, it's only gotten bigger since then.
That surprises me, and it's because I'm not on it, but I don't hear about it very much.
Yeah, I mean, this whole, I'm skipping around this article. It's just a giant hit piece. The site does not have a homepage, and it does not curate content for users like Instagram. Instead, members make their own communities and manage who is allowed to join them. Oh, well, we can't let people make their own decisions. Notice they bring up like, hey, it doesn't curate content for its users, like the one owned by Zuckerberg, which we're totally okay with. They create public or private chat rooms called servers, where users can interact via messaging, blah, blah, blah. We all know what Discord is. And it's not actively supervised by Discord. And the company largely relies on users to self-report dangerous and disturbing content.
And they don't, because that stuff stands,
With Discord, you subscribe to channels and engage in private chat, which is a veil of privacy and secrecy in the way it is constructed, says a law professor at the University of Virginia. Again, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but this just seems like the setup for an ambush.
I don't think they're wrong, but I do think they're ignoring the fact that this could go on anywhere.
Right. I mean, again, the media especially, because the media hates criticism and the media doesn't do what the rest of us do and just not read the comments. The media can't help but read the shit people are saying about them.
Right.
So then they see it, and instead of going, talking to people like us and going, it just goes away and it doesn't exist if you just don't read the shit.
Yeah, if somebody were to...
They go, no, we have to shut that down because it makes me feel bad. But then they try to white knight it and go, oh, and it'll make other people feel bad, and what if they hurt themselves? Again, it feels like
But that's not up to you, though. Like, if they're not doing it here, they're getting together in person. They're having little hangouts and shit. You don't know.
The Mood says if we don't have Discord, we shall use YouTube live chats for our evil plotting. Socialist Media says I was on a wrestling Reddit page and was kicked off it in less than a week. Never wanted to join again. Yeah, it's full of crazy kids.
Reddit is disgusting, and if you ever go there looking for like compliments or like feel goods and stuff about yourself, like you're just barking up the wrong tree. That's why we don't go on there.
I remember
it's full of lies and gross shit.
I remember we played along with the Fighter and the Kids subreddit once when they posted one of our clips.
You did.
And like 70% of it was like shitting on us. And I laughed. I played it on the show and I laughed about it. And then they posted me laughing about it. Like, why is he fucking laughing about it? I fucking hate this guy. It's like, even if you try to have fun with them, they're porcupines. They don't want to have fun with you. So you just have to leave those people alone. They're kind of like kids playing in their bedroom. Just let them play with their wrestling action figures. That's what they want to do. They're going to go do it somewhere else if you try to... I like them nice and situated in this one little space where we can all just kind of keep an eye on these psychos, I don't want to blow up the anthill and watch the ants scatter all over the place.
That's kind of what I always think, too. Like, I think about a bunch of roaches eating something in a cupboard somewhere.
Yeah.
Do I really want to scatter them, or am I just going to keep that cupboard closed?
Derek from Midland Armory says Discord sounds like a platform for people too lazy to use the dark web. Yeah, if they ban Discord, just use IRC chat or Telnet chat. That's what Discord was before Discord was ever thought of. Exactly.
And if you really want to see this shit out on the, just out in public, go on DLive. DLive's pretty.
Is DLive bad? I never go on DLive.
You and I have back in the day, Corey was like, oh, D-Live, it's all the rage and stuff. We should have like a D-Live channel and all these things. And like we went and checked it out for a little bit. There's like white supremacist groups on there and stuff. People with swastikas all over the place.
Oh, no, that one was, not D-Live. That was it Omegle?
No, that's a different one. I know what that is too. Omegle is what people in my hometown called it. I've been on there.
No, what was that? What was that one called? No, there was one that was really bad. That was Trovo.
Trovo and D-Live are both pretty gross.
D-Live, Trovo makes D-Live look like the ACLU.
Okay, but they're both bad.
Kmart Ready says Compound Media. No, I know not.
No.
Compound.
Ironically, Compound Media looks pretty elementary compared to them.
Anthony looks like a lib compared to Trovo.
Right.
Union Jack says Discord is just more a streamlined version of older technology. That's it. Yeah, I mean, I get that the media always needs their internet bad guy to go after, and they need, anytime someone bad was
Why
ever
don't you
using...
look in a political office sometime?
Yeah, that'd be great. If you guys looked into politicians and where their money comes from and what they're doing, as much as you do what a bunch of, acne-ridden spurgs do on Reddit or Discord, maybe this country would be in a real better place. I don't know, but I guess all these people on Discord and Reddit say nasty, mean things about you. So you've got to, you got to go get them, I suppose. Yosemite Sambo says D-Live kicked ROTC off their platform. April is not talking about D-Live. Yeah, Trovo is the worst one.
Okay, well, I'll retract that.
Is D-Live even doing anything anymore? Like, I understand.
Don't ask me. I clearly don't know about it. Go look.
It might still be around, but like, are they? Because there's been like 5 different streaming services that people thought, oh, this is the one.
I thought there was one that started with a B, too.
I'm not sure about the B word. Bitchin' streaming. All right, we've got also. Oh, I wanted to mention this really quick before we had to get out of here today. Taylor Swift. I was not aware of this, but she's an investing genius.
Okay.
She's like really sharp and like knows
she
her
invests
shit.
in herself or what?
No, she protects like her money really well. Like she's not. You know how many celebrities they get thrown a bunch of money to endorse something and they're like, "Fuck yeah, let's do it." Like Tom Brady and
NFTs.
Yeah, and NFTs and all that shit. There's a story out now that like Taylor Swift, I guess when she gets asked to endorse stuff, she's like, nope, I want to see it. Does it have this? Does it have that? Like not even about the product itself, but like, does it have securities backing? Does it have the, like, she's really, really careful about how she like endorses shit. She avoided signing a $100 million sponsorship deal with FTX because she was the only celebrity to question the crypto exchange, according to the lawyer handling a class action lawsuit. She asked, I didn't think she had this in her, but Taylor Swift asked FTX about their standing with the Federal Securities Commission.
That's good, right?
And they were like, they weren't prepared for someone like Taylor Swift to ask them that. And they're like, well, it's complicated. And she went, I'm out.
I do wish more people would behave that way before co-signing something. You're like,
yeah.
Oh, whatever, money. No, you should maybe look into what you're promoting here.
She asked the questions that Shaquille O'Neal, Tom Brady, and Larry David didn't ask.
Well, and one of those is troubling, isn't it?
He should have. Larry David, of all people, should have asked. The lawyer, he should have saw Sam Bankman-Fried's hair and went, I'm asking that motherfucker some questions.
He's up to something.
The lawyer alleged that celebrities didn't do their due diligence to check whether FTX was breaking the law. The one person I found that did that was Taylor Swift, said the lawyer, adding that Swift pulled out of the deal and never promoted the now bankrupt exchange. The singer, whose father used to work for Merrill Lynch, began discussing the $100 million tour sponsorship with FTX in the fall of 2021. The terms included selling tickets as NFTs, although FTX marketing staff told the Times that no one really liked the idea, and they thought it was too expensive from the beginning. In our discovery, Taylor Swift actually asked them, can you tell me that these are not unregistered securities? That's impressive.
That is impressive. I like that.
They're not saying her people.
Mm-hmm.
They're not saying her representatives. She did.
Well, her dad worked for Merrill Lynch. I mean, she's got to have some smarts.
A security is a tradable asset that holds value, like a stock or bond. All securities that are offered and sold in the U.S. must be registered with the SEC. In a complaint against FTX executives last December, the SEC said the company's cryptocurrency is classified as a security because it was sold as an investment contract, and it was not registered. So they Taylor Swift asks them about whether or not this is a security, about whether this is registered with the federal government, and they go, no. She's okay, well, I ain't taking your $100 million.
I think that's good for most situations. If you can't give me security, I'm out.
Holy shit. I honestly, I'm using socialist media says, is Taylor Swift intelligent? I'm thinking she might be.
She came from a father from Merrill Lynch. Yes, some of that's going to trickle down.
Daniel C. says, Aaron, why do you talk about trans people almost every single episode of your show? You know what they say about guys that are obsessed with their phobias? It's a little sus, just saying. I can't help it, Daniel. We do a show based on the news. You should see the amount of shit, of trans-related shit that we don't do. I mean, it is fucking embarrassing. I was talking about this on yesterday's show, Daniel, actually. You should listen to that, and then you'd kind of know what you're talking about here. I was saying, I am fucking tired of the trans shit. I am tired, but it's just shoved down your throat. Every site you go to, no matter what that website's about. Like, I can't even go to TMZ without it being shoved down my throat.
It is interesting to have somebody comment that they clearly listen every day because he says every episode you do this, but then he doesn't accept your explanation.
Yeah, so I will say this, Daniel. Not only are you wrong, but it's not me talking about it every day. It's the fucking shit just being lobbed right in your face every fucking day. And if you can't see that, buddy, then I think you're probably missing the forest through the trees, and I feel bad for you, but I think you'll figure it out eventually. Or you're being disingenuous, which is even worse.
You know it's that one.
All right, guys, we got 2 minutes. Let's talk to you guys for a couple of minutes, then we'll wrap it up. Tomorrow, we got the show at normal time, 6 a.m. Central Time. And you guys are only 180 away from tomorrow's goal already. Really cool. We'll knock that out with absolutely no problem.
Thank you guys so much.
And then Johnny's back. Johnny's back at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
He's doing his show. I think that's awesome, too.
Just Kidding LLC.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube. Oh, Daniel's a loser. See, I didn't know.
Yeah, so you're clearly misinformed.
Gross. So you don't even know what's funny or entertaining. Ugh. That's too bad, Daniel.
And even if you were watching on some other loser's stream, you'd still hear the explanation. It's not like he's changing anything and creating his own content.
Zen Rhino says, oh, so you're retarded.
Right.
Yeah, Daniel, I can't really trust your opinion because you clearly don't know what funny or entertaining is. That's just embarrassing. Now I don't even feel good owning you because I feel like I just punched a toddler in the head.
And the reach you go to, he seems a little sus, as like trying to insinuate, God, I bet Aaron wishes he was trans. Like, he's married to me.
I really
wish
I
you
was
guys
trans.
will never have. So
all right,
pipe
guys,
down.
That's going to do it for today. I was more trying to make fun of him. We got a show again tomorrow at 6 a.m. Central. Well, Theodore Roosevelt's right. More of a retarded toddler. Doesn't have to be one or the other.
Parents don't love them.
All right, guys, we got to head out of here. We got Johnny coming at not on this channel, on Just Kidding LLC.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock Central. Cocktiff says, what happened to funny man Joseph from earlier? He got crushed. I mean, these people go like 500 to 1, and then they start. I think they start to realize they're like, oh, I'm the miserable, unhappy one, and that's kind of what ends up taking the fuel out of their tank, if you will. You kind of notice that all the people who kind of started doing that to us months ago, they've all started to run out of gas because they kind of see like, oh, I couldn't pull on his coattails to get bigger than him. So I kind of have to back away slowly so it doesn't look like I'm tapping out.
Sure.
Again.
Right now, the latest thing, ooh, Aaron might be trans.
In 17 years, I've done it to so many people that it's just, I can spot it months in advance. All right, guys, we have to head out of here. We are done. Have a great rest of your day. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you again tomorrow morning.